Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Astro Carnival. The Prince Cup is happening right here at the Summer Pyramid, and my name is Dylan. It's really my pleasure to meet every one of you right here today. Okay, and anyway, this event once again is happening right here at the Malaysia Summer Pyramid. If you guys just so happen to stay nearby, okay, at Summer Pyramid, you should definitely make a move right here to check out this amazing tournament which is going on right now. All right, so and again, we have our finalists. They are all ready just to compete in this tournament, okay? So let's see who is making the way to tomorrow to the final, all right? Anyway, we just had fun with all the fans of Genshin Impact. We have fun and we definitely give out some of the prizes to each and every one of them for those who join our the activities this morning time. Definitely, we have fun. And again, if you guys are just so happen staying nearby the Summer Pyramid, you should definitely come to our event here as we have activities, we have prizes to give out away, and we have this amazing setup right here for you to take photos. Okay, remember to tell your friends that we have this amazing events and activity going on with the Genshin is right here at the Summer Pyramid. And I'm sure that the contestants, the finalists, they are all ready, all right, just to compete the tournaments, okay? And let's see who is making the way to tomorrow final, all right? So, and right now, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, I shall pass it back to the caster. But again, ladies and gentlemen, just want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, you guys just staying so nearby here, all right? You should definitely come to the show right now, all right? So we shall pass it back to the casters. We have Bleb and Leah.
Welcome everyone, and my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And I'm Bleb, at Bleb the Cat, Professor of Invocation Academy on YouTube. I'm so excited to be here live in Malaysia. I can't believe it.
I know, I can't believe it. It's honestly awesome being here, and we are right in the middle of the Sunway Pyramid Mall. We can see mall goers right in front of us. The players will be playing behind us, so.
Yeah, definitely come by and say hi. And, we've been following Genius Invocation for so long, ever since its inception. I couldn't imagine they would take us and bring us to such a location, such an amazing place in Malaysia.
I know, we started from very baby steps. We started with the Cattails Gathering live streams, and we casted for the Prince Cup NA and EU in Los Angeles. That was back in June.
Yeah,
and,
it's been a while since we've been out to a live event.
Yeah.
And the energy is kind of completely different.
It is completely different. It's a bit like the Astro event we were doing at Gamescom. But
it was.
So, yeah. I'm really excited to see what these players bring to the games today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly excited for this top 8. We have a lot of mix of both new and returning players, players that we've watched kind of play already quite a lot, and ones that we really have no idea about. And this kind of mix is great just in terms of the variety of decks and the strategies that we're going to see.
And so on your screen, you will see the brackets. So today, we are going to be going over the quarterfinals, and tomorrow we will have the semifinals and the finals. So our first best of 3 is going to be between Arc and Hua. The second best of 3 will be between Inagi and Kong. The third best of 3 will be between Rev and Dian, and the fourth best of 3 will be between Ian Ratan and Z Crimlet.
Yeah, lots of familiar names on those brackets for both of us, for sure. Again, we've been following some of these players quite closely. We'll definitely get to their tournament records when we look at them in more detail later, but we're going to see every single match of this best of 3, which, we didn't get a chance to do that at the NA and EU finals. They were played in parallel, so we only saw a couple of players, but every player is going to have the chance to be on stage behind us here in the Sunway Pyramid playing for top 8.
It's going to be really interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how they conquer their opponents and get through the semifinals to the grand finals. And of course, the grand finals will be taking home 16,000 USG. That is a lot.
Yeah, I mean the prizes here are no joke. Each one of we've seen quite a few Prince Cups go by. Each of them crowning a different winner here. It's not only the prize money here on the line, but definitely the prestige of being able to say you are the champion of a Prince Cup of a particular region. And I know this, Southeast Asia in general is very competitive in TCG, so I'm really excited to see these players.
Definitely. And, we are going to be seeing really quickly another prize that they're taking home on the screen. You see here this beautiful golden dragon spine card back. And so every single player who is here today, the top 8 of this tournament, they will be taking home that card back already. They've already earned it.
They have, yeah. So you could call it a consolation prize since they've already won it, but really, for me, that's
not a consolation prize. It's so pretty. I'm jealous. I want it. It is priceless.
It is priceless.
It's a one-time thing. And then, of course, it's not as nice as the golden one, but if you too want to get an exclusive card back, you can participate in the Cattails Gathering Season 5. Stay tuned for information about registration in the upcoming weeks on the Astro Carnival social medias, especially the Twitter. will not be golden. It will be like a nice dark blue, but it's
still very pretty.
it's still very pretty. It's still exclusive. You only have to win 3 games for that.
Yeah,
so.
and you and I both participated, of course, in Season
We
4. Got our card backs
did.
there. It was tough.
It was
right?
tough. I was on the leaderboard for a little bit.
Split second. Yeah.
Just a split second
You're a
the
little
first
bit
2
of a
days.
Yeah, I remember playing in the very early Pro League tournaments, and there was definitely a lot less players there. But now that we're offering, these people love their cosmetics, right?
Okay,
These cosmetic
true.
prizes are
You
just
have to pay for these.
you don't
just
have
play.
to know, they're free. I mean, the whole game is of course free to play. If you play Genshin Impact, you could definitely come and try out the TCG for yourself within the game. There is no barrier to entry other than just playing Genshin itself.
Yeah, and as someone who's played the game and also been casting for the game, the community is really vibrant.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
been growing
awesome to get to know everyone here. So
yeah, you and I again, we've been very involved from the very beginning, and to watch it grow to a point where we can just again be here in Malaysia casting for such an important and tremendous event is just both an honor and just so.
it really is, yeah. Honored to be here. And also, the game itself has changed over
It
time,
has,
right?
yeah.
Like, so there are character cards that have remained staples, like just deck archetypes that have remained like always relevant, but with slight changes as more variations added to the game. Of course, when the game was first released, there wasn't a whole lot out there, and people are just trying to make sense of how the mechanics worked, but they've fallen into a nice rhythm.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really good time to be watching kind of the game competitively. It's definitely evolved from just some kind of casual thing where players start to actually figure out how to play the game really well and what works and what doesn't. And you'll see that a lot today. I think we're going to see quite a few similar deck lists in some places where a lot of players have started to agree on what the best decks are to bring to these high-level tournaments. But of course, there are other things to throw the wrench in. Players do get bans, so they can remove a deck from their opponent. So if there's a particular one that they know or are aware of as being very good, they can simply remove it from the pool and force the other player to play something different.
Yeah, I think each player has brought 5 decks, and they'll be able to ban 2 of them out. And so our first player today is Arc. The most used character cards you see right there, Chong Raiden, Shanha SC.
Yeah, I mean, those are the most used character cards, but they, of course, come together to be a very familiar deck to me.
Yes, very familiar deck.
Yeah, Shanghai Superconduct. Very strong in the metagame right now. A lot of, I expect most players, I think, have brought one of these, a copy of this deck in there.
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot in Quetzal's Gatherings.
You did?
Yeah,
You did.
I played
Actually,
it pretty consistently.
This is what kind of put you onto the leaderboard. And as soon as you stopped playing it...
It's definitely a meta deck. It's a meta deck.
Yeah.
It's very strong, because Shenha's skill, her Icy Quills, will buff cryo damage coming out of Chongyun Aura from her. Also, her burst is really good, and Raiden just synergizes well with the two of them.
It's a lot of good high synergy deck. Again, we'll almost certainly see this deck in action, unless, of course, the players are so afraid of it that we see a banned opportunity.
I mean, we might see some bans. That's the thing about bringing only meta decks. I feel like the meta decks are definitely going to get banned out.
Yeah.
You can see the match deck history here as well. So these are the last 4 games that ARC played in this tournament, I believe. So we see some Quicken. I see some MNEC, which is Mona, Nahida, Electrocharge.
Yeah.
Pretty
variety.
standard decks.
Yeah, pretty standard deck,
I mean, you
lots of
say
variety.
It's pretty standard. I think they're pretty standard. So.
Yeah, but Arc is definitely a player that we're very familiar with here. He has quite a lot of no like record tournament finishes, but he's a very consistent player. He's come top 8 in the early Asia Alpha. For
Yeah, he's been playing since the Alpha, and he's played in all the seasons so far. Top 16,
top 16
in
very
NA.
repeatedly,
Season 2, EU, Alpha 2, yeah.
He's a player we're very, very familiar with as well. I've had a chance to talk to him as well, and he, one of the things he mentioned is he's kind of hit his peak previously in those older seasons. But the fact that he is here today playing for top 8, for the Prince Cup finals is a testament to how good of a player he is.
It is. I'm really excited to see what he brings to the table today.
You can see him preparing there. I mean, one of the things I really want to say, it's so nerve-wracking for the players here. Not only are they playing, the feeling of playing the finals, but also being live here in the event.
Right, and so player 2 in this first best of 3 is Hua, and right away we see Agent EC. This is a deck that has recently emerged. Like I think it's existed before, but it's risen in popularity this patch.
Yeah.
Normally, Fischl and Rodea Vlok are a very core combo from the start of TCG, right? They're very commonly played, but having Agent as the last anchor there is kind of a newish.
Yeah, it's not to be unpopularized.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so. We're almost certainly going to see this deck unless it's of course banned. It's becoming very popular lately. Oceanid Fischl, of course, has been a strong core since 3 or 4 versions ago, and Agent's been a new addition. mainly kind of to combat the other Fischl Oceanid decks. So this is definitely a version that's very favored against other similar versions, with Pyro Agent being a very strong finisher.
I'm looking at the match deck history here,
Yeah.
and I see a very unconventional Superconduct deck. I think we actually saw this
We
same
did.
deck in the qualifiers.
Yes, we had
So-
the chance to watch Hua in the qualifiers. If you missed it yesterday, those were streamed. We did see this deck in action. It's definitely very unusual. That's one of the things I really love about these top 8s that bring together different regions, is that each region tends to have its specific metagames, decks that are good playing against other similar decks. And Hua here brings something very unusual. We don't really see that Ayaka version of Superconduct.
Right, and also with the
very often.
Amigo. But I mean, one of the things to consider is that you cannot bring repeat character cards in
Yes.
your decks. So
Yeah.
players have to carefully choose which 3 characters they want to bring in each deck, because they have to build 5 decks, and then they
That's
have
a
to
lot,
build
yeah.
an additional 2 if they make it to the finals. So
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, one of the great things about Yaya as well, as it does come in, is that Yaya and Fischl fulfill very similar roles in their respective decks, but that gives a lot of players a flexibility to build decks around both characters, and we see that's one of the reasons kind of this Oceanid core with Agent has really taken off, is that it frees up one of your deck slots to use Yaya or Fischl in a different deck.
And also, there's so much variation, not only in character cards these days, but also support cards.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways to build your deck. And so there's a lot of dice fixers out there. There's a lot of things that can help you get the elements that you need. You don't always have to take to the same element for the elemental resonance and the wovens these days. Like there's a lot more variety at your hands.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Decks that feature 3 different character elements have become more popular lately, and part of that is definitely due to as cards get added over time, there's more choices and options for players. When the game first started out, most people were favoring those resonance decks, 2 of the same element to run really powerful cards. But as more powerful cards keep getting added, then it really opens up the variety of decks.
on here we see the 5 decks that these players brought and the 2 bans they chose. So right away I see Bin is banned on both sides. So
Yeah.
Bin, if you don't know, means Barbara Ito Noel. B-I-N, Bin.
Yeah.
Agent EC is banned for Hua, and then Shenhe's Superconduct is banned for Arc. And so that just leaves, I see Nahida Electrocharge.
Yeah, there's quite a lot, and both
Agency,
players
Pyro-Kaching.
bringing Pyro Kaching, a deck that we haven't seen much in tournament play recently, but still a very
Oh.
strong choice. Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to talk about the Barbara Ita Noel deck. It's not surprising that deck is banned. It's kind of unequivocally the best deck in the format, in the metagame right now. People don't enjoy playing it quite as much because it can be a very slow game to play. It takes a long time to win your matches, but it's a very powerful deck. And we might... I wouldn't be surprised if we see it banned in every single matchup today.
Yeah,
but we'll have to
I
keep
would
track.
not be surprised at
Yeah.
all if it just does not make it through. But I mean, it's going to depend on what the players like playing against, I
Exactly.
guess.
Yeah,
Because I feel like you can break through Bin's
You can.
defensive wall with certain decks, and it just really depends on the players' play styles, I think, and how familiar they are with playing against and playing Bin.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Bin, the Ito decks definitely have counters to them, but one of the things is that this is going to be a blind pick, so they're not going to go in knowing what their opponent's deck has chosen, so they're going to have to go in and hope for a favorable matchup.
yes, and it seems like Arc has chosen Nahida, Electrocharge, and NEC actually, because we see Mona instead of Oceanid here. So I feel like the support cards here are very standard.
Very standard. Yeah, I mean, this is a list that's taken off recently. The traditional version of this deck has used Oceanid instead of Mona, but again, people have been moving Oceanid over to the other Agent deck a little bit more.
Right.
But Mona is a little bit more flexible in that she has that quick swap ability
Yes, her
that lets
passive,
you
yes.
swap off her without using an action. And her summon's a little bit more aggressive than Oceanid, even though you don't have access to that 5-cost skill.
And if you're not familiar with this deck archetype, so there are 3 different elements here, but you're not actually looking to do
No.
Dendro reactions with Nahida. What you're trying to do is put her 5-cost seed on the opponent's characters, or do 2 3-cost skills if you can execute it. Just basically apply seed to the opponent's characters, and you're only doing those Electrocharge reactions between Fischl and Mona. So that's kind of how this deck operates. It's just extra damage whenever
It
there's
is.
an elemental reaction.
Yeah, Nahida's been a very powerful character added recently. Her skill adds up to a lot of damage. I think it's the most raw damage just by the numbers based on how much dice it costs to use her skills. So very efficient at dealing damage, and then when you combine it with that Electrocharge core, which is honestly one of the best reactions as well right now, along with Superconduct at efficiently dealing damage, you just have a high efficiency deck.
Oh, this is the deck I
It
was
is.
interested in seeing, because instead of Chongyun, they brought Ayaka Hua, bringing it's not Chongren Superconducted,
No.
it's Shenna SE with Ayaka instead of Chongyun. So I believe this is because of the Inazuma Resonance, isn't it? You see the Inazuma Resonance card there, which can be really, really good for this.
Yeah, and recently got buffed as well. You know, Inazuma Resonance, one of the new location resonance cards that requires you to run 2 characters that are from the same region together in a deck. Here being, of course, Inazuma. It does change every single one of your die now to Omni die. Before, it only did it for your active character, but now it gives you a ton of flexibility. Very powerful option. Most players still prefer Chung Yun. You know, his burst is one of the most high damage ones, and Ayaka's burst is not quite as kind of big on the damage, but,
but
kind of trades that efficiency for a bit of flexibility.
Yeah, and you see, they also brought 2 copies of Vanessa's Rebellion,
They did,
which really pairs well with the Inazuma Resonance card, because
That's
as
true.
you were saying, Inazuma Resonance will convert all of your dice into the active characters, just Omni, right?
Omni now, yeah.
So Vanessa's Rebellion takes 3 dice and makes into 4, and it's random elemental types, so you can just basically give yourself 3 dice and then convert it into what you want using Inazuma Resonance.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be kind of one of the core things to watch out for. You know, this deck is basically running an additional, what we call woven effects, just cards that will immediately generate a die. That combination of Vanessa into Inazuma Resonance, I'm sure is going to be a line that the deck really wants to get, and could be a way to get ahead in this matchup.
Yep. You know, we were kind of talking about earlier how there's so much variation in the game now in terms of what you can build your decks with, like your supporting cards, because they're really crucial for a deck to succeed. And so, like, right away we have different examples of dice fixers and dice generation between these 2 decks.
You know, as long as your deck's kind of like streamlined towards one goal, that's really what's important here. Both decks here are all about damage. They're both very quick, so I wouldn't expect this game to go longer than 3 rounds as we see their starting hands.
Yeah, and you know, both these players took Covenant. If you take an Arcane Legend, it appears in your starting hand. You can choose to throw it away or keep it, but it will always be there. So we'll see what they choose to keep.
Yeah, Covenant of the Rock, one of the arcane cards that's been added recently. It's definitely the top kind of addition for among all of the arcane cards. Honestly, probably going to be seeing this multiple times throughout this tournament. It generates, of course, 2 dice of any random element, but the catch is you can only use it when you have 0 dice remaining, which sounds like it'd be difficult to do, but of course, these skilled players are very good at making that happen.
The double Timmy and Kid Kuchirai for Hua.
Yeah, Hua drawing pretty well. I mean, Timmy is one of those cards that's like very high impact on round 1 and very low impact on another round. So drawing 2 of them in the opening is actually going to give him a bit of an advantage.
Also, you should know that there are heart monitors on the webcams here. If you look on the left side, we can see how excited these players get during their match.
Excited? You mean nervous?
I mean, they could also be totally calm, right?
They could be. They could be. Yeah, I mean, I really love the addition of heart rate monitors. It's just another thing to kind of look at. Obviously, you know, you're not only fighting for a spot at the first place tournament here, but you're also having to do that in front of a crowd, which can be very nerve-wracking. And I think having the calmness to go through and think through these decisions is actually going to make a difference at who comes out on top.
And we see a very standard start from both of these players. So Raiden's skill and probably Shanha's skill has the perfect dice for it on Hua's side.
Yeah.
Then for Arc, starting with Oz Summon into Mona skill should be, except look at those dice.
Yeah, the dice are not cooperating here, and we're going to see Arc strategize, maybe hoping to find a bestest.
Oh, double Hash Brown.
No. Unfortunately, I think he is going to have to tune 2 cards here in order to get the Hydra. You really don't want a normal attack, I think, with Mona. This deck, again, does operate on efficiency, so you want to get ahead as quickly as possible.
What would you tune here?
Probably one of the Hash Browns.
Quick swap makes sense. I mean, Mona has in her passive, she can quick swap once per round. So
yeah, I mean, any card here hurts. The first round is definitely the most difficult time to tune cards because you don't quite know yet how the game is going to play out. And any one of those cards, it's really easy, of course, at the end of the game to like go back and look at the card you tuned in round 1 and wish you still had it.
Well, I wouldn't tune Timmy.
No.
No. Timmy's a card you want to play kind of early on in the game because, like, if you play it too late, you're not really gonna get the counters up to 3 in time to activate it. If you're unfamiliar with TCG or the card Timmy, basically every round he counts up 1 counter, and then once he hits 3,
draws you a card and gets a dice.
Dice. Yes.
I mean, that's kind of the perfect way that these decks want to operate. Again, both of these are very quick decks, and then looking to actually close out the game by about round 3, which is exactly when Timmy's actually going to activate. So, you know, it's the perfect card for these types of decks, assuming you can draw in round 1. So Hua here, you have to draw both copies, in addition to Treasure Seeking Sealy as well, who next turn is going to refill his hand.
That
Already off to a
ramp.
really good start.
It is a really good start, and like to me, is zero cost
I
to
know.
play. It's
And
so good.
not having to tune any cards either from
I
far side.
know.
Yeah, this is, you know, one of the things with unification, sometimes, especially these high-level tournaments, the RNG factors do come in to play here a lot, and Arc being hit with those bad dice is not going to feel good.
We'll have to see what the next rules give us, because I mean, neither side has any dice fixers right now. We'll have to see what cards they draw, but you know, Gamblers and Kid Kujirai for Hua, and then Covenant I haven't lost yet, and one more Hashbound for Arc. I haven't lost yet. Went through some changes. I think it was this
Correct.
patch, right? So
Yeah,
you can't
most
play
recently.
both of them in one round.
No,
you
you
can
can't.
only play one at a time.
Yeah, but drawing one is, of course,
Huge nerf.
is exactly it. It's still a very powerful card, and you'll see most players still opting to run both copies, unless they're a very slow deck, in order to at least guarantee drawing one throughout the game. But while they're picking up their second copy of Kid Kujirai, whatever turn, so we're most likely going to see him deploy both of them this turn, because he's not going to expect the game to go longer than 3 rounds.
Oh, I wonder if Arc's gonna go for 5-cost Nahida skill. It has 2 Omni, 2 Dendro.
Yeah, almost. So usually the way that the Electrocharge deck at the bottom wants to operate is they go Official, into Mona, and then Mona again to start, and then into Nahida. It's a very set rotation, but it gives you the most damage output, and it's very hard to play around for the opponent. So almost guaranteed that we'll see that.
Hua going for the normal attack on Shenhe. Her burst is up, and Treasure Seeking Sealy activating 3 counters. Gets another Treasure Seeking Sealy, and also strategize. Lots of card draw. 2
Lots of
Kid
card draw.
Kuchirai. Vanarana, pretty useful hand for Hua.
Yeah, although not going to have any opportunity to deploy. If they deploys that Treasure Seeking Sealy, not going to have enough room to actually put down Kid Kujirai there. So probably not going to see him use that, maybe just favoring strategize. But
yeah, but I mean, those 2 Timmies will run out next turn. There's going to be a lot of card draw.
Well,
I don't even
I mean-
think you would play Treasure Seeking Sealy at this point. You have
Yeah.
so much card draw on your hand.
Yeah, Treasure Seeking Sealy not the best at this point in the game, and I think it's very tempting for newer players to try and play that and draw more cards. But again, these games go by so fast. Like, it takes a while because the players really have to think carefully about each of their turns and what they're going to do. But really, if you look at the number of actions, there's not that many that go on in the game.
Yeah, so Arc deciding to swap to Nahida, tuning, changing shifts for that 5th Dendro die, and Shenhe is going to be left at 1 health with that application of her seed. So
And that's really a good spot for Hua here. Once Shenhe deploys her burst, she's really pretty dispensable. And having her at 1 is actually pretty perfect at soaking up another hit, especially from that Oz there. Won't be surprised if I see Hua just use the burst here and then try and end turn with Vanarana to save everything from next turn and sweep the Arc from there.
I don't remember if I saw Arc taking send-off. If you have send-off into Shenhe SC though, it can be pretty brutal because basically as soon as Shenhe casts her burst, you would send it off.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Arc does not have it in hand. I don't think I remember him bringing it either.
No,
so.
it may not be in the... I mean, the Electrocharge deck is a very assertive deck. It really wants to be, you know, putting out damage as quickly as possible, not really spending any cards on countering what your opponent is doing. But yeah, Arc left in a really tough position. We, you know, as I mentioned before, normally you see a second Mona skill from this deck in that spot, but because Shenhe already had a Hydra application on, their Arc opted to swap to Nahida to make use of that Hydra application, but does mess up his rotation a little bit.
It does, and also, you know, like difference in ramp and card draw is kind of big here. You know, Hua has a lot of both going on.
Yeah, Arc is definitely worried, I think, about the next round because his opponent not only is going to get 2 more fresh cards, and he doesn't know even about the double Kid Kujirai. I think it's going to be very demoralizing as soon as he sees
don't know at
that
all.
hit. Yeah, and hopefully he can't hear us talking about that because he is right behind us, of course. We are playing right alongside the players here on the stage here.
The normal attack doing 3 damage because of Shenhe's burst. It also buffs normal damage.
Yeah, it doesn't come up too often.
It doesn't come up too often, but
Yeah, and we see Hua here staying on Shenhe, as I mentioned, because she's on 1 and she has that 1 seed stack left, then any other reaction would kill her anyway. What Hua is hoping to do here is soak up that extra damage from Oz, who is being buffed by the Dendro Core, is going to do 3 damage at the end of the round. Kind of overkilling Shenhe there, but then able to kind of mitigate some of the efficiency of the Electrocharge deck in terms of the damage. And here we go.
Here we go. The double Kid Kujirai. Let's watch Arc's reaction here.
His heart rate's going up.
His heart rate is going
little
up.
bit, okay.
He's just
It's really tough.
deadpan. The deadpan.
Yeah. So Shenhe going down, again, exactly what Hua wants here, willing to sacrifice Shenhe just so the Oz damage is not as effective.
Yeah, and the superconductor reaction will take out Mona. The hash brown going onto Nahida because Arc knows, even if you put the hash brown on Mona, she would still be taken out. So
Yeah. One of the things, of course, as well, Arc holding onto that Covenant of the Rock from the very beginning, not able to really use it. He hasn't drawn any Wovens or Sumeru Cities, which this deck also runs, which would let him use the 2 dice from the Covenant efficiently. So, unfortunately, keeping that, drawing the Timmy there.
Timmy is too late.
Yeah, Timmy off Timmy is it's the ultimate insult. Does have it, I haven't lost yet, okay.
Heavy Strike, Woven.
Yeah.
Another Gamblers for Hua.
So this Ayaka variant of the Superconductor deck, obviously Raiden and Shenhe are kind of the core of the deck. Those are the 2 characters that do the most damage. And then depends on if you want to finish with Chongyun or Ayaka here. And Heavy Strike definitely, because you're using Ayaka, utilizing her infused normal attacks lends itself very nicely to Heavy Strike, which is a very efficient card.
I think we might see a 3-cost skill from Arc. It would refresh the seeds, and also it would be another elemental reaction, so -1 to both Ayaka and Raiden.
Yeah,
Thinking hard about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very precarious position for Arc. Again, his opponent has a tremendous amount of dice, 12 to his 9 this turn, which is really going to make it difficult for him to make a comeback. And, even though those 2 Kid Kujurais did pass over to Arc from Hua, honestly, the game is not going to last that long. You might think that Hua put himself in a tough spot for next round because of those 2 Kujurais going to give Arc dice, but there isn't going to be a next round.
Well, I see a Gambler's in Arc's hand, and then there's also Covenant, there's Bestest, and then there's also, I haven't lost yet. So, I mean, if Arc can sacrifice either Nahida or Official, and get down to 0 dice, could use Covenant,
Definitely
I haven't
could.
lost yet, and have another ability up.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Official not the most efficient with her burst when we're down to 2 characters.
Official's not.
Yeah, so I think, yeah. Oh, the puns have already started, I see.
Yeah, I have to. Come on.
We are not even in the...
Sino is the poster child of TCG. I have to make puns.
We'll see what Juan decides to do here.
Well, I was thinking very carefully. I mean, sometimes these turns can take a while because, you have to use your time efficiently. You can't just rush through it. You have to consider every single possibility and do all the math. TCG players are very good at counting.
Yeah, there's a lot of, again, it's definitely a strategy game, and there's a lot of decisions to be made here, to be thinking very carefully here. Yeah, and the Lotus Crypt there is going to protect Hua's Raiden from the Nahida Burst, which would have taken her out.
Yeah, but this might be what you want if you're Arc. Maybe.
I mean, what you want to do if you're Arc is just hope your opponent doesn't have cards like Lotus Crypt. It's just such an efficient way to block damage, and you're really trying to manage kind of these breakpoints. Obviously you can't always deal damage in increments of 1. So if your opponents are left on 1 health, that we saw with Shenhe earlier, can create some really awkward moments for you to be able to do damage efficiently. And I think Hua here having the right set of cards to really mitigate what Arc is able to do.
Raiden is left at 1 HP with that Nahida Burst. Nahida Burst will buff the damage for elemental reactions on top of the seeds, on top of, the quicken stack, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
No, it really isn't. I mean, what we're probably going to see here Hua do is equip that Gamblers. With both Gamblers here, he's able to equip not only 1 on Raiden to finish off Nahida and get 2 extra dice, but again on Ayaka later if the opportunity arises. Like I said, it won't come up because there's no other characters to kill, but we're almost certainly going to see, maybe a swap. That's interesting.
A swap?
Yeah. So the swap here definitely trying to play around that I haven't lost yet. Realizing his opponent's only at 3 die, if he can force his opponent to use up more die or pass the turn without killing any other character, then he'll be able to effectively play around I haven't lost yet. And really basically, knowing that Arc has that Covenant in hand as well, would be able to deny 1 whole skill from Arc's side, and that's what he really needs to come back because the opponent has such an overwhelming dice advantage.
Look at their hearts racing at 150 right now.
Okay, here we go.
Best is coming out. I mean, just for the timer even.
Yeah, could be. I mean, that's one of the things definitely you see where players will play a card just to have more time to think. But I think here definitely you don't want to stop off Nahida. You really want to force your opponent to kill Nahida in the next round so that you have that Woven I haven't lost yet combo. That's really the only thing that is going to let you mount a comeback here. But I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I really don't think so because there's also the summons.
Yes, the summons end up turning to make a huge
and the cryo damage
difference.
is also being buffed from Shenhe's burst. Like, there's just too much damage on Hua's side. I think it might be over this round. We do see Nahida falling here. The Gambler's refresh coming in.
Oh, unfortunately, though, Arc is one energy short of official burst here, which
Yeah,
would have
it
actually closed
would.
out the match because of how low Raiden is. But
Also,
instead,
one dice short from using Gamblers.
instead, only going to be able to...
Wait, seeds!
Oh, the
Wait,
seeds prop.
seeds! Wait, I totally forgot about Nahida seeds!
So that is actually going to be enough. We're focusing too much on everything else. All right.
Oh my god.
Arc
Okay,
here.
so Arc takes the first game.
Yeah. Oh, man.
We're already making mistakes. They're counting. Congratulations to Arc for taking the first game.
That was very close there. I mean, it didn't seem that way, but, you know, we saw Arc or Hua trying to kind of play around the I haven't lost yet, but as soon as he played into it, taking out Nahida, that was really the turning point of the game, allowing Arc to get that extra official skill out, which was enough.
I think swapping to Ayako was the mistake. I think
Could
you
have
should
been,
have
yeah.
stayed on Raiden. You're just wanting to be at, like, you'd have to
Yeah,
break through her.
that was
before
definitely an
doing it,
unusual play there. Having Raiden on one, especially with the seeds already there, with no good way to trigger it, is going to make your opponent waste a skill. You know, I think what he was afraid of there on Hua's side was that, you know, if Raiden takes out Nahida there, then Fisher will efficiently damage Raiden from with her skill and put Oz up. But I think that would actually let him close the game just because of how many more dice he had in that round going over to against Arc.
Nahida's seeds are very powerful. I think
They
that's
are.
why you play her in this deck, right?
Yeah, and Arc able to really make use of every single proc. You know, with her skill, 5+ skill, it's 9 damage all up. 3 from the initial hit, and then 6 from all of the other seed stacks. And that adds up to a lot over time. It can creep up on you. I mean, it crept up on us, right? It kind of snuck up on us just how much damage came in from those seeds.
Arc shaking off the nervousness here.
Yeah, I mean, he knows it was a close game. You know, like, if the dice had slightly not gone his way, or if his opponent had played around the cards in his hand a little bit better, that would have instantly turned into a loss for him.
So, having seen the other decks these two players brought, what do you think? What do you think we're gonna see going into Game 2 here, this best of 3?
Yeah, I mean, Arc having banned the Oceanid Agent EC Electrocharge deck, probably going to see maybe a Quicken deck. Honestly, most of the meta decks at this point have been played out. Of course, Hua is able to choose the same deck that he played already.
Hua
since he
is
did not
able to
win.
play the same deck again, but Arc is not. If you win with a deck, you cannot play it again. So Nahida EC, MN EC is banned for Arc now in this best of 3. And this is the post-match breakdown of what we just witnessed. Official getting a double kill at the end there with Oz and the seed proc doing 16 damage. Nahida doing 18. Those seeds are so strong.
Yeah, this is very strong there. Obviously, you know, Raiden didn't get a burst out that round, and that might have made all the difference. You know, the 2 energy from burst does add up very quickly to allow the other characters to use her burst. But the power of kind of the official Mona variant of this Electrocharge deck is so how well it is, well equipped it is to put out damage quickly. You saw how fast Shenhe went down. Didn't really give the Superconduct deck enough time to recover, and especially the Superconduct deck had a bit of a slow start. You know, Timmy is a very powerful card in round 1, but it takes until that round 3 for it to build up, and I think the Arc is going to take advantage of round 2 especially to take out Shenhe, not allow her a second burst, and really end the game before Raiden and Ayaka could take over.
And you can see the power of Shenhe here in this deck, just boosting all that damage, but it just wasn't quite enough. So congratulations once again to Arc for taking the first game in this best of 3, and shortly we were going to get into our second game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what decks they choose here. I mean, with the Ito deck banned from both sides, we may not see a repeat of the Superconduct deck. You know, a very good deck against those Stolia decks, but not so much against other aggressive decks that are good at putting on damage.
Yeah, those decks that have piercing damage are really good against Bin.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Bin was banned on both sides, so we're not going to see that matchup at
about
all.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, fortunately, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, I do want to see it on camera once, you know, throughout this tournament, but a lot of players are very scared of that deck and going to be banning it.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. I mean,
it's
it's one of the only decks right now. You know, Geoshin used to be more popular, I think, but it's fallen out of popularity since Bin, like, kind of took over the double Geo scene. So
yeah, I mean, we again, the TCG's been out for long enough that we're really getting players figuring out what decks work, how cards synergize together, and so one deck definitely floats to the top there as the best deck.
And so we're going to get into this second game here. Arc is taking Agent EC. Was banned for Hua, but not for Arc.
No.
So right away I see Tubby.
Yeah.
Tubby deck. This
Yeah.
is one of those examples of, you know, a very different support card.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, Tubby's definitely taking. It was a popular card earlier. It's still a very powerful card. You know, Tubby able to discount the cost of a location once a round by 2, essentially giving you 2 free dice every round the longer you have them out. But it does mean you want to draw it in round 1. But this Agent Electrocharge deck is looking to go for the long game. You see a lot of healing effects there with Lucky Dog and Favonius Cathedral. And obviously the deck is looking to pile on damage with its Hydro and Electro characters and then leave Agent alive to go 1-on-1 with whatever character is left on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Tubby was kind of meme for a while, but it really has risen in popularity. You kind of want to draw it like immediately to use him, and then you get a free location card every turn. So, I mean, you get maximum efficiency out of Tubby the earlier you draw him.
Definitely going to be one thing to look out for in this matchup here. Does Arc, or is he able to draw Tubby in his opening hand? If he does, it's going to immediately favor him in that matchup.
You know, also what I'm noticing, I see Star Signs, I see Calcs, and I see only one I haven't lost yet, which makes sense because, you know, with the nerf, you don't really need to have both of them. And it looks like Hua is taking Pyro Kaching. Pyro Kaching is a deck that has existed since the beginning of time itself, but it's gone through very many changes, as more cards have been introduced. This is a very classic list, I think.
Also, is that an egg?
Wait.
That's
an egg. That is
bottom
an egg.
right. Yeah, that's a tail fried egg. One of the cards that were newly added recently that is kind of a weird effect. It revives one of your characters, regarded by most players as unplayable. Obviously, Hua here disagrees, so I'm really hoping he plays it.
I mean, it's Bennett's specialty.
It is. It is Bennett's specialty.
I guess you need to take it if you're playing Bennett, right?
I mean, this might actually be a really good tech against the Agent Electrocharge deck because what they're trying to do, of course, is take out 2 of your characters, leave you in a 1-on-1 scenario, and Agent's very good 1-on-1.
Yes.
But it's not very efficient at dealing damage, like 1 or 2 damage to the other character. So we might see it come into play here with reviving a key character in the last round. I'm really hoping. Like, I want to see Egg be good. It just hasn't been. So I really hope Hua proves us wrong here.
It's only one way to find out.
Only one way to find out.
Send-off is great in Oceanid, not very great in Pyro Kaching. So I know both these players took send-off, but...
Yeah, Arc, not drawing Tubby, though.
No Tubby for Arc. That is really unfortunate. You know, if Arc wins this game, then he will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow, but Hua has a chance to, you know, a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, and send-off there is going to be very key in this matchup. Obviously, being able to remove your opponent's summons. With the Electrocharge deck, they're very dependent on their summons. Yaya at least is a little bit more resilient to send-off. With Fischl, it's very devastating. You know, her summon only has 2 usages. So what you want to do is you wait for your opponent to switch off of Fischl and then send off Oz right away. But with Yaya, you do actually want to skill on her twice anyway in order to charge up her burst. So a little bit easier of a time dealing with send-off.
I think normally you bring Fischl in this deck, but Fischl was used in Arc's MNEC deck. So had to choose another Electro character, and Yai is a great option. You know, especially if you have something like Star Signs or Calix's Art, you can go for that Yai burst, which is typically one of the reasons why she's not super good, because it's hard to get that second energy on her without that extra generation sub.
Yeah, I played against this deck as well, kind of in the Cat's Tail Gathering, and it's a very potent deck for that reason. And Yai especially is very good at getting that second energy in this deck. You know, you have a lot more reasons to summon a second time that other decks don't. But Aki having to tune one
for this single summon. I mean,
not the best summon either.
A leave-in, so, and also you can play either Lucky Dog Circular or Cathedral. It's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, it's okay.
Almost certainly going to be playing. That Lucky Dog honestly is most likely going to be saved for Agent. You know, Agent is the finisher in this deck and is the best character to carry that Lucky Dog. So even though it may be tempting, you know, looking at that to have played it on Oceanid there to get the 2 healing, that's not the character that you really want to wear Lucky Dog.
Yes. You know, the leave-in will proc, so Arc is going to get a lot of card draw here. Sumer is sitting Star Signs right away. Yeah,
and Bennett here already able to burst, and unfortunately, one of the downsides, of course, of these summon-based decks is that their damage is very backloaded, meaning they'll put down their summons, but the damage doesn't come until later in the turn, which plays exactly into what Bennett's burst is best at, which is dealing extra damage if your characters are at high health. So I think Arc would be in a pretty tough spot if Hua has the ability to, or chooses to deploy Bennett Burst here in order to buff a lot of the damage.
Yeah. Wait, double Sumeru City for Arc.
Yeah, still no Tubby though. I mean, even this turn would have been reasonable to draw Tubby here. So I'll have to see what he chooses to do. Might need to summon on Oceanid. Dice not rolling very well.
I mean, yeah, for Arc, he does have a bestest, but unfortunately for Hua, I see a bunch of Rainbow, and that is not good. I mean, it does have a Leave It in hand, but, like, really, both of these decks are pretty fast, especially Pyro Kuching. You don't really want to be, like, lagging behind. If you're playing this deck, you really need to put out damage quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's very flexible, I think, Pyro Kuching. You know, you can play quickly or play slowly depending on the matchup. I mean, your opponent here is on a slower deck. But depending on how their dice roll, you might also choose to slow down the game as well. But I'll have to say, yeah, not opting to use the Bennett Burst quite yet. Not going to have to tune way too many dice in order to make that work.
I think we're going to see a Yai Totem Summon here.
Yes, almost certainly going to deploy a Sumeru City yeah, to discount.
Yes.
Sumeru City, a very powerful fact that players have been catching on to lately. It's able to discount. It's a very hard to wrap your head around it, but basically if you have less dice than the number of cards in your hand, you get a discount on your skills.
Yep, and so Arc has 5 cards in hand and 4 dice, so if he plays Sumeru City, it's 4 cards and 2 dice, and so Yai's skill will take 2 Electro instead of 3.
Yeah. But while here, very tricky situation, you know, with so little usable dice, he has to really plan out his turn carefully. We might see him go for a strategize, to maybe draw into a dice fixer if he wants to do more with his turn, but very likely to just see him maybe deploy Lieben, both Liebens with 5 dice left in order to have a very big next round.
I wonder, you'd probably want to save that send-off for Yai's Totem.
Yeah, you really, the key here is to get rid of that Electro application. But unfortunately, you know, if he passes the turn here with Lieben, he's not able to use send-off, so it leaves him in a really tricky situation.
Gamblers might go on to Kuching. I wonder if he's just gonna end now. Maybe you strategize and end? No, I mean you wouldn't want to because you're gonna get
overdraw.
You're gonna get 4 cards. You don't want to strategize right now.
Yeah, and I think he would overdraw anyway, so we might see Hua tune 1 card that he doesn't need. Probably one of the Mondstadt Resonances.
Yeah, you don't need both Mondstadt Resonances here.
But a very slow start, unfortunately, being really hampered by that lack of dice. I think what Hua would have really wanted to do is Bennett Burst this round and then set up that double Lieben for the next round, but not able to do that. Is going to delay him by a turn, and that might just be the window that Arc needs to take over with the electro charge damage.
Yeah, while opting to tune strategize, which I think makes sense because you're going to have so much card draw.
10 cards, yeah.
Like, you don't really need more card draw.
Very simple. And, you know, double Mondstadt Resonance could be a very powerful way to surprise Arc, and might be something that he can use to come back.
Oh, full board of summons for Arc.
Scary.
And, you know, that star sign.
Yeah, the star signs is looming.
Scary. I think we will see that send off though for Yai's Totem at some point.
Oh, now he's Tubby.
Too late.
It might. I think it's still okay to play it here. I think with how slow Hua has kind of gotten off the ground with his game plan, I think if you're in Arc spot, you might still play Tubby. All you need is Tubby to discount 2 cards for him to be pretty much worth it.
True, true.
Yeah, with both Sumeru City and another Favonius Cathedral in hand, which would be very good when we get down to the Agent versus, you know, whatever showdown. That's almost certainly going to happen. I think we're still going to see Tubby come down. You
know, luck of the cards and luck of the dice are important factors in Genius Invocation, but so are dice fixers, and sometimes those dice fixers just aren't enough.
Yeah, but luckily Huakia is able to roll enough dice to use Better Burst, so, and is of course going to get 2 more Omni dice for each of those Liebens. So he's going to have a very big turn.
Wow, wait, look, 12 dice, and there's so many Omni. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Omni for Hua. So finally rolling well. Finally rolling well.
Yeah, one thing though to watch out for on Hua's side is Arc does have access to Star Sign, which will give one of his characters an energy immediately, and probably burst on Oceanid, which could be very devastating. Fortunately for Hua, no quick swap in order to swap to Oceanid as a surprise. But he must be thinking about that, wondering if it's actually safe to go to Bennett right now.
Yeah, I mean, we could see that star signs for either Yai or Ocean. It doesn't have to only be Ocean. I think it's going to depend if Hua uses that send-off or not and what the active character is at the time.
Yeah, the weakness of sending off the totem now is that because your opponent is already on Yai, it's very easy for them to replace.
Resummon.
You replace the totem, and then that really gives your opponent the right opportunity to use and get that second energy on Yai. So we're probably not going to see send off here. Yeah, quick swap.
Quick swap on the
into
Bennett.
The Bennett Burst.
Surely Bennett Burst, yes.
I mean, we've said I feel like we've casted Pyro Kaching several times, and it was like, surely Bennett Burst, surely they'll use the
Surely
talent.
Bennett Burst.
But every time it's different. But no, here we go, actually deploying the Bennett Burst for reals.
For reals, he says.
Yeah.
I mean, Bennett Burst is so strong. You kind of have to go for it if
It
you
is
have
very
it up.
good. Unfortunately, no talent for Hua. I think if he had the talent card here, it would have been a huge way to catch up
No, all that card
in this
draw.
matchup.
All that card draw, no talent.
Yeah, no talent.
But
Unfortunate. At least he didn't burn that. You know, the worst feeling in that spot would have been if he forgot to burn or forgot to remove an extra card from his hand, and then
he draws
the
Bennett
talent, and
then it just burns
fades,
to
yeah.
a crisp. That would be really unfortunate.
So definitely avoiding that feel-bad moment here. Able to deploy Bennett Burst here, so of course increasing your damage by 2 as long as your character is above 7 health, since he does not have that talent.
And we know that Hua has send-off, but this Arc,
I mean, yeah, it's interesting to know if these players have each other's dice lists. I mean, again, one of the great things about this version of the Agent EC deck is that you're not as weak to send-off. So I don't think Arc has to be as worried about send-off, but he has to be thinking about, well, can he navigate this turn properly to prevent a lot of damage coming in because of that Bennett Burst?
yeah, Arc using Strategize there, getting a send-off and a Mushroom Pizza, and just nods solemnly.
Swapping
Swap the
to Ocean
swap
Navy.
the Ocean, yes.
Yeah, again, this deck is not interested in going to Agent until they're down to the
Yes.
last 2 characters. So we're going to see mostly Arc swapping between Agent and Yae, using their skills, putting out summons, and getting as much damage as possible before sacrificing those 2 characters to enable Agent.
Is this where we're gonna see? No, maybe. Looks
Yeah.
like Hua's hovering over skill. He's thinking hard.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things with the Pyro Kaching deck, is it's very flexible in what you choose to do. Sometimes when you deploy Bennett Burst, you just stay on Bennett and keep hitting and just keep bursting right away, but not the most efficient way to output damage. So they're going to swap over to Klee here.
And swapping back to Klee. I guess Hua must suspect that Arc might be sitting on a star signs.
Yeah, could be sitting on Star Signs or a Calx burst.
or
Either
Calx
way,
burst, yes.
you know, putting out their lowest character in order to bait that burst. But
And of
Arc-
course, if you're Arc here, I think you just go for a summon.
yeah, I think Summon is the most efficient play to make here. You know, as long as your opponent is swapping around and not using any skills on Bennett, I think you're perfectly happy to do that. I think one of the things you do have to be thinking about is how are you going to use the last few dice in that round. Interesting though, choosing not to deploy Tubby there with a Sumeru City. Would have expected that.
I might see it soon.
Yeah, we might also just see a second Favonius Cathedral here, because Arc here with not a lot of ways to use the rest of this time. I mean, a burst here could take out Klee.
Watching Arc count in his head, he like looked up to the ceiling. He's thinking hard about what to do here.
Yeah,
We don't have access to the players' brains, but we can tell they're thinking really hard.
Yeah, Arc's in a very dangerous position. One of the things that the Pyro Kaching deck really wants to do is, you can see those Pyro Auras attached to both Oceanid and Fischl. It wants to put that Pyro Aura on and then let Kaching finish the job. We already see her pre-equipped with that Gamblers. So even though it looks like Arc is in a tremendous advantage here, one wrong move, and we can see a reverse sweep from Kaching very easily.
Time slowly running out. Looks like we're going to see a swap to Yaimiko.
Yeah, makes sense. I think it's trying to save that burst, if possible, to take out either Bennett or Kaching, as Klee is probably the most expendable character in this matchup.
Yes, those two Dendro not looking very good.
No, 200 not looking good. Klee does have, yeah, we might see...
Just going to be normal? No?
The dice are a little bit awkward. You know, Klee isn't able to
It is
charge
a little
attack
bit
here.
awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bestest, but I think you'd want to save it right now.
But either way, you know, you're not going to be able to get to even dice. But we might see a Covenant charge attack here at the end.
Covenant charge attack is what I was expecting as well, but you can't use Covenant unless you have 0 dice exactly. So you have to use up those dice before you
And here we
deploy
go.
Covenant. And there's the Tubby you were waiting for. So now Arc can play a free location card. The question is, will it be Cathedral or will it be Sumer City?
I don't think you can play Sumeru City here for any effect. I mean, it might be good to set up for next time, but Cathedral would probably be the more efficient play here. I mean, you can get Sumeru City for free next round anyway.
yeah, and
So
you'll get more usage
Exactly.
out of Cathedral.
here we go.
Healing 4 health and Pizza coming down onto Oceanid. So
Yeah. It's so fun watching these high-level players. They'll like think forever on a board, and then once they've figured out what they want to do, it's blazingly fast. You saw how quickly he played that location card there, Mushroom Pizza, going onto Ocean, and he knows exactly what he wants to do.
you know, I've been watching the heart rate monitors
yeah?
for Hua and Arc, and they're just so steady. They're just like
Yeah, I mean, they're both playing decks that require a lot of thinking and have a lot of different lines. So you want to stay calm,
Oh, and there's the Covenant. I think we're going to see Charge Attack, probably.
Yeah, but without any Hydro, or sorry, Electro on any of the characters, the
two.
Charge Attack isn't going to be as effective. We might see a Covenant into...
Oh,
a send-off.
Yai's Totem has to be, right?
It
Or
almost
maybe-
certainly is Yai's Totem, yeah.
Yeah, there it goes, yep.
And that's going to deny a lot of elemental application here on Ark's side. All 3 summons going to hit Klee there, but only applying Hydro and no Electro.
But you know, all Yai has to do next turn is cast her skill again, and then also the Cathedral's going to heal her to full health. So
Yeah, but you don't really want to burst immediately with Yai after summoning her totem. Ideally, you want that totem to be on 1 charge, and then you can use her burst, which consumes a totem for maximum effect here. So Ark here almost certainly going to resummon the totem, but that might delay Yai's burst for a couple more turns.
Right, but you don't need to Star Signs anymore.
No.
You just have it at the ready.
No, the Star Sign's almost certainly going to be safe for Agent. Agent Burst doing 5 damage by itself is going to be very good at taking out whatever last character Hua has. So definitely going to be holding on to that. Something to look out for as the game progresses. And the Lucky Dog. So the Lucky Dog and Star Signs there being very much safe for Agent. So Ark is going to try and make the most out of Oceanid and Yai here to deal more damage. Is doing a very good job of it.
Unfortunately, no quick swap still. Ooh, opting to go for normal attack, maybe just take out Klee?
Just take out Klee, yeah. I mean, this could be the right decision. It can be too slow if he opts to use the summon here. Although, really, as the Agent Electrocharge deck, you are looking to make the game go longer. So I think it's okay to leave Klee alive. He might be worried about something like a Star Signs burst from the opponent here as well.
Yeah, Klee's burst is kind of threatening. You're right. I mean, it's not full energy levels for her right now, but you really don't want her burst.
Yeah, especially with Kaching there with the Gamblers, and with Gamblers and Bennett burst up, it's very easy for Hua to put himself in a situation where he can basically sweep through your entire team in a single round, even though it looks like Ark's team is very high health right now.
And it looks like Ark chose to deploy Yai totems,
Yeah,
which
I like that.
Personally, I like it too. I think it's the better move in this case because her burst isn't going to hit the same unless you have those totems out, so you need to summon them anyway.
Yeah, and I think what Ark's really looking to do here is wait out that Bennett burst. You know, it only lasts 2 rounds, and your opponent doesn't have that double Liven anymore for this round, so only going to be able to use 2, maybe 3 skills this round with Bennett buff active. And without the talent, you know, I just noticed Hua drawing that talent there very late.
Way
It
too
always
late.
comes late.
Always comes late, and no
Yeah.
longer has quick swap. We can't see any reactions with Pyro is applied to both Oceanid and Yaimiko, and Kaching's just kind of sit there with Gamblers, not doing much right now.
Yeah, I mean, she's still being threatening. You know, it's really the threat.
Just her existence is threatening.
Yeah. I mean, we might see her get up this round. Hua with not very good dice rolls, 4 cryo dice there, unable to really make use of that very well. So we'll have to see what he chooses to do. So they're going to build up energy on Klee.
Yeah, I mean, though, Hua definitely has the cards to tune and play. Festus, extra Monset Resonance. I'm really thinking you need to hold on to both Monset Resonances. So I think it's okay for Hua, but I do think Ark's board state is way better.
Yeah, I mean, the longer that Tubby stays in play, and this is why I really like playing that Tubby round 1, too. You know, as the Electrocharge deck, you are looking to play a longer game. You know the game is going to go on for a couple more rounds, and then each round in play, Tubby basically gives you 2 free dice.
Right.
Especially when you're drawing into new location cards, like, we see Liyue Wolf
yeah,
there.
we see
Gonna be
Wharf
very
there for
powerful.
card draw, and then probably Sumeru City would come down first.
Yeah.
So swapping to that Oceanid, and we know that Hua does not have any quick swaps, so Oceanid's not really under any threats. No more send-offs as well.
Right.
That Oceanid burst is very threatening.
It is very threatening. I mean, the Ocean Burst hit isn't really to threaten Klee. It's threatening swapping off Klee to the other characters.
Right.
You know, it's really cool watching these players play, because I think that most players back at home would probably have chosen to use Yai Burst there just to finish up Klee before she can burst. But Arki identifying that Klee Burst isn't really what matters in this matchup, and he's going to be able to tank through that damage.
Yeah, with Lucky Dog Circulate, because you just put Lucky Dog onto Oceanid and then use a skill, and then wait.
Yeah, it's going to be
Oh, because it's George! So it's -1 damage, so he heals 1. Because, Lucky Dog Circulate heals 2 if you use the skill, and then Klee's Burst is -2, but because George gave her a shield, George is the frog summon you see there, so +1.
Yeah, so opted to use Lucky Dog there, not on Pyro Agent, but on Oceanid. You know, I think that makes sense. Hua off to a bit of a slower start, not adding piling on the damage as quickly. When that Bennett burst about to run out and him not having that many dice remaining, I think Arc is a good spot to kind of take over the game from here, not just with Tubby, but with Lucky Dog as well,
Yes.
healing for 2 every round.
Yeah, I think we might see Wharf come down instead of Sumeru City.
Definitely.
Because there's no real need to put Sumeru City down at this moment. Card draw is definitely going to be better. You get a free location card, you might as well play it. That's exactly what Arc does. Yeah, you know, it's like you said, this deck goes a lot slower, right? So, I mean, you don't need to go for the Ocean Burst just because it's up. Sometimes it's okay to just take it slow.
Right. And honestly, Klee is not the character that matters most in the matchup. The 2 things you really want to watch out for, one, of course, is that sweep by Kaching on any given round, and 2 is that Bennett Burst. Hua doesn't look like he'll be able to get that Bennett Burst back up a second time, and that's going to be really critical if he wants to come back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, with Ancient EC being a slower deck, the longer this game goes on, the more favorable it is for Arc. And, you know, Hua is just expending a bunch of resources for Pyro Kaching and not really getting anywhere, unfortunately. And I think that's, you know, a sign that the early dice rolls really, really, really hurt him.
It really did. Yeah, I think if he was able to burst with Bennett back in that second round, unfortunately only rolling a single Pyro dice to be used, not really going to be able to take advantage of that burst as well. So we'll have to see if he can mount a comeback here.
Yeah, and I don't remember if Hua brought a second quick swap, but, you know, using that to deploy Bennett Burst might have actually been not great, because, like, you really can't just swap to Kaching without protecting her somehow.
Right.
We do see a Lotus in hand for Hua, but you could just swap back to Agent if you're Arc in that case, right? So, you know, Kaching is really not able to come out and utilize those pyro reactions. You know, we see Mondstadt Resonance in hand, we see Gamblers, we see Tandoori, we see we see Pyro Res. There's a lot at Hua's disposal, but he's not able to make any use of it right now.
Yeah, and exactly. And one of the things also, Cleaving at 1 health here is actually a good thing for Arc. He actually doesn't want his opponent to have an easy time going to Bennett or Kaching here. Leaving Klee at 1 forces Hua to either swap and put another character in danger of that Oceanid Burst, or force to use dice on Klee here, who's kind of already expended her usefulness going for Burst. Yeah, getting forced to do that here. Might actually see a normal attack here from Oceanid if we're...
Might as well, right? I mean, actually, I think you just go for the summon. I think you just keep summoning because you're going to heal.
You do keep summoning.
With Lucky Dog Circlet. Like Klee can just... Like, okay, so Hua wants Klee to be the active character right now because swapping to Bennett or Kaching would mean that Ocean just bursts and takes them down, right? But Cleaving at 1 HP, like, it's kind of a waste to use anything except for a normal attack on her.
Exactly.
And so, like, that's why, you know, we see Hua staying on Klee and using her skill instead of swapping off. But then if you're Arc, you don't have to respond by killing Klee. You
don't respond at all. And one of the things as well, you know, with the summons, the way I haven't lost yet works, of course, you can only play if your character has died this round, but summons come in at the end of the round, so if any of your characters go down to summons, it actually locks your opponent out from using I haven't lost yet. So going this line definitely plays around that specific card.
Oh, you know the most unfortunate thing, because Klee's skill is 3 costs, that normal attack is not a charge attack.
No.
Not really, you know, you want to stay on Klee here if you're Hua, but also you don't have a lot of damage output. Like,
well,
you really need Kaching out there, and you can't just put her out there.
You really want to swap off if you're Hua, but there's really no good opportunity. Putting out Kaching here is just going to leave her dead to an Oceanid Burst, and you have no way really to build up Bennett Burst again. I mean, there's a chance that Hua comes back from this, but there's just, you know, the Ancient Electrocharge deck has put itself in an overwhelming advantage right now, being able to get so much value off of Tubby and pile on the damage. You can see the difference in the damage totals on each side. And the difference, but the main difference here is Arc is basically ahead by an entire Tubby of worth of dice.
Yes. And, I mean, I feel like the Tubby core is definitely showing its strengths here because you just keep getting infinite resources.
Yeah, swapping to Yaya here, again, not really at a threat of really having any danger to his characters here. Bennett Burst is no longer up. Any character that Hua switches to here is probably going to get met with, a burst, unless, of course, Hua does choose to stay on Klee, but I think this just plays right into Arc's plan.
Yeah, it really does, because, like, the summons at the end are just going to take out Klee anyway. Like, it's just kind of delaying the inevitable here, right? So
it really is.
We do see Yaya refreshing her totem, so I think the maximum stacks is 6. So...
Yeah, and this is going to be really efficient for Arc here. You know, one of the things you don't often comes into play with Yaya, if your totem is above 3 stacks, it will fire as soon as you hit end turn. So we're going to see that totem hit Klee and then be able to proc another Electro Charge onto whatever character Hua goes. So we're going to see his health tank way down.
Yeah. You don't even need to use those bursts.
No.
It's like the illusion of a threat. I mean, it's still
I mean,
very threatening.
The
but
threat
like,
is real.
It is real.
And what it might seem weird from Hua, but Hua's really playing around that threat, and he's forced to right now. There's no better option for him. And he's gonna lose, almost lose Kaching here. Yeah. You know, having to equip that sacrificial sword there very early on with the 3 cryo dice, with nothing else better to do, but not able to use it at all for the rounds. A very, very unfortunate sequencing, I think, on Hua's side. I think he got a very awkward start based on his die rolls and his card draws. If he had drawn a better talent earlier, or if the dice had gone a little bit better for him, we would have seen a very different game.
Yeah, I do think that the start of this game kind of determined the rest of it.
And Arc drew Tubby, so it's over.
Arc did draw Tubby. Arc high rolled.
Yeah.
Arc drew 2 Tubbies.
Tubby did only come in round 2, but really round 1 or 2 are the only turns that matter for Tubby there. You know, it's just such a powerful card, especially in the matchup where you kind of can slow down the game here. And Hua definitely hit a stumbling block with his dice.
Wait. Look at Hua's hand. Look at Hua's hand.
Tandoori. Oh, this is a fried egg.
Fried egg.
Oh my god.
Wait. The unexpected egg.
I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, the fried egg is just like too little here.
Gambler's equip?
Well, the Gambler's already on Kaching.
Oh, right. Okay, that's the second Gambler's, yeah.
Yeah, so Kaching is going to be able to finish off Yaya here, get 2 extra dice from Gamblers. But she is going to go down. So one of the reasons Egg is not very great is if Kaching goes down here and you revive her, she doesn't come back with her equipment.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
I feel like Egg is not used enough for me to know that.
Well, that's one of the reasons why it really isn't used that much. Revival is a very powerful thing in the right circumstances, but losing your equipment can be pretty devastating.
I mean, the other caveat, too, is that the egg is 3 cost. And I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why it's not taken.
Yeah.
It's such a high cost for a card that still puts you behind in resources.
It does, yeah.
It takes so much to use it, and you don't really get much out of it.
Yeah, I had high hopes for it, but, you know, obviously not living up to its expectations here.
It's egg expectations.
I beat you to that pun.
Why are you cracking jokes on me?
You started it. Anyway, we'll see what Hua here chooses to do. Definitely on the back foot. Yeah, opting to sacrifice Kaching here. So I think Hua's best plan here is to try and get that Bennett Burst back up. If he can get Bennett Burst up and then deploy Egg on the second character and heal them back up, that might be a way to win the game. But honestly, it's just so hard to come back from this position.
And that agent talent only costing 1
Yeah.
because of the double Sumer cities.
The value that Arc has been able to generate from Tubby based on those Sumer cities is just overwhelming right now.
I feel like if you're Hua, you have to use Egg.
Yeah, we're gonna. Well, it's tough. I mean, we'll probably see something like a Lotus Crest here. Yeah, your opponent's still at 7 dice with an Ocean Burst. If you kill Agent here in some way or form, you're just going to die to Ocean.
No, but the other problem is that Agent is. I mean, Arc is sitting on Star Signs and also Calx's Art, and I think Adeptus, if I remember right.
Yeah, he has it all.
So, I mean, like, it doesn't really matter if it's Oceanid or Agent. If there's only 1 character alive for Hua, it's over.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, I'm looking at that egg.
I mean,
I'm looking at that egg.
I think Hua's thinking, does he want to do it? So you can use Tandoori here to buff his skill damage by 2. That will take out Agent, but that doesn't leave him with any dice left.
And you know, Arc is sitting on 7 dice, so and tons of cards. So even if the dice are all really bad, you just, you know, tune and burst.
Interesting here, opting to use a Pyro Resonance, which would be enough to kill Agent here. So Agent, their barrier is able to reduce damage by 1, so they're sitting at effectively 8 health. Even though there's 3 stacks of that barrier, you can only get it down 1 at a time. So Bennett's skill is going to be able to take out Agent, but then it's just going to be dead to a counterattack.
Mondstadt Resonance?
Not going to matter because you're out of dice. I think Hua here is just trying to find the best possible way to find a winning line, but it could be impossible here, just based on the pure advantage that Tubby has built up. Yeah. So Agent is going to go down here with 7 damage, very huge damage from Pyro Resonance, but not going to matter here.
Yeah, even with the Mondstadt Resonance, you have nothing left to do. Once you're on 0 dice, you just end the game. So.
Yeah, you can see the players kind of thumbs-upping each other. Juan knew the game was over there, you know, opting to put out the best show for the thing.
Did not need to use Adeptus there, but Arc opting to. So.
Very well played. Congratulations, Ark.
Congratulations, Ark. Our first player advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. So once again, these are broken into a 2-day tournament. So all the quarterfinals we played today, 4 best of 3s. This has been the first one. And then tomorrow we will see the players going on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and 2-0, a very convincing record there against his opponent there. Very well done.
And for now, I think we are going to throw to the host for a brief interview with our players. Very well done.
All right. Thank you very much, Leah and Bled. And congratulations on your victory. How do you feel right now?
I feel surprised. I thought I'm gonna lose game 1 because he got a lot of ramp, like the Timmy, the Kujirais and everything, and I got victory and I won. Surprisingly.
Just surprisingly. So do you have the confidence of winning the champion tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow, and yeah, I can't wait.
While you're skipping the questions, it's like, do you have the confidence to be the winner tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm confident that I'll be able to win.
All right, so well done. Once again, congratulations on the victory, and we're gonna see you tomorrow on the final. Thank you. All right, so let's pass back to the Casto.
Thank you so much to our wonderful host. Yeah, congratulations once again to Ark.
Yeah, I'm going to echo his sentiment. I mean, I was surprised he won game 1 as well. We were both trying to look at all of the ways that he can come back, and then suddenly he finds that winning line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really showcasing the power of Agent EC. So, I mean, we've seen MN EC win, and then we've also seen Agent EC win.
Yeah, I mean, Electrocharge is definitely the premier reaction right now in Genius Invocation. It's so efficient at dealing damage, and also the characters themselves are very powerful. We've seen Yaya, we've seen Fischl, both having very similar roles, but able to output damage very efficiently.
Ark has taken a lot of, top 8s, top 16s in past, Cat Sales Gathering tournaments, but this is his first time competing at a Prince Cup.
Yeah.
The big live event where you're competing for a lot of money.
Yeah,
and also you get the card back, like all of that. So.
Yeah, I mean, for most players here at Prince Cup, it is their first time at a big tournament. We've had other big tournaments before, but they're far and few between, and getting over your nerves and being able to perform here on the stage is a very real skill that the players have to develop very quickly, in a matter of hours, basically.
And, so 4th and 3rd place actually take home 4,500 USD. So Ark is already guaranteed to be taking home that much money. That is a huge jump from 5th to 8th place, which is only 500 USD.
Yeah.
All these players have already won 500 USD in that card back. But, that is a huge jump between the quarterfinals and the semifinalists. So.
And definitely, Hua put out a very good performance there. Just some of those dice rolls just not going his way, especially in that game 2 is really unfortunate. You really have to put pressure on the Tubby decks early, and being blocked by your dice and not able to do that really prevents you from making a comeback. And, you have to get pretty lucky in the end to draw there, but really, Ark drawing all the correct cards to kind of stay in the match and keep ahead.
Yes, and so we see the post-match breakdown here. Oceanid doing so much damage. I mean, just put Lucky Dog circling on her. You've double Cathedral. Like, honestly, Ark's board was stacked, and all you need to do is just keep summoning on Oceanid.
I mean, one of the things that, Agent is usually the character you finish on, but, having such an efficient couple of turns, able to stay on Oceanid and Yae for so long in the game, just built up enough. And the damage numbers obviously are so high because both sides employing a lot of healing. But with Tubby there, the double for Venus Cathedral and the Lucky Dog, able to put out more healing than really Bennett Burst was able to do. Like, it really overpowered the ability of Bennett Burst there.
Yeah, the total damage on both sides is actually
Quite
pretty equal. Like, 6 difference.
Yeah, I mean,
surprisingly, but
most of these high-level games are very close. A lot of the matches that we've cast as well come down to 1 or 2 health, 1 or 2 decisions.
Yes, 1
maybe
or 2 dice.
you would have tuned a card differently here or there. But again, I don't think Hua did anything wrong in either of the matches.
No, I agree. And it's like, if you have bad dice, you need to draw your dice fixers. And if you don't draw your dice fixers and you have bad dice, then it's just kind of doomed. And I think that's what we saw today with Pyro Kaching, because Pyro Kaching is a deck that has to go hard and fast.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're saying there's some flexibility, and I think that is true. But I think against a deck like Agent EC, you can't really let it build up.
No,
like,
you
can't let it build up those resources.
Yeah, you really have to, keep the pressure on, make sure you draw the right cards, and hope your opponent doesn't draw. I mean, I think one of the things that would have turned that match immediately is if Ark hadn't drawn Tubby in that round 2. If he had been forced to play his location cards with dice,
without those.
Yeah, that would have kind of pushed the needle back in Hua's favor. But obviously, not being the case there, the draw favoring Ark there a little bit, but very good play from both sides.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, the strength of this Tubby core.
Yeah.
The earlier you play Tubby, the more efficient it is. So, yep.
So we're going to see some highlights from the game here. So this is from game 1. And I think, this mono variant of Electric Charge, we're going to see this quite a few times at the tournament as well. You saw how quickly he was able to output damage. And it surprised both of us when he was able to finish the game off.
Oz summon, the quicken stacks and then also the C taking out right in as well.
I mean,
we just forgot about this.
Yeah, I mean, this was also a critical turn where Hua was forced to play into I Haven't Lost Yet by killing Nahida there. If he had not done that, the summons at end of turn would have been enough to finish off Fischl, but that Covenant and I Haven't Lost Yet in the crucial turn to put out another Fischl skill sealed it for Arc.
Arc, so deadpan, taking home the win without a smile, just very straightforward player.
Well, the smile came at the end when he had victory over Hua there. Both players, very calm, collected, playing their best. Again, not really making too any mistakes that I could see throughout the games here, but just playing the cards the best they can. But yeah, that Bennett talent coming in late for Hua, in addition to not being able to make use of his dice and having to equip Sacrificial Sword without much benefit, really hurt.
Yeah, and I think for this game, there weren't a lot of flashy moments, but, just a slow, steady build-up from Arc side with Agent EC.
Yeah.
The summons just going out and doing a ton of damage, and Tubby building up those resources over time. So, yep. And here on your screen, very soon you will be seeing the bracket. So Arc going 2-0 against Hua in our first best of 3. We will be seeing him playing tomorrow in the semifinals. And the next best of 3 will determine who his opponent will be in Inagi versus Kong.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be watching that match very closely, to see both the strategies of either player, formulating his plan for the semifinals. But yeah, very excited to get into our next match. Also a great round 1 from between Arc and Hua.
Noticeably so, in terms of Inagi and Kong's match, Inagi did take first place in Asia Season 2 Catskills Gathering and did participate in the Korean Summer Invitational, I believe, that we were casting. So, really excited to see his matches. And I do believe that Kong is a rather newcomer to the tournament scene, at least the ones that are
at least the ones that we've been
related.
Yeah,
the ones we've been casting, so.
Yeah, we must be watching the Catstail Gathering and these Prince Cup tournaments.
Yes.
I think all the players here are very good in their own right, but maybe just have been playing in places that we haven't really had as much visibility on. So I'm very excited to see what they bring with their deck choices.
Definitely, yep. So yeah, congratulations once again to Arc. So, shortly we'll be throwing to a break, but for now, is there anything you want to talk about?
I mean, I'm just really excited to kind of keep going to the matches. We're going to be seeing, I'm sure, a lot of the same decks over and over again. But, depending on the bands and kind of the matchups the players choose, we're going to see very different matchups here. So, yeah, very excited.
Yeah, very excited. Hopefully, we'll be able to see Arc spin at some point. We'll see if it gets banned tomorrow. But for now, we're going to be throwing to the break. We'll see you guys very shortly. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Magic is a kind of real illusion, and those few who excel at making illusions that shock and amaze will become renowned among magicians. From the performance posters adorning the opera houses of Fontaine to the hearty recommendations of hotel concierges and conversations with citizens on the streets, it isn't difficult to guess who the title of most popular magician belongs to.
We'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Magic is not simply a stage performance for Linny, for the tricks of the trade have become a part of his everyday life. If you were to liken the battlefield to a stage, Linny's bow and arrows would be his props, while the talented magician himself creates surprises for anyone watching the show. Those who are keen observers are more familiar with their own blind spots. When Linny is in the party, the location of items unique to Fontaine will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather resources. Linny's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Linny executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Linny fires off a pyro-infused arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, Linny fires off a prop arrow that deals pyro damage. After hitting, a Grin Malkin hat will be summoned. Grin Malkin hats can taunt nearby opponents, causing them to attack the hat. Each opponent can only be taunted periodically. When a Grin Malkin hat is destroyed, or its duration expires, it will fire off a pyrotechnic strike at a nearby opponent, dealing pyro damage. Only one Grin Malkin hat can exist at once. It inherits HP in proportion to Linny's maximum HP. In addition, if Linny's HP is higher than a certain threshold when he fires a prop arrow, Linny will consume a portion of his own HP to obtain one prop surplus stack. The number of stacks is limited, and all stacks will be removed once Linny stays out of combat for too long. Linny's HP cannot fall below a certain threshold in this way. After unlocking the talent Perilous Performance, if Linny consumes HP by firing off a prop arrow, the Grin Malkin hat will restore a certain amount of elemental energy after it strikes an enemy, and will gain increased damage based on its attack. Prop arrows periodically call down Spirit Breath Thorns upon the location they hit, dealing Numa-aligned pyro damage. Using his elemental skill, Linny does a flourish with his hat, unleashing a firework surprise when a Grin Malkin hat created by Linny is on the field. The fireworks will cause it to explode violently, dealing AoE pyro damage equivalent to a pyrotechnic strike. Damage dealt by the Grin Malkin hat in this way is considered charged attack damage. When Linny uses his elemental skill, all prop surplus stacks will be cleared, dealing AoE pyro damage to opponents in front of him. Damage will be increased based on the number of stacks cleared, and Linny's HP will be regenerated based on his max HP.
Let's get this show on the road!
Using his elemental burst, Linny unleashes his magic, turning into a fast-moving Grin Malkin cat. This is not to be confused with the Grin Malkin hat. They're two different props. When the Grin Malkin cat gets close to opponents, it will call down flames upon them, dealing up to 1 instance of pyro damage to each opponent. When the duration ends, Linny will dismiss the Grin Malkin cat and ignite magnificent fireworks that deal AoE pyro damage, summon a Grin Malkin hat, and gain 1 prop surplus stack. Linny can also deactivate Grin Malkin cat prematurely. A magnificent performance always leaves the audience yearning for an encore. If the applause is rapturous enough, the magician might even improvise a few new tricks on the spot. After unlocking the talent Conclusive Ovation, Linny deals increased damage to opponents affected by pyro. In addition, each pyro party member other than Linny will increase this damage bonus. The damage increase that can be gained in this way has a maximum limit. Only an actor who has mastered their skills and who can instantly adapt is worthy of being a maestro of magic, and Linny is fully deserving of the title. In battle, prop arrows are Linny's primary source of damage. By continually firing prop arrows, not only can Linny summon Grin Malkin hats and fire off pyrotechnic strikes, he can also gain prop surplus stacks. By using his elemental skill to clear stacks at the right time, Linny can deal even more damage to enemies. When energy is full, Linny can transform into a Grin Malkin cat, moving agilely about the battlefield, getting close to enemies, and delivering a magnificent final performance under a shower of pyrotechnic magic. No one wishes to be tricked, but people still willingly take their seats to watch a magic show whose purpose is to deliberately deceive. Is it to lose themselves in a splendorous illusion, even for a short while, or is it to see through the illusions and trickery? Either way, we need not pry too deeply. For regardless of how real the magic seems, it is but a performance. Just consider it a rare piece of entertainment in a world of fickle fate. Is that not enough?
As you know, diving is one of the few things I'm any good at. I spend more time among the Tidalga than I do talking to people. Whenever I feel lonely at night, Pear is the one who's always there for me. Pear, I'll keep you safe.
Frost is coming!
I once swore an oath that I would do whatever it takes to protect this family and never look back.
Commencing cleanup! Getting here!
So long as the light of the hearth still shines, I'll always have a home to return to.
Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Which is real, and which is an illusion? Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Welcome back to the Astral Carnival, the Prince Cups, okay? If you guys have any comments about this event, this live stream, or this tournament, there's a QR code down here, okay? Feel free to tell us what you thought about this event, all right? So, once again, back to Bleb and Leah. Oh, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys would like to find out more about the event, remember, feel free to like us on our page, okay? Genshin Impact. And again, if you have any thought about this event, remember, there is a QR code down here. Scan it and tell us how do you feel about this event, this tournament, and your comment. We're gonna read out all. We're gonna read through it, don't worry, all right? So, right now, we shall begin with the round 2. All right, let's get excited about the coming down days tournament, and we shall back to Leah and Blab.
And welcome back, everyone. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, on Twitch and Twitter.
I'm Bleb at Bleb the Cat on Twitter and YouTube. And
So,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean that was a great way to start. I think this series.
Yeah, are going to against Hua. For our first best of 3 today, we're going to get into another one really shortly. But, I just want to take a moment to talk about this venue one more time. We are in the Sunway Pyramid in Malaysia. We can see the mall goers right in front of us. Hello. And the players are playing behind us. So if you are here, by any chance, anywhere near the Sunway Pyramid, please come over and come say hi to us.
Check out the set. I mean, I think we've had a chance to kind of be on set on one of these things before in Los Angeles doing another one of these pre-sales, but that was a bit closed. We were able to come up and share the venue with everyone else. It's really exciting for other people to see and experience the same things that we are here right now.
And I love the thought of having like a live audience. Of course, we've always had you guys watching us at home, and we're always grateful for all of your comments and everything. But it is so cool, being able to see people around us and enjoying the venue as well, taking photos and waving hi to us. So
some of the players are sitting right in front of us right now, nervously waiting for their matches coming up. Ark, of course, having just won his 2-0 very calmly, maybe just contemplating what he's going to be doing tomorrow.
So shortly we'll be seeing player 1 intro on the screen. So this is Inagi. Looks like the most used character cards are Yoimiya Child. That's pretty regular, and Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, if this is I think he does actually use it in a deck. Very unusual here. Apparently a 100% win rate with this specific deck. This is one of the things I'd love to see from these high-level tournaments is that, a lot of these players get very practiced at playing against specific decks, not only with, but against the same decks that they are playing. There is a metagame, but if you have a slightly different deck that plays differently, that they're not used to playing against, that they're not expecting to play, then it can really come out. And I mean, look at his past 4 matches. He hasn't lost a game in quite a while.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this Yoimiya Child Vape deck. And it's like you say, so these players have played these meta decks very thoroughly. They know how to play against them. They know how to play with them. And so when something new comes along like this Child Vape deck, it can kind of take even the best players by surprise because you don't know how it functions, so you play against it a lot.
I mean,
right?
I don't
know. Kind of figure some things out, but
you can figure some things out, especially if you get to see the decks here. But obviously, this tournament has been played closed deck list. The opponents don't actually know what exact cards are in the opponent's deck here, which makes it even more difficult to play against an unusual deck.
Here we have Inagi getting ready to get set up for his first match, and I believe he's against Kong, who we'll be introducing very shortly.
And Inagi has been on stage before. Not only has he played in the finals and winning the Asia Season 2 of Catsdale, but I think he played in the Invitational as well previously in Korea.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were casting that. It was remote for us, but we were casting that, so we got to see him perform, and it was very fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of fun with his fellow players there. The invitationals are always very fun. There is going to be another...
The invitationals are more fun than... I mean, this is also fun, but in a very competitive, serious way. It's fun in a different way, the invitationals, so...
Yes, I mean, there's definitely an advantage to having played on a big stage before for Inagi here. Going to be able to keep it a little bit calm.
And here we see Kong's most used character cards deck, 75% win rate with official Mona Nahida for the MNEC. Match deck history showing a lot of that same deck here, and then also Pyro Kuching at the bottom right.
Yeah, really favoring that deck, and especially if the players have access to these statistics, this is only one of the ways that you can maybe think about what you want to ban for your opponent. Obviously, this deck is something very comfortable. Kong is very comfortable playing, and we saw Ark actually use this deck as well to victory in round 1, surprising everyone, including himself, with a victory there at the very end.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I'm not sure if the players have access to these statistics, but if they do, we might see an MMEC ban. We might see it anyway, even if they don't see these statistics.
Yeah, it's a very strong deck.
It is a very strong deck. It's a very meta deck. I don't know if these players brought ban or anything like that, but I would imagine they would also get banned out. So.
Yeah, these top players are going to share a lot of common decks and cards between them. The exact way the decks are built will vary from player to player, some of them favoring one strategy versus another. But in terms of characters, we've kind of settled on definitely a core set of characters that have been the strongest in general.
Yes, and so here we see Kong getting set up as well. These players have to go through and make sure they're on the right decks. So.
Yeah, just getting set up here, kind of pacing themselves, mentally preparing themselves for what's about to come. Again, these players are live in this venue along with us as well. They're not in some closed-off room. They are literally on...
They're literally right behind us.
Yeah, right behind us on a similar stage here, being open to the public. So they don't have to deal with the pressure of playing in such a high-level tournament with high stakes. because there's $1,000 on the line on just one game, obviously, of Genius Invocation, but they have to play it in front of a live audience.
Yes, and I do believe that Kong is a newcomer. I say newcomer in the sense that he hasn't participated in many of the Cat Sales Gathering tournaments, like the tournaments that we're familiar with casting over the Astro events. And so this is his first live showing, I believe. So
Yeah.
very, very excited to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the deck choice is always very interesting to look at because you can always tell kind of about the regional differences between based on what people decide to bring in terms of deck choice. You know, I think you're going to start to see a pattern, especially in some of the players who are used to playing with each other. They're going to bring very similar decks, having agreed on what the best deck is going to be. And here we go.
And here we see the Bin made it through for Kong. So we might actually see it. Oh, I see Hu Tao, Xingqiu, Chongyun.
Yeah, very interesting bands here. I mean, Kong, I think very standard bands. I think these are the same bands that Arc put out as well against his opponent in his one. But Inzaghi not afraid of the Ito deck here, choosing instead to ban that Superconduct deck and as well as Mona Klee.
So, I mean, if you're Inagi and you let Bin go through, you don't know when they're going to play Bin, just that they can play it. So you kind of have to figure out what decks to play up against it, right? Because not every deck is going to fare the same.
No.
But, you know, Shenhe SC and also MNEC are probably two decks that go pretty well into it. And then I'm really curious to see this Yoimiya Child Vape deck.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how that works. It looks like
Honestly,
it got through, so.
The more I look at it, the more I think that deck may be built to take on Bin. And that might be one of the reasons why Inzaghi is not afraid of the Ito deck here. Obviously, these are blind picks, so we have to see what the opponent is going to choose. And yeah, we're going to see Inzaghi starting on this deck. I mean, it has a 100% win rate, so it's got to be good.
Oh, we see some new cards at the bottom there.
Yeah.
Where's the Unseen Razor?
I mean, that is a favorite card of mine. I mean, obviously he's a better player than I am, but it's a little bit questionable to include that when you're only running 2 copies of a weapon. But obviously...
So it's a newer card. What does it do?
Yeah, so it has a very funky effect. It doesn't cost you anything, but it returns a weapon back to your hand and reduces the cost of the next one you play by 2, which seems pretty unusual. There's not really many circumstances where you'd want to do that, but we see there at the very top, the bow there is King Squire, another weapon added at the same time as Unseen Razor, which actually, when equipped, will reduce the cost of your skill by 2. So if you actually combine those 2 cards, what ends up happening, if you do the math, is you get to replay the bow for 1, reduce the cost of your skill by 2, and actually nets you an additional die.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's kind of the combo there. Obviously, running just 1 Unseen Razor, because there's not a lot of cards that it works with. But what that card is probably for is Child Taglia there.
Yep.
Very effective if equipped on him and uses his combo in round 1.
And right away what I'm noticing too is that there's a lot of dice generators like Vanessa's Rebellion and Parametric Transformer, which give you random dice. It's a normal attack focus deck. And so here, the deck that Kong is bringing is Hu Tao, Xingqiu, and Chongyun, which is actually a deck that's existed for a pretty long time, but it's not very popular.
Not very popular.
So
No, but it is kind of neutral. So one of this is actually very interesting because they're both decks are very playing similar strategies. This one is using Unseen Razor.
Yeah, I see.
But
2 copies of it.
instead of using King Squire, it's using Lithic Spear, which when you're running 3 Liyue characters actually generates 3 shield when played. This is really the first time we've seen a deck like this on stream, so it's going to be very interesting to see how well it plays.
This is definitely the first time I've seen a deck like this on stream. I mean, I've seen the Hu Tao, Xingqiu, Chongyun deck before, but not with these support cards.
Yeah, it's
especially
been a while.
Unseen Razor is pretty new.
Yeah, very
so
new.
I'm interested to see how it works out. And both of these players have brought decks with very similar support cards, as you said.
And very unusual too. We've
very,
been talking
very
about
unusual.
a long time about how Genius Invocation has got a good metagame going. There's a lot of decks that have been decided as the best decks in the format, but instead these both players are trying to surprise their
conventional
opponents.
decks, trying to surprise their opponents, like we were talking about earlier.
I mean, I think that's a legitimate strategy in these high-level tournaments in top 8. If you can psych your opponent by using an unusual deck, it might throw them off their plan. I do think both these sides maybe were thinking to queue into a different deck with your opponent. Obviously, they don't know what the opponent is going to use before they choose their deck.
But you can kind of guess, if you see like the 3 character cards, you can kind of guess what they're going to go with first. If Bin makes it through, I would kind of expect Bin to get played first, but we might see later.
We'll have to speak with the players later to see what their strategies were. I'm pretty sure both of those, at least Inzagi's deck was built to counter the Ito deck, and that's why he left it unbanned. But that plan may not be kind of laying out. So we'll have to see both of these decks go head-to-head.
Whole double woven right off the bat for Inagi. That's really good. And Gamblers, and it looks like he's gonna throw it away though.
Yeah, maybe
And Gamblers.
none of those cards are very good in the opening here. You know, I think he's really looking for that King Squire. That's really going to be a pivotal card here because it just adds up to so much damage over the course of the
Right,
game.
it's kind of like the core of this deck to have that mechanic there. So.
Yeah, even when he does draw
Oh,
it.
there it is.
And
Also
Kong
Timmy,
here,
Northern Smoke Chicken.
Kong's draw not as great, I think. It's drew Parametric and Minty Meat Rolls, which are going to be very important later once Xingqiu is online. But we might see Inzaghi off to a pretty quick start with that King Squire and Northern Smoked Chicken.
Looking at Kong's cards here, so Parametric Transformer is a pretty funny card
It
to
is.
watch get played because, you know, every time someone, it doesn't matter what side you're on, anytime you do elemental damage, I believe, it takes up. And once it hits 3 counters, it gives you 3 random dice.
Yeah.
So basically, there's a lot of swap stalling that happens in mind games, like
can be,
trying
yeah.
to avoid triggering that parametric transformer and not give your opponent those 3 dice. Like basically,
Yeah.
you want to get your opponent to end their turn before those 3 dice come out. So I'm excited to see some mind games here
Yeah.
involving parametric transformer.
Picking the right moment to drop Parametric Transformer, definitely very skill testing and very important to kind of playing that card. And we're going to see here Inzaghi lead on Bennett, probably to start building up that burst right away, because he did draw that Bennett Talon card as well.
Very crucial. If only we saw that earlier. poor Huang.
I do like Kong's start here. He's got some ramp with Lieben there and Sumeru City. He's going to be able to deploy Treasure Seeking Sealy as well. So kind of exactly what the deck wants to do, build up Xingqiu in the early turns and then get off to some starts with Lieben there to get more dice and draw more cards on Sealy.
Yeah, opting for the normal attack despite having the dice to go for Xingqiu's skill because with Sumer City he'll be able to
Well, one of
make it 2+.
the main reasons there, of course, are both sides actually playing around the self-hydro application of Xingqiu
Yeah,
there.
as well, you know, if you use Xingqiu's skill, it will cleanse whatever is on you, so...
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the dance that you see a lot when playing against Xingqiu is that, you know, if you're savvy to this, you know, you don't want to apply anything to Xingqiu, or he's going to get a chance to use Rain Swords.
The vaporize.
Yeah, and Rain Swords, his skill is more efficient than his normal attack if you do that cleanse, but if you apply Hyrule to yourself and let Bennett vaporize, it kind of reverses that immediately. So this is why both players, despite having pretty decent dice, are opting to only use normal attacks against each other.
I do see Timmy come down, so I think we might see a parametric pass from Inagi. I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
he's
really have
really
anything else to do here.
yeah, nothing else to do with those 2 dice. He isn't going to use Parametric Transformer. This is going to be interesting. Kong might be in a spot next turn if he has enough dice over Inzaghi to waste that Parametric Transformer. So Inzaghi's really going to have to play carefully to make sure he can trigger that effect.
Chang the Ninth is a really good card when your deck is focused on normal attacks. Because it's 0 cost, but like if you're not doing a lot of normal attacks, you basically don't want to include it. There's better card draw options, but
Yeah. I mean,
in a deck like this,
it's really unfortunate that Inzaghi drew it now and not after having
Yeah,
used
that's true.
Bennett's 2 normal attacks. It does only trigger not just normal attacks, but it has to be physical damage, which
Yes.
unfortunately means if Yoimiya or Child do skill up and infuse their attacks, it's not going to be able to trigger Chang as easily. But still, a very good card to include. Fallen out of favor a little bit recently because it doesn't work as well with summons, because that doesn't actually tick up. As I found out during one of my matches that it doesn't actually tick up on summons, and that was my mistake when playing a summon-heavy deck.
huh?
Yeah, that was very embarrassing for me.
Huh.
You actually casted that match. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I realized a little bit too late.
That was a while ago.
It was a while ago. This was I'm talking about some ancient history here.
It's a very ancient history. I think we're going to see Bennett's talent come out for Inagi. Of course, you know, all those counters going up here, Metric Transformer, Treasure Seeking Sealy, and also Bennett's health gaining.
This is going to be really risky because if Kong decides to not use any elemental skills here, Inzaghi could be left in a spot where the Parametric Transformer is going to get wasted. You know, he doesn't have any other way to generate extra dice, so he's really locked down to only using 1 skill.
Yeah, I think you go for Xingqiu's Burst here because you cleanse the Pyro. It's like one of your only chances to really use it, I guess.
Yeah.
Because if you swap back onto Xingqiu later, unless it's a fast swap, you might not even get a chance to use it. So
might
you want
not,
to
yeah.
deploy it as fast as possible.
I mean, there definitely was an opening to kind of swap stall there from Kong, you know, switching to a different character in order to delay his turn, in order to force Inzaghi to do something else. But we're going to see Yeah, if Kong can just stall long enough, I mean, we're probably going to see. So Inzaghi doesn't really have anything he can do with the 3 dice that he has remaining. They're the wrong element, so we might just see him try and stall the turn and hope that Kong tries to do the same. Kong's kind of incentivized also to delay his turn by, not using any skills because of that parametric transformer.
The mind games are starting.
They are.
Oh, opting to play parametric transformer and Liven as well. I guess we're not going to see any swap stalling games here.
No,
so.
but this is going to work out really well for Inzaghi because now he should be pretty safe, assuming his opponent is going to pass with that Liven there into proc parametric transformer next turn.
I think if you're playing those cards, you're intending on passing the turn. You wouldn't normally play Liven until the very end when you're about to pass.
Right.
Because you don't want to tell your opponent that you have that ramp ready. So.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Kong wasn't using his Sumeru City yet this round, so I think he's deciding if he wants to actually still use a skill after all in order to make use of that. It is wasting a little bit if he doesn't make use of that dice reduction.
I almost wonder if Kong is trying to use Vanessa's Rebellion almost and get one more dice and use it for something. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's definitely an option here. Vanessa would let him continue swap stalling, but unfortunately, having played his own parametric transformer there, it doesn't leave him with enough dice to kind of play this swap stall game. I would have definitely liked myself to have not played that transformer. Maybe played even the second Sumeru City or Vanessa, like you mentioned, to just continue this dance of playing around parametric transformer. We've seen that before in a couple of high-level matches too.
Because it basically guarantees that Inagi is going to get those dice from parametric transformer, and here we see it activate now already. So.
Yeah, Inzaghi must be pretty happy with this line. Probably not expected either on his end. I know it looked like Kong was going to pass the turn with Liven there instead, but now he's going to have a couple more dice to work with. So
you could do 2 normal attacks here with Yoimiya if you use Northern Smoke Chicken, you could go for her skill and vaporize damage onto Xingqiu.
Yeah, normal attacks might actually be pretty good here because Bennett Burst is down, so even though they're not Pyro infused, they do quite a lot of damage by themselves.
Also, you could play Chang the Ninth and get some counters up if you just go for regular normal attacks here.
Yeah, we might actually see that come into play here. It will refill his hand. The unfortunate thing here, though, Xingqiu being at 4 with that 2 barrier means that he isn't going to go down. So yeah, instead going to infuse.
Yeah, no Chang the Ninth coming down. Looks like we're going to see Yoimiya skill coming out, which will infuse our normal attacks with Pyro. And, we see Inagi sitting on 4 dice. You only need a 2 and 1 for normal, so.
Yeah, this Vaporize will be able to kill... Oh, does he actually... No, he's like 1 dice short of triggering Parametric Transformer on Kong's side after the end of turn. Although that Liben does actually protect... Never mind, that Liben play might actually be kind of smart because it does protect him from ever wasting Parametric Transformer.
I mean, we will have to see if Inagi gets anything good from Treasure Seeking Sealy. Playing Chang Knight here.
Yeah, if he gets a Woven from this, it could be really devastating.
Yeah, if he gets a Woven, it would be really rough for Kong.
So that Treasure Seeking Sealy... Oh, that Gambler's coming in so late. Oh, man.
It's pretty late, yeah.
If he had drawn that 1 turn earlier, he would have had 2 extra dice with that Northern Smoke Chicken, would have been able to get off another attack with a Bennett Burst.
I wonder if you equip Gamblers here, if you swap off, play Liben? I don't know. What would you do here?
It's a good question. I think, Liben might be a little bit late. Next round, you're probably expecting your opponent to start coming off with either Hu Tao or Chongyun. So, it's still going to play Liben. Okay. Bennett Burst
Think about it.
Yeah, Bennett Burst does mean that the game could go a little bit longer. It's going to be harder to kill off your characters, so there might be enough time for Liben to actually come into play here.
I think the unfortunate thing is that Yoimiya does have Hydro applied onto her, and Chongyun is the active character here, so of course if Inzaghi ends on Yoimiya, that freeze is probably going to come in, and you have to anticipate for that, right? So.
Yeah, so it's going to equip Gamblers.
Oh, going to go on to Child.
Probably the best play. Yoimiya is, like you said, going to take a bunch of damage and get frozen at the start of the next round. And so Child is probably the character that finishes most often in this deck.
I'm really curious about, Kong played that Liben and then ended up using those dice anyway. So I wonder if it was a slight, I don't want to say misplay, like miscount maybe.
You know, I think what ended up
Changing his mind?
happening, I mean, I think that Lyman might just be to protect, you know, we've done this before. If you play Lyman after your Parametric Transformer, if your opponent somehow triggers Parametric Transformer at end of turn unexpectedly, you'll always be able to get those 3 dice on Lyman there. So it's a pretty decent setup. Obviously not coming into play now, but we'll see if we can make use of those die. And here we go.
That is very true. Vanessa's Rebellion coming in.
Ooh. Obviously, Vanessa's Rebellion costing you 3 aligned dice, but generating 4 random dice. So a great way to go up in die.
Yeah, unfortunately though, not enough cryo to use Chongyun's skill here. Only 1 cryo, so Kong's gonna have to tune if he wants to freeze Yoimiya. And it looks like we're gonna see
Yeah.
Parametric. No, Strategize coming out.
Yeah, might be. So he has to calculate his dice carefully, but
Strategize?
let's start with the strategize. See if he can draw into tuning cards.
Chung the Knife, Unseen Razor.
Ooh, Unseen Razor, but no
Oh,
weapons.
yeah, no weapons right now.
That's one of the reasons I don't like running Unseen Razor in decks that don't quite play enough of those weapons. Is that if you draw it without the weapon, then it really does nothing. And that's what we're seeing here.
What do you tune here if you're Kong? You have to tune 2 to
you-
freeze Yoimiya. What do you do?
I mean, you already tuned one Lee Su. You probably tuned the other Chang the Ninth. You already have a lot of cards in your hand. You might not have time to activate that one. You probably just tuned Unseen Razor as well. You know, you can't rely on yourself drawing that weapon.
I do believe Kong took 2 copies of Unseen Razor, so
It does,
there's
yeah.
a chance that he could get it again.
There is, but I think it's pretty greedy to keep it here thinking that you'll draw that Lithic Spear. I mean, the deck is kind of built around that, but
There we go. Opting to tune the Leo Resonance card. But Yoimiya is now frozen. Inagi is going to be forced to swap off. And of course, he's swapping to Benny, who also has Hydro applied onto him. And so with Chongyun's Frost Field activated now from his elemental skill, he could just normal attack and still freeze Bennett. And we see mini rerolls coming down, so that will reduce the cost of normal attacks by 1.
yeah, we're going to see maybe Kong here going for a combo turn with that play there. Going to start, you know, using that Frost Field to apply Cryo and then hit with the Hydro Rain Swords, freezing out Inzagi's side completely. And Inzagi, without access to a quick swap here, could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
This is going to freeze Bennett. We might actually see him swap back onto Yoimiya here because he
I
does
think you
not
have to,
want to
yeah.
get Charm Frozen. Oh, but Chang is going to have not a great draw.
not a great draw at all. Lots of card draw. I don't really think you want to play any of it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're definitely almost certainly going to see a swap, I think, to Yoimiya here. You know, getting Child Frozen here is just going to waste so much of you. I mean, I say waste, but I guess there is the option, if you really wanted, to drop double Liban, but it's possible that your opponent can finish you off this turn, especially if they have a Gamblers. You know, if they have a Gamblers, it could be very dangerous for you to do anything other than kind of swap stall around.
You know, Freeze is still like a very
Yeah.
deadly combo. It's not very commonly played these days, but I mean, Xingqiu and Chongyun have always had this synergy where you try to get Xingqiu's burst off as fast as possible, and then after you use Chongyun's skill, you don't even have to stay on Chongyun. You have 2 rounds to do as many normal attacks as you can.
Yeah.
You know, 3 stacks of Rain Swords.
I mean, one of the
you just keep your opponents frozen, so...
One of the strengths I think of this deck is it kind of plays 2 different game plans. You know, Xingqiu's Rain Swords are the core of it, but you can either go to Hu Tao to start vaporizing for damage, or you can go to Chongyun to kind of control what the opponent is doing. And I think Inzagi's deck focused mainly on kind of a combo plan, looking to combine Bennett talent with one of the other characters and things like King Squire. Is more the combo is more susceptible to freeze. I think choosing Chongyun here is the right call.
Yeah, and I think, Inagi putting Lotus onto Yoimiya so that she doesn't die from another attack from Chongyun
Right.
is really smart. You know, Inagi just swap stalling around until Kong runs out of dice and then can swap the child and do some damage.
Yeah,
but
runs out of dice and Rain Swords.
and Rain Swords.
Specifically. Yeah.
Yes, and, you know, Xingqiu is down now, so we won't see a refresh on those Rain Swords. Once they're used, they're gone. And Kong does not have any more cryo dice right now to avoid using them.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're actually going to just see swap to Hu Tao here from Kong. You know, there's
I
no
think this
reason
makes
to
sense.
play into that Lotus Crisp. And, you know, you do have your Lieben still there set up if you need to use him. So we might actually just see maybe a skill from Hu Tao here and then going into pass. Although not able to use those Sumeru Cities because of how few cards he has. And those having to tune those 2 extra cards is actually really hurting Kong right now. If he had if he had those 2 extra cards, he would be able to skill for free here on Hu Tao and then save dice for Lieben for next round, but unfortunately not going to be able to do that.
Inagi is forced to swap onto Bennett to avoid, having to end his turn. If he swaps a Child, Child can just get frozen by a normal attack, right?
Yeah.
So
Although we might
risking Bennett's life, but Kong goes for the Hu Tao skill instead. So
Yeah, I mean, Child with the Gamblers equipped is definitely the character Inzaki is looking to finish on anyway. So Bennett at this point having deployed a burst once is pretty expendable. But, burst is going to run out next round, so we'll see if Inzaki decides to try and make more use of it here.
yeah, and I think he tuned Bennett's talent just for more time.
Could be,
Have
could
to
be.
really think about what to do here, because if you swap the Child, you get frozen. If you swap the Yoimiya, I mean, Hu Tao's skill is going to buffer damage significantly. So looks like we're going to see Worf into Liben Pass, which honestly is not bad play, I think.
Yeah, I think not wanting to put Child in danger. I think what Inzaki wants to do is have Kong kind of use up all of those rain swords on other characters so they can leave Child to go one-on-one with another character without any more rain swords. So those rain swords are really going to be the limit to what Kong's deck can do. Once those run out with Xingqiu down, he's not going to be able to do anything else.
Look at the cost for a normal attack right now.
Let's be very
I'm
careful
going for
here.
elemental skill instead, and Bennett does fall to that, so...
But now this Covenant being the last card is going to be able to let him do one more normal attack, provided he can get a Cryo Dice. I think that's not guaranteed. So he's going to get a little bit lucky if he wants to get another dice out. But Kong's going to be able to take out Inzagi's side very effectively here.
I'm just looking at these heart rate monitors. Injagi's heart is racing right now. Choosing to go to Yoimiya. It's a really hard decision.
Yeah.
It's a really hard decision.
And Kong here going to have to hope that he gets... If he doesn't get Cryo, they can go to Liben, but I don't think the game is going to last that long, so it's really going to be wasted if he uses it here and doesn't get a Cryo die. So you see him hovering, he's deciding. He's not sure if he wants to play the Covenant and risk it. You could save it for next round, but...
I mean, you're just going to Liben anyway. Just go to Liben. It's not going to go up to 3 counters, so you wouldn't get the full use, but...
The game is not going to go long enough. Yeah, I think that's a pretty heads-up play from Kong there, knowing that the game probably is not going to go past next round.
Ooh, double Finesse's Rebellion.
So not going to use any dice for Liben and keeping that Courtyard for the next turn. So the Covenant.
I feel like Inzagi has not been able to utilize the core of his deck very well against Freeze. Like, I think Freeze has just kind of shut him out.
Exactly.
You might build this deck thinking you're going to be going at something like Bin.
Yes, for sure.
That cleanses reactions instead of, freezing your opponent. But in this case, I feel like, this Child Yoimiya Vaporized deck has been shut out of action.
Yeah, and this is very deadly with 2 more Rain Swords left on Chung Yun. That gives Kong the ability to kind of freeze both characters on Inzagi's side. So you also have to play this very carefully. We might see some stalling from Yoimiya here. Maybe just using her skill to pass the turn because you do not want to swap over to Child right now. But
Look at all those Omni dice, though.
Yeah, there's really not any good way. Yeah, like you're really gonna... Chung Yun is so threatening here.
It's not even Chung Yun anymore. Like, Chung Yun could fall and you still have that freeze because his Frost Field is up for 1 more round. So, I mean, you could be on Hu Tao and any normal attack is still going to do both Hydro and Cryo damage is going to freeze your opponent. So, honestly, this is definitely working in Kong's favor right now.
Yeah, the one good thing that Inzaki had going just before, Yoimiya being on 4 health means that one skill from Chung Yun isn't going to be enough to take her out, which is I think what Kong would have wanted. So instead going to swap over to Hu Tao here. Really wants to save that Chung Yun burst for Child, because obviously Child there's very threatening. There hasn't taken the field at all, but obviously the finisher for the deck.
And Hu Tao's skill is activated as well. Honestly, it doesn't really matter who your active character is. You're going to be doing a ton of damage if you're Kong. And I think Inagi knows this. He's just waiting out his timer, thinking of any line he can play to salvage this game. But I really think that Kong has played this tremendously well.
Yeah, we'll see here using another skill on Yoimiya, almost certainly just to delay any action here. Yoimiya's pretty good at doing that, but still going to cost you a dice every time.
I think Inzagi's best bet is for Kong to just use his dice and then Child can act. And that's, what you kind of have to do against Freeze in general, but it's just hasn't been enough. There's not enough sustain on Inzagi's side.
Yeah. And looks like Kong's thinking about swapping back to Chung Yun, so definitely it's kind of a swap stall just to wait out for putting their... I think one thing he has to be thinking of, is I haven't lost yet onto Child here and then getting reverse sweeped by Child and his burst, which could be a very real threat, especially with the cards that Inzaghi has set himself up to at least have like 10 dice in this turn.
Yeah. You know, I think the thing too is, you know, if you're Hu Tao, you have to go for normal attack, so that will consume one more rain swords. But like, I don't know if Child survives, and like, I don't know if Inzaghi survives this round.
Yeah, I mean, using up your rain swords on a vaporize here is probably not what you want, because if you can freeze Child, especially next round, ooh, yeah, going for a Lotus here.
The swap stalling continues.
Yeah, kind of forcing Inzaghi to start using the dice, although Kong is spending a lot of dice to make this play here. You know, not using any dice on attacking just yet. Feels like he's being a little bit too conservative with his plays, maybe playing around too many things from his opponent, and kind of giving Inzaghi an opening to maybe get Yoimiya's burst off.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Inzaghi, you just do another Yoimiya skill, right?
You could, yeah. I mean, if your opponent is going to take these lines to equip Lotus and then continually pass, you could keep delaying your turn as well, but we're going to see. Starting with Vanessa.
Vanessa's Rebellion, not getting much of anything, but that's okay.
No,
Probably just for time.
hoping for a Pyro dice there, I think, to use skill, but not getting it.
Well, you know, sitting on a bunch of Omni and also Woven. So, I wonder, might just see a normal attack coming out of Yoimiya,
That
maybe?
would be most ideal. I mean, you definitely don't want to swap to Child right now, but unfortunately, Chongyun...
Interesting. I would have opted to skill again.
Yeah, the problem here is I think knowing what Kong has in his hand with the minty meat rolls, he's going to be able to actually use that on Chongyun and then make 3 auto attacks this round potentially. But he's going to opt to swap again. Yeah, I'm actually not sure about this. I think you're getting a little bit too worried about what your opponent can have here, where you actually have the ability to be very threatening to his side.
Well, the other thing I'm thinking about too is that, you know, if Kong doesn't finish the game in this round, that Frostfield is going to run out. You're going to have to apply it again. So that's going to be a huge disadvantage for Kong going into next round. Like, you really don't want Inagi to survive past this round. I feel like the swap stalling is kind of putting him at a disadvantage almost.
Yeah, I mean, we see Inzagi's heart rate spike up. I think he's also thinking what the opponent's plan could be. I mean, it almost feels like your opponent is waiting for you to pass the turn so that they can combo you out in one turn. And doing a Yoimiya burst here could be deadly, but there's really not anything else you can do.
Another Vanessa's Rebellion coming out. We might see woven into Yoimiya burst.
Yeah, one of the things, you know, playing an unusual deck like this, us at the caster deck, we're not really sure either how Inzagi's deck is meant to work. So
We have our guesses.
We have our guesses. But we might see finally a burst coming out.
So tuning Liben as well to
probably
Yoimiya
too slow.
burst? Question mark?
Yeah, you actually don't need a tune
Yeah, you
there.
don't need a tune again. You don't need a tune again.
But, you know,
So
I think Inzagi's thinking past this turn, like, what happens after you use Yoimiya burst, right? Like, ideally what Kong can do is, if he can use Chongyun to freeze Child at the start of next turn, but as you mentioned, that Frost Field is going to run out, so Kong's going to need to reapply it before he can use Freeze with Chongyun and Xingqiu Rain Swords in order to freeze the opponent.
You know
So
what I'm
the
also
window-
thanking about too? So Inzaghi is sitting on Covenant, Woven, Northern Smoked Chicken, and Vanarana. There's a lot of lines here.
He also has King Squire Rhythm, which is, I believe, effectively just a free skill at that point. So he's actually sitting on 4 or 5 effective dice, which is a lot more than Kong might be expecting.
Yeah.
Which is why making these plays to swap stall so long from Kong's side might have put him at enough of a disadvantage where he's used up a lot of the dice that he has access to, stalling and swapping, whereas Inzaghi still is holding onto a lot of the dice in his hand.
I really love the cards being played on Inzagi's side just to like stall the timer, because, you know, the timer is definitely counting down. It's getting impatient.
Yeah. I think one of the things Inzaghi needs to do is find a way to take out Chongyun.
Yes, I would agree.
Before he can use his skills. But again, if the turn ends, then there's really nothing else that Chongyun can do to freeze Child immediately. Here we go.
I think about what to do here. So it looks like we're going to go for normal attack. It's only going to take 2 because that Northern Smoked Chicken -3 pyro damage because Yoimiya skill is activated. So
Yeah, Kong here kind of forced, I think, to attack or use a skill. Might be
so.
using minty meat rolls.
I mean, you can, and then you can play Covenant and do another attack.
I mean, if this is the time to do it, this is now, because now your opponent is low on dice, is not going to be able to do anything on Child, but this does set up Inzaghi next round almost perfectly, provided Inzaghi thinks that Child can survive this round, which, based on the cards, we know that he can. Yeah, Kong with no other plays remaining. Inzaghi going to go into the turn. If he can draw something like a Lotus Crisp, oh, he's thinking about whether he...
Well, he can't, because he has no way to use that one die to use Covenant, right? So what do you... You can't really do anything here, right?
Yes.
You
Yeah,
have to
have
end if
pass.
you're Inzaghi, and that NMO dice is going to go into Vanarana, get chucked out again next turn. But he does go first. I think we're going to see a swap away from
Oh no, the Covenant, yeah, with Subaru City.
Oh,
Oh,
Subaru City!
activating
Oh.
there, getting that cryo dice is going to surprise put a bunch of damage on Child. But that looks like the play that, yeah, I totally forgot that Kong for this whole time had not yet activated those 2 Subaru Cities. So giving a 2 dice discount to Chongyun, which let him burst. And now Child
That's
with
brutal.
Hydro applied is in danger of getting frozen. And you can see Inzagi's not happy with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with that either. If you're Inzaghi, I think you kind of lost this one, right?
I think so. I mean, I don't think there's any way to prevent a freeze from coming out on Inzagi's side. And Child also has to survive a Vaporize from Hotel. He did draw a Lotus Crisp.
But I don't think the Lotus is going to be enough because, Kong definitely has the dice to do more damage with the Lotus Crisp. So
Yeah, well, the unfortunate
gotta
thing
play it
is
anyway.
it's not so much the dice, but Hu Tao is going to be able to freeze
Yes,
Child.
exactly.
So Inzagi's needs to find a way to survive past this turn with the Lotus Crisp, but
Child skill only costing 1 here. It's going to take Chongyun out, but it's going to be too little too late. Unfortunately, Chongyun does fall here. Hu Tao comes out, but we know that... Wait. There's one more Rain Sword. Yeah, there's one more Rain Sword.
Yeah.
One more Rain Sword, and Child is cryo on him, so don't be freeze.
Yeah, the freeze here is, I think, going to seal it. There's more than enough dice left from Kong's side in order to finish up
Yep.
Child here.
I left at 1 HP, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can't do anything if we're frozen.
Yep, and yeah,
Yep.
Inzaghi forced to end here. He knows that it's over, and Kong just needs to clip that button, do one more attack. It's still a very close game here from both sides. It was a shadow.
And Kong is taking the first match in his second best of 3. You see him sighing in relief here. He really thought that last round through. All the swap stalling, we were skeptical about it, but we weren't keeping track of those Sumeru cities.
Yeah, the Sumeru City is able to, the whole plan for that entire turn was to wait around long enough that one of the ways that he loses that game is, of course, if Yoimi's burst comes out and then Child can kind of finish off Chongyun before he is able to burst. But he played around that expertly, keeping that Covenant in his hand for most of the game and then finally putting it out at the very end, getting that reduced cost on Chongyun burst and letting him take out Chilled going into the next round.
Imagine having a 1 cost Chongyun burst doing -7 damage.
That's quite something. I mean, that's really hard to kind of come back from. And I think that was kind of definitely a matchup problem for Inzagi's deck. Definitely a deck more equipped to taking out other more stalling decks. But with a deck like Hu Tao, Xingqiu, and Chongyun, being able to play that freeze game really hampered his ability to kind of execute the game plan of his own deck.
That was a really fun game to watch.
It was,
we were sitting on the edge of our seats here, just like wondering, like, how do you play either of these decks? I mean, we have some clues, Vaporize deck is always going to be Vaporize deck, and, the Hu Tao, Chongyun, Xingqiu deck has existed for a while now, but, with those new support cards coming out, where's the Unseen Razor? We didn't actually get to see those mechanics coming into play very much.
No,
but
we didn't actually get to see that card played at all, despite both players having drawn it, not having the right cards in the right combination. I think really the key to that matchup there was the freeze, making it really hard for Child to ever take the field and put out any significant damage.
Yeah. So, here's the post-match breakdown. You can see Chongyun doing the most damage, 20 damage, getting a kill. Looks like there's 1 kill across the board. Wait for Kong.
Yeah, sharing is caring. I mean, I think that this kind of board really spells out kind of how the matchup went down, where Child normally would be doing, I think, a lot of the damage in Inzagi's deck, but not being locked out by the threat of freeze, right? Like the whole game, Xingqiu's burst is still really hard to swap. It did get reduced for its damage a little bit, but it's still very effective at applying Hydra for freezes.
We know Kong took the win here, not the defeat. There's a slight mistake on the screen, but yes. So Yoimiya coming in second with 15 total damage and 1 kill, but
Yeah, it's a shame that Yomi has been in a bit of a rough spot ever since her nerf quite a while ago. She was very popular early on, so it's a bit rough to see her lose on camera here. But I think it was very. I think Inzaghi, or maybe we'll talk to him later to clarify, but he was expecting his opponent to play that Ito deck and have a favorable matchup, but instead found himself in a pretty unfavorable one going into freeze.
Well, so the Hutao Chongyun Xingqiu deck coming from Kong cannot be played again because Kong won with it, and so we might actually see Bin coming out. There's only 2 more decks he has to choose from.
Yeah.
It is really unfortunate that Yoimiya was shut out due to the freeze. I feel like Kong played that very well, and also the Hutao with their skill activated was very threatening as well.
Yeah, the whole time. Yeah, the whole time that the threat of the Xingqiu Rain Sword is very real. It's still a very powerful skill. I think people dismissed it a little bit too quickly when it got its nerf. It was a pretty significant reduction, going 1 less damage on each Rain Sword, but really showcasing that the deck, or Xingqiu himself, can still be a very powerful character used in the right way. But we'll have to see if there's a chance Inzaghi can choose the same deck, expecting his opponent to play a more conventional deck, but maybe doesn't want to risk a bit of more of an unusual choice there, especially when he's down a game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we know that Inagi can play that same deck again.
Yeah.
So we might see it again.
We might.
It depends on what he anticipates Kong picking going forward.
Yeah.
We have 1 or 2 games left, depending on how they go. If Kong takes another win, he will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. And if Inzaghi takes a win, then it'll be 1-1.
Yeah,
So
and that's kind of the gain within a game that you don't kind of feel if you're just playing Genji Vacation casually, is that sometimes there's a lot to be said about choosing the right deck, and especially thinking about what your opponent might do and trying to predict it.
Yep.
We definitely talked to a couple of players who've, in their tournament, especially with the Cat's Tail Gathering, where you do go in blind, they'll pick different decks based on who they match up against. And throwing in that extra level of mind game is one way to get an edge on your opponents.
Definitely.
So I love seeing that kind of thing. Both these decks very unusual choices, I believe, built very specifically to play against specific decks.
I think these players only see the 3 character cards when they're choosing their bands in this Prince Cup, so they don't know how they've built the support cards in their actual decks.
Yeah, which is tough, actually.
It is very tough. I know, like, on screen, you and I are seeing all the support cards that these players have picked. But, they're a crucial part of a deck, too. It's not just, the core characters that you're choosing to bring. So,
yeah. I mean, I'm sure the other competitors will be closely viewing, the deck lists that are being previewed here in the stream later on to get a bit of an edge onto figuring out going into the semifinals and the finals what the cards are in their opponent's decks.
Looks like going into match 2, we see Inagi picking the same Yoimiya Child Vaporized deck yet again. So, I mean, we looked at this a bit earlier because, we played it last match, but I think we're a bit more familiar with it now.
Yeah, definitely Inzaghi, if he doesn't queue into freeze, which I believe the only deck that Kong had that had the potential for that was that Hutao deck. So if he cannot match into that same deck again, which obviously cannot, this might be a much better showcase of what this deck can do. So I'm really hoping that we see its full power here in going to the next game.
I think you really gotta pull those cards, the bow, and then also the where's the Unseen Razor earlier on.
Yeah, and we saw how
the benefits.
We saw how aggressive Inzaghi was at finding those cards, throwing away 2
his entire hand. Yeah.
Getting to get a copy. Unfortunately, though, that bow never really coming into play again because of that freeze.
Yeah. But
So,
I feel like this deck is built really well for the characters that he chose for it.
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see what Kong has picked here because I feel I have a very strong feeling that if he chooses the Ito deck, it's going to fall right into Inzaghi's trap here.
And
basically.
I do feel like we're going to see Bin. I
It's
feel
gotta
like
be, right?
it has to be Bin. It's not banned, so I think we're going to see Bin. Where is it?
It is not.
It's not Bin! Okay, so it's NEC. This is the traditional NEC deck. It's Nahida Rodeo Block official. So earlier we were seeing MNEC, which uses Mona instead of Oceanid. But in this case, we have Oceanid here. So, Oceanid official is a very good electrocharge core, and the Nahida is there to apply her proceeds with their elemental skill, and then that's it. You don't really want any danger reactions.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we say standard, but look at the card choices for Kong. Actually very unusual, using a Tubby variant here, and not only that, playing cards like Grand Narukami Shrine and Sangonomiya Shrine,
Yeah,
which are
Sangonomiya Shrine.
usually played a lot more defensive of a variant for this Electrocharge deck, which I think might actually get punished equally by Inzagi's deck here, but we'll have to see.
Also looking at those 2 star signs. There's
Yeah,
2
two
of
star
them
signs.
here.
No Calx's arts, though.
Yeah, no calcs. I kind of wonder what you would use 2 star signs for, because, I mean, I guess...
I'm definitely favoring the surprise factor. I mean, one of the downsides of Calx is it does steal energy from your other characters, and so if you're looking to burst with multiple characters throughout the game, then star signs, while being less efficient, might actually be just as good.
You know, Kong only taking 1 copy of Gamblers, but with Tubby, 2 Leo Wharf Strategize, and 2 Liben, there's a lot of opportunity for card draw to get exactly the cards that he needs. So, I mean, I think that's a good bonus about taking Tubby, because you can play Wharf and just basically look for whatever you're...
Yeah, Tubby
whatever
Wharf
you need,
is a combo as old as time itself. I mean, that's definitely one of the things that you really want to be doing if you're going to include Tubby in your deck. Interesting, I think I didn't see any Sumeru cities in that list here, which is a very common thing to pair with Tubby these days. So we'll have to see if that unconventional list can kind of take out another unconventional list. This has been a really good matchup, because I feel like
a really good matchup.
Yeah, we've seen really unusual decks from both players here, being very creative with not only the characters that they're bringing, but also the cards that they're choosing to include. In the
and
deck.
I feel like you have to be creative when you are up against players who are the best of the best in your region. You really have to think outside the box a bit to surprise them. And like we were saying earlier, these players only see the character cards when they're choosing their bands, so they don't actually know how they built their support cards. And
well, I mean,
all the variation here is...
Kong does now know a little bit more about Inzagi's deck, having just played it. So Inzagi is already at a little bit of a disadvantage. I mean, obviously, the deck wasn't showcased in its full potential, so Kong might still be a little bit unsure of what exact lines that he needs to play around here. Obviously, Bennett Burst, is a tried and true formula, very powerful. So we'll see if Inzagi can draw his talent card once again in order to kind of deploy that burst and get damage out.
Who do you think's favored to win?
I mean, I do, like I said, I think Inzagi's deck is built to break stall. It kind of looks a little bit in my eyes like a combo deck, which tends to be favored against slower decks. So I think with the build that Kong has chosen for his Electrocharge deck, he might actually be a little bit at a disadvantage. But again, Tubby is such a powerful card, so if Kong can actually draw Tubby. I mean, it's just draw Tubby. It's so easy. But if he can actually, find Tubby early on and deploy it, it might be too much of an advantage for Inzagi to overcome. Although, if Inzagi's deck is quick enough, he can definitely take out his opponent before Tubby comes online.
I don't think NEC is traditionally a deck that goes on for a very long time. I think it's still very hard and fast. Obviously, there are decks that are faster than NEC, but I guess the Tubby gives it a little bit more support in this case. You can go for longer games, but Nahida is kind of there to make the damage of elemental reactions higher, so you get the damage out faster. But it looks like we're getting into the second game of the second best of 3 here, Kong versus Inzagi. Heart rate monitors are alive again. Ooh.
Getting that Bennett talent and actually starting with Chang is pretty important. We saw him draw a little bit too late in the previous round, but that's going to be a good start to get kind of the card flowing.
Inzagi's heart rate already going up here, 144 and climbing.
Being down a game in a best of 3 is never a good feeling.
Yep.
Ooh, wow.
Camera's on him.
Kong there drawing not only Tubby, but
Tubby
3
and
location
a location cards. What is this? What is this high roll?
Yeah, he's going to have a very good round 1. Going to be able to deploy Tubby plus another card. It's going to be interesting if he chooses Shrine or Leeway Wharf there.
It's not even all the same location cards.
No.
You have one of each. It's ideal for a Tubby deck. What? Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can always stack location cards, no problem. So it's never a bad deal. You're going to see them played one at a time. But yeah, Inzagi's going to have a pretty hard time, I think, coming back, getting into this game if he doesn't have a quick enough start. But that Bennett talent might actually come into play here and matter a lot.
I really like both of these players' starting hands, honestly. But
Yeah,
I'm definitely looking at the Tubby start.
I mean, when the Tubby decks draw Tubby, it's immediately such a huge advantage. It's kind of like, decks that run Ancient Courtyard, the card that reduces weapons by 2.
Yeah, as soon as you draw the necessary cards for your core composition, it's
Yeah, if you're ever able to draw two a weapon and an artifact with that in the starting hand, it's just such a difficult thing to overcome. And it's the same thing with Tubby, because he really gives you
Yep.
a similar amount of dice advantage, just even after just one round.
Yep.
Oh, look at those dice rolls.
I know. Like, these players are very carefully choosing every single action. You know, Kong taking his time to pick even, like, which character he's going to put out first, you know,
Yeah,
which
well-
dice he needs to reroll.
For Kong, it's going to be tricky, because he definitely wants to play Tubby this turn, which is 2 dice, which means he doesn't actually have enough dice to use both Fischl and Oceanid skill. Wow. What a perfect roll. I wonder... No, I mean, you still have to deploy Tubby here, I think.
I think so. I mean, you can't really swap anyway. You only have 8 dice, so I mean, even with the 3 Electro dice, you have no way to swap the Fischl and use Oz. So I mean, yeah, I think you definitely go for the 5-cost Oceanid, and then
Kong there with the natural 5 Hydro dice using Ocean. You know, definitely one of the downsides of playing this Nahida Ocean and Fischl deck is you are very reliant on rolling 5 elemental dice. You need 5 for Oceanid, you need 5 for Nahida, and if your dice rolls don't go your way, it can be very tricky.
Tubby coming out,
Yeah.
flaunting his appearance.
I felt like a little bit bad form to play Tubby before doing the
Yeah.
swap, signaling to your opponent that you're not going to do anything with your dice there.
Yeah, now
probably not gonna
Inagi
matter.
knows that Tubby's there.
Yeah, it's the threat of Tubby. He's just so imposing.
I feel like from Inagi's side, we're going to see a Wharf Pass as well, except it's going to cost him 2 dice because he doesn't have Tubby.
Yeah, I mean
Tubby
the first card from Tubby isn't gonna matter. You're about exactly even on dice, but as soon as that second card comes down, especially after the 3rd and 4th.
Ooh, drawing the bow, not
Drawing
the
the
Unseen
bow.
Razor.
Yeah, I mean the Unseen Razor is not really important. The bow by itself is already so good. It's really interesting actually running King Squire in a deck with Yoimiya, because it's a bit of a non-bow there, because Yoimiya already has a 1-cost skill, and so she can't really use the bow. I mean, you would think that she could, because she is another bow character, but you wouldn't ever want to reduce her skill just by 1. It wouldn't be worth it. So it's really just for Child.
Yep.
But Inzaki's going to be off to a pretty quick start, already able to burst on Bennett, and we're almost certainly going to see that burst and Talon card come down. And I think he's really looking, with his opponent having Tubby, he's going to be looking probably to go onto Child. Ooh, very, very good dice rolls.
I'm just like, I'm on the edge of my seat here. Immediately we see Narukami Shrine coming down for Kong.
Narukami Shrine, of course, does generate a dice for you when you play it,
Yes.
so you do want to play it right at the beginning of the turn, unlike the other location cards, which tend to come in after.
No, probably from Inagi's side, we're going to see Bennett Talent into burst. It's very standard.
Yeah.
You know, Inagi does not have the looming threat of freeze, so he's
No.
kind of free to move around a bit. He's not as locked down.
No, but
That's
the
definitely good.
But the summons are definitely very threatening from Kong's side.
Yeah.
One of the downsides, of course, of playing a Tubby deck, you can see Kong has 2 more location cards in hand that are kind of awkward to play because you already have a Tubby on field. That is really the only downside. You know, your hand kind of gets cluttered with cards that you can't play immediately, whereas Inzagi's hand is just all good cards. Like, he's really got a great turn going for him. Almost surely going to lead with the Bennett Burst, right?
Yeah, I think you have to go for Bennett Burst here. I really feel like it's going to depend on how fast Inagi can get the core of his deck off here after Bennett Burst to see like who's going to take this match. But because you know, the more resources Tubby builds up with those location cards, the more cost efficient playing that Tubby is, and we know that Kong got it like at the very start. So
yeah, but Kong is needing to tune dice here in order to get Fischl skill out. So that is one thing going in Inzagi's favor here after getting that Tubby out early. Is going to need to use... I think he tuned 2 cards there in order to get that Fischl skill out. So not a great follow-up to Tubby.
I feel like you have to swap the Nahida here if you're Kong.
Yeah, those dice are certainly going to
those dice are
Nahida.
just in there, yeah.
Honestly, not sure what he's going to do with the remaining 2 dice.
There we go. Bennett Talent into burst.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting if Inzagi here decides to just stay on Bennett and build up burst again. That's one of the things you can do with Bennett decks, is especially if you have talent, is just stay on Bennett, burst, and then just attack with Bennett using his buff and burst again and again and again and again.
You definitely can do that, but I wonder if you would. I mean, he brought Yoimiya and Child for a reason, right?
I mean, they look good. They're just a little bit eye candy. They're just sitting there pretty while Bennett does all the work. That sounds typical. That sounds like what Bennett would do.
I mean, I also see, you know, I see Vanarana, I see Libin.
Yeah, interesting. A swap to Ocean in here. I wonder if this is just stalling out the turn, not wanting to expose Nahida. I mean, One of the things that the Hida Electric Charge deck has trouble doing is finishing the game, because none of the characters are very good at going one-on-one with characters, especially like Child and Bennett, who are very good at doing that. So Nahida is kind of your best bet, and so preventing as much damage on her is probably the right play here.
It looks like Inagi is thinking about actually just playing live and Vanarana Pass.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's fine. Like, I feel like Inagi is planning to end this game quickly after getting Bennett's burst off. So
Exactly.
maybe it's, you know, in his best interest to just let Bennett take all the damage from the summons and put out some ramp, and you know.
I mean, look at his hand. He has Woven, Northern Smoke Chicken, Gamblers, and
Gamblers,
Kingsquire. All
yes.
of those add up to basically free dice effects.
Yeah, and we'll also be seeing, you know, live and proc and giving additional Omni, as well as some more cards, and you know, Leo Worf's gonna come down. So we're gonna see 6 new cards entering Injagi's hand right off the bat.
And Konghe gonna have to go for a double tune to use the 5 cost here. And
Swap
a changing shifts as well. That was a really expensive
It was an
way to get out
expensive
Nahida's 5 cost
way,
steal.
yeah.
Having to dump 3 extra cards in it. So hopefully that Wharf here draws him into something good. Otherwise, I think Inzagi's going to have a really big turn here.
Yeah, those summons are not just going to be going on to Ben at this point. Injagi's going to have to think about who's going to tank that extra damage. Probably Yoimiya here. I think it has to be Yoimiya.
Yeah. And you do have the option of just... We have infinite hash brown tech coming in here, which is my favorite thing in the game. For those of you who don't know, you know, with Bennett burst up, Yoimiya's skill only costing 1. She can repeatedly use her skill to heal 2 health with Bennett, which basically is a hash brown forever. So this is a great way to kind of stall out the game if that's what you're looking to do. He's going to go into this round with a huge advantage in terms of dice.
Don't need more card draw.
Don't need more card draw.
Also, Injagi's little frown at the end when he picked Yoimiya. She took so much damage at the end there. Tragic.
Yeah, I mean, surely he calculated that it's better for that damage to go on Yoimiya and not on Child. Looks like Inzagi's throwing away all that pyro. I wonder if he's thinking... Well, I would have maybe kept 1 just to start doing hash browns, but...
The sad face. No,
Okay.
his heart rate's going up. I mean, this is his last chance, you know, keep his best of 3 going.
I
If
mean,
he loses...
The danger here is probably an Oceanid Burst. You know, if Kong can get the another 5 cost Oceanid skill out and threaten Burst and something like I haven't lost yet, could make it really difficult for Inzagi's to stay alive. Definitely by the end of this round, Inzagi, I think, is going to take too much damage. So he needs to close out the damage with the cards and dice that he has this round.
Yeah, and it's just really unfortunate. I don't think we're going to be seeing any reactions coming out of Injagi because, I mean, Yoimiya is going to be going down, right? I guess you can go for Lotus and skill.
Well, if Yoimiya just uses skill, it'll put her back up to 4, which is actually safe from anything Nahida can do. So I think we're going to look at that. If your opponent takes out Yoimiya here and gives you that free swap to Child, I think you're pretty happy about that. So is he actually going to drop Sealy? That could be too much card draw. But he's got so many...
I feel like you have to play cards, though, because the second you do something with Yoimiya, Chung the Ninth is going to proc.
True.
Like, if you go for a normal attack here, like, you have to play some.
Yeah, I don't think you go for a normal attack yet. It's got to be a infinite hash brown.
Infinite hash brown tech.
And
I love the way you describe that.
It's also great because Yoimiya can actually activate Treasure Seeking Sealy with that 1 cost as well. So it's a really quick way. This is the combo.
This is too much. This is too much.
You see
What are you even looking for?
smiling. He's like, this is great. I'm going to draw so many cards. But I mean, if his deck is full of Woven effects, he can actually have a huge turn here if Kong isn't careful and kind of plays into what Inzagi is doing. But it looks like he's going to slow swap, which is, I think, the right call.
You just do it again, right?
You very much could. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You have to be pretty careful, though, because if that Treasure Seeking Sealy procs and you don't have enough cards, then you might be wasting a lot.
We might
see that
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
The Woven, you can tune the Timmy. There's a lot there you don't really need. You can play the Gamblers.
Yeah,
like
you definitely, I
there's no way
think,
said
tune
none.
Timmy at some point. Play the Vanessa as well, just to generate extra dice. But Inzagi to be very careful here, because he's on the edge of a knife here. If he doesn't finish off his opponent this turn, the summons will very likely finish off whatever he has left. Ooh, so maybe going for a no attack. Okay. So obviously, of course, characters can only use 1 food card every turn. So I think saving that Lotus Crisp for when he eventually does switch to Child
Finesse's Rebellion, just use a card, extra dice generation. Goes Omni, go away, but you know, it's fine. -5. The Bennett Burst buffing the damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best way to use Bennett Burst as well. You know, you want to burst with Bennett and then have a lot of dice on a single turn, so you can repeatedly take advantage of his damage buff, and that might be what we see here.
And Yoime is already above half HP just from skilling and normaling.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely going to be a Kong's disadvantage to stall too long, because that damage from Bennett's buff is going to add up really quickly if it doesn't do anything. And now Oceanid is threatened as well here. You know, if he skills, then he's very much going to have Oceanid go down. It does let him use that I haven't lost yet in hand, but that might not be enough.
Yeah, and I see Kolong, you know, running his mouse cursor over his dice. I think he's counting carefully what he has and what he needs to do to you know, accomplish whatever his goals are. It's really hard to say sometimes.
Yeah, and he's also obviously, I think, thinking about what his opponent could have. You know, it's if you haven't played against the combo deck, it's really scary.
Yeah, it is really scary.
At any given moment in time, they'll start generating a lot of dice. You know, there's always extra dice in their hand out of nowhere, and we can see Inagi holding onto a lot of it as well. So
and also the card draw.
Yeah, you can't just look at what's in front of you, and you have to play around a lot of things. So I don't envy Kong's position here. I think he might actually be on the back foot here. The downside of summons, as efficient as they are at doing damage, is that they don't activate until the end of the round.
Yes.
So even he's just spent 5 dice here to summon 2 things, but if those summons don't do anything before Inzaghi takes out the other side, then it was just 5 wasted dice.
You know, I have to say, I really love when the players are super reactive on camera because, you know, Kong went for that double summon on Ocean and Shaki just tilts his head and like smiling.
I wonder if it's just playing right into Inzaghi's hand here.
Could be, it could be.
Because, I mean, looking at his hand, he has like so much dice here.
Just heal. He's nodding his head. He's like, yep, he's gonna heal.
Look at Kong's surprise face. He's so confused at what's going on. Oh my god, and he's drawing into Parametric Vanessa.
Oh no.
That's actually 2 more dice here potentially at this round.
He's drawing everything he needs.
Yeah, so those chains are really... Inzagi's really happy about this. I think this is... He's confident. I think he's confident that he has this game in the bag here. Kong is really perplexed at what the opponent could be doing.
I would be too.
And unfortunately...
Limitless resources.
Kong doesn't have any other effects to add dice, so he's actually out of skills for this round. So Inzaghi with 8 dice to his opponent's effective 0. Yeah, he's choosing his spot here. He thinks it's safe to swap to Child, and we're going to take him see him take the field for the first time with this deck.
Well, you know, I think what's also threatening is, I mean, you don't know if there's Pyro Res in hand. You know there's not. I'm saying that quietly in case they can hear us. But Official does have, you know, Pyro applied onto her already. So a Vaporize reaction could be pretty threatening. We do see Kong swapping back to Oceanid, you know. Who also has Pyro, but I
also
mean,
sorry. I guess we can't quite see that
she's
because
only,
of
she's only 2 HP, so...
I mean, this is exactly what you want. We're almost certainly going to see a Gambler's equip maybe into a King Squire. This is going to be the critical turning point. We're going to see a lot of cards flying out from Inzaghi, and Kong's side is going to go down very quickly.
I think you have to be careful, too, because
Kong's
Chang the Ninth is going to activate as well.
Yes, look at Kong's face. They're seeing that Gambles there. That's going to be an effective +3 dice to Inzaghi's this turn, because there is almost certainly he's going to take out 2 characters right away.
He's nodding his head, he's tapping his chin, he's like, this is going to work, this is going to work.
Yeah, and you'll notice that Inzaghi playing around the I haven't lost yet in Kong's hand is now going to be stranded. You know, with only 1 dice remaining, Kong can no longer use that to use any skills or bursts from any of his sides. So he is now at the mercy of Inzaghi, who has a hand full of good cards.
Yes, and we just saw Inzaghi checking how many cards are left in his deck. It looks like there's 12 left that he can draw. We'll see if he can take a win here, actually. There's Covenant.
Oh, there's Covenant. Look at his face. Like, pretty good, pretty good. I'll take it. 2 free dice. I mean, Covenant, with that King Squire especially, is going to let him actually use a lot more skills. It's interesting he hasn't equipped that King Squire yet, because it definitely would start adding. I think
there's no way to unequip it.
This is kind of the trouble with also playing combo decks, is you need to calculate your dice very carefully. He has to think if he does have enough dice to actually equip King Squire, or if he needs that 1 extra die in order to actually win this game.
You see, Injagi's heart rate is very high right now, 160. He has to, he's like thinking as
Yeah.
his timer is counting down, calculating everything so carefully. It looks like we're going to see Vanessa coming out maybe for
Yeah, we
an
might see
additional
Vanessa.
dice generation.
Unfortunately, that parametric
Oh my
transformer
God.
probably not going to be played this round because it's just not enough. But yeah, getting so many dice generation effects. So Kong's really only real chance is if Nahida can survive this round. I think if Nahida goes down and Inzaghi gets access to those 2 extra dice from gamblers, the game might just be over.
Ooh, hovering Kingsquire. Yes, there it goes.
King Squire. I mean, I think this is what you need because this is going to add a lot of damage to Child's attacks this turn.
Now,
So
the
be
only
very
thing
careful.
is, I mean, I think you're kind of out of dice generation minus the Covenant because once you do a normal attack, that's kind of it.
Right. But it will be a
So-
charged attack normal.
Oh, will it? It was uneven dice. It was 3 dice.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
So it was not a charge attack. I mean,
Okay, so Kong here using that I haven't lost yet just to get that energy, even though that dice is not going to be used. Might actually see it swap off to Fischl here.
I'm looking at the summon. So Bert does 1. Oz triggers Electro Charge. So it would do another 2. Squirrel does another 2. And then George, our lovely frog, does another 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage
so Yuanya
coming
would
in.
barely survive.
I mean, that's really all you need. And the important character here is Child. If he can survive this turn with Child still at a healthy health total, then it's going to be pretty quick to come back from there. But the burst is being threatened by Kong here on the counterattack. And Tubby there, by this point, definitely generating enough value. I mean, if Kong hadn't had to tune all of those cards, it might have been a very different game here, but he did lose a lot to having to tune early on for those skills. That's one of the downsides of playing Oceanid and Nahida is that for a lot of your games, you will have to tune quite heavily in order to use both of their skills properly.
Changing shifts, I think
Yeah.
we're going to see a swap onto official before Kong ends. So
Yeah, this makes the most sense given that you use I haven't lost yet on Nahida there. You want to save her, protect her burst as much as possible.
So I guess my question then is, you know, if you're ending first, you have the option to end first as Inagi. You could Covenant and go for a Lotus. Or wait. Wait, does the Vaporize actually... Wait. Wait. Wait a second.
Oh yeah.
Wait a second. Hang on.
That's right. Fischl did
Hang
have
on.
Fischl did have that pyro aura. So those 2 extra dice is. I think Khan kind of played into it there. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, here you can see the auras are a little bit hidden for the inactive characters, but that kind of just played right into Inzagi's hand, able to finish off.
11! Child is taking down Nahida for the win. Oh my gosh, 1-1.
Amazing. And he's very happy with that. I mean,
Look
that
at the
was
smile.
that was a 1-turn kill from the deck, very much a combo-oriented deck. I think we finally see what that deck is capable of. Amazing.
Oh my gosh. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm really, because you're right, we can't see the, you know, the elemental application above the character, so
Right.
you know, it's hard to keep track of everything, especially, you know, when you're casting. But Fischl did have Pyro applied onto her, and so that Vaporize reaction took her down.
Yeah, I mean-
and refreshed Gamblers, and you know, Chai was able to get off his burst for the win.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a bit of a misplay there, definitely from Kong's side. You know, what he needed to do was survive that turn. That was critical. He had so many summons. He put 5 dice into Oceanid summons, which didn't get a chance to activate. That was 5 wasted dice against his opponent, who had a bunch to work with. So that put him so much on the back foot, but he wasn't able to find a line that kind of kept him alive for that turn. And yeah, definitely swapping to Fischl there with that Pyro, quite a bit of, I think, a costly mistake there. Letting Child activate the Gamblers a second time, and finding the win for Inzaghi.
That combo deck is incredible. Like the strength of it was really showcased in this match. You know, Inzaghi believed in it. That's why he chose it again, and it did come out, you know, with a victory. That was incredible to watch.
Child is not a card you see too often, but one of
Yeah.
his very powerful things he can do is if you stay on him, especially against decks that don't apply a lot of pressure, he's very good at outputting damage on a single character. And we saw that there, you know, repeatedly hitting any characters that came out and taking out Kong's characters one by one.
And here we're going to see the damage come. Oh, let's try over the triple kill, 27 damage. Like, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, kind of crazy. And I think Inzaghi navigated that turn very well. I mean, just building up to that one crucial turn.
Yes.
He did get, I think, getting a little bit lucky drawing so much card draw. You know, we saw 2 copies of Cheng the Ninth go down. You also the Treasure Seeking Sealy, drawing
Bennett
him
talent
into more cards.
immediately.
Yeah, having
I
Bennett
think
talent.
that was crucial. You know, Bennett only
Right.
doing 7 damage there, but we know he was very supportive with his heals.
Yeah, I mean, Bennett talent, I don't know if it ended up mattering even. I mean, Bennett is just so good against decks that have backloaded damage like Nahida Electro Charge because they can't pressure your health total anyway to put you below
that's
the
true.
threshold.
Yes.
So I think even without Bennett talent, Inzaghi really had that game in the bag. It's just that crucial timing of putting Fischl out right at the end there, leaving her vulnerable to the child's skill. I wonder if Kong must have thought... I think one of the things we didn't notice there, I think in the crucial turn before that last one, Inzaghi didn't use child's skill. He used his normal attack, which didn't use up the King Squire buff. So I wonder if Kong maybe didn't notice that and assumed that Inzaghi didn't have enough dice
It also
to use
fed
another skill.
also fed into Cheng the Ninth.
Right.
If I'm remembering the turn correctly, I mean there was so much going on in that one round, but it also fed into Cheng the Ninth and gave him more cards.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a game to go back and watch. Definitely one of the highlights of this tournament. I think it was very well played from Inzaghi there.
That was a game. that was a game.
Definitely, you know, when you bring these unusual decks and you know how to play them well, and your opponents don't know how to play against them well, that makes all the difference, right? Like, you have these small interactions that you're familiar with, and if your opponent misses the smallest detail, and forgets about, like, you know, a buff here or a dice reduction cost there, it's just going to completely turn the game around, as we just saw there. And, I mean, he basically needed the exact line to win, right? Because as soon as those summons would come in at the end of turn, it would have decimated his side, even through all of the healing from Bennett.
So, I mean, we're going to be going into this 3rd match in the second best of 3 here. And, of course, just a reminder that the winner will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. So the first player here, Inagi, is taking Shenhe SC. Very standard meta deck. I think we're going away from the creative combo decks now that, you know, the Vaporize deck has had its run. And
yeah, and very good. I think this deck is going to have a very good matchup to both decks that Kong has left to choose from, both Bin, the Ito deck, and also Electro Charge.
Yes.
Shenhe SC is very powerful. Yeah, there's really not much to say about this deck. If you're not familiar with it, definitely try playing it at home. It has a very powerful combination of cards. Ride and Summon, very good in combination with everything in the deck here.
I feel like this deck is also very, like, beginner player friendly. I think, you know, you could just... you could use this deck list even and try to adapt it a bit yourself and give it a go.
Yeah,
give it a go.
Yeah, you'll have to play it as well as plays deck at home, but very straightforward to play. You know, very powerful. You know, utilizing Adeptus very well. You know, very bursting quite a lot, and it's able to output damage quite fast.
You know, I'm looking at those 2 send-offs because I mean, I'm just thinking about the decks that Kong has left. We have Bin, which, you know, getting rid of Barbara's summon is always good.
Yeah.
And then also, obviously, NEC.
Yeah, very good against that
It could be
deck.
very crucial. You know, get rid of Oz, most likely.
Yeah, could be a very good kind of matchup win here. And here we go.
There's the Bin. This is our first time seeing Bin today. Of course, if it makes it through, we have to see it played once.
But, you know, very interesting variant from Kong here. And I've seen this in a couple players' deck lists, opting to use Tubby.
Tubby. Tubby is very popular right now.
Yeah, Tubby is getting very popular. Again, it's a very good card in the right circumstances. It could be a little bit slow against the Shenhe Superconduct deck. So we'll have to see if, you know, Kong can effectively use Tubby in a matchup that tends to end pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bin is normally slow in general unless you somehow draw the Bell and Tenacity the Millith and equip Ito right away. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Bin, so Bin means Barbara Ito Noel, B-I-N. And so the goal is to kind of stall out your opponent and cleanse elemental applications off of your characters using Barbara's elemental skill and, like, keep your characters all healthy and shielded until Ito is all decked out and ready to basically OTK, right?
Yeah, and definitely this variant of the deck with Tubby and other defensive cards is going to be playing even a longer game than lists that we're used to seeing. Because Tubby's actually not traditionally seen in this, at least with the list that we're familiar with. So we could be in for a long one.
Yeah, this could be a pretty long game. But I mean, it depends. I think Shanha SC always has a good opportunity to make quick work of Bin if you get off quickly enough with it. So
yeah, I mean, I think out of most of the decks, I mean, I think the child deck before might have actually had a better matchup, but you know, out of all of them, I think the Superconduct deck has a really good shot. It's a pretty even matchup, but I do think the Superconduct deck is favored a little bit. That piercing damage out of a Superconduct does give you a bit of an edge over Tenacity of the Millith, which is such a powerful card right now. Give you 2 shields every turn as well as dice.
yeah, so piercing damage goes through shields. It doesn't actually take away shield points, and so I mean, say you use Geo Res and you stack up like 8 million shields on Ito, like you will still have -1 piercing damage on him.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Barbara really comes in key, because you can really keep characters healthy behind the shields and not die to Superconduct. But let's get into our Game 3, the deciding match.
The deciding match between Kong and Inagi. This is our second best of 3 of the day. Of course, we have 2 more coming after this, so stay tuned. But excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, looking very...
Tubby! Tubby!
So pretty good
high roll.
start here from Kong here. Able to draw Tubby in this matchup. No equipment yet, though. That is the unfortunate thing. Honestly, probably more important than Tubby. You know, both equipment...
No card draw either.
But yeah, no card draw either. Both equipment and Tubby are both ways to generate dice here. But if Kong doesn't find another location card after this, then he's going to have a really tough time keeping up with the Superconduct deck. Especially...
Maybe if you want to put Lyman down, if you can, just for the card draw, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kong really needs to find either Liyue Wharf now or one of the equipments in order to kind of get back ahead of the Superconduct deck. Because for them, this is going to be a really good start.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these dice rolls fare. I mean, 2 Omni, 1 Cryo.
Yeah, not sure who goes first here. Who goes first in this matchup might actually matter quite a lot. Ooh, rolling a lot of Geo.
Timmy, Treasure Seeking Sealy. This is a really good start for Shanasi.
Really good start. Yeah, I think you probably will need a tune 1 in order to use Shenhe's skill. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Well, you probably want to save Bestis for a turn when your dice are a little bit worse. We might see a tune of Hash Brown here. So I don't think Hash Brown is very important right now in this matchup, but Bestis is really going to... You want to save that for a crucial turn when the dice rolls aren't even worse than they are right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it will depend on like how the players go about it. I mean, they might choose to do one or the other. I think tuning Hash Brown would definitely be an option. And then, of course, we'll see Timmy pass after Shanha's skill.
Yeah, very interesting that Kong chose to start on Barbara without using skill. I wonder if he was hoping to roll some Hydro dice to use Barbara's skill, but not having rolled 3 Hydro and not wanting to tune any cards, might instead need to go for the Ito line.
Yeah, those dice are rough, but I think we might even see
not only the dice, though. The problem with this hand as well is playing Tubby removes a card from your hand, which makes Sumeru City worse. So playing Tubby and Sumeru City isn't going to let you use effects, especially if you're going to play Lyman as well. So this is not a great draw for Tubby. We might actually see him opt not to use it at all. Yeah, we can see
Kong is like 1 dice short of having like a pretty good start, I think. Because like you want to play Tubby, you also want to play Lyman, you also want to like actually do something with your dice.
Yeah, he's shaking his head there because he knows he has like not quite the right setup. And this is a case, I think he really wanted to start Barbara's skill there, but not rolling the right dice is going to really trip him up.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I mean, obviously, Tubby is ideal to draw early on, but you also need your location cards. And, you know, as we saw earlier today, Tubby with 3 location cards as a starting hand is pretty strong.
Yeah.
But that's all we have right now. Looks like we are going to see a Tubby.
Yeah.
I swap back to Barbara? I think that makes sense because you're gonna play Sumeru City live and pass.
Maybe. I mean, it might be a situation where you need to have less dice than you have cards in hand in order to get that discount. So you might just need a swap stall so that you can actually use Sumeru City at all to begin with, which is not a great place. You know, you're using up dice to save dice. I think the other thing is you don't want to end first here against the Superconduct deck, but this is a good start from Inzaghi.
Yeah, and it is Hash Brown 2, and you were right about that one. So, but it's honestly a perfect start for Shenhe's Superconduct. So,
Yeah, so it looks like Kong is going to take the route to just swap stall, not having enough of a good hand to do anything this round, and that's going to really slow him down. You know, he's tapped Tubby and Sumeru City, but not able to use Sumeru City right away is going to be really painful.
yes.
And again, playing Tubby a little bit early, kind of revealing his hand early on, you know, making sure that Inzaghi knows that his opponent doesn't have any dice to work with.
I feel like if you're Kong, you kind of just have to play Sumeru City Live and Pass, even if you're not making use of the Sumeru City this round. Like, it's a free location card. You don't know where you're going to get next round, so you might as well make use of the free 2 dice. And
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing you could do, you could potentially normal attack with no oil here, but that wouldn't make any sense.
I don't think so. I think you really want the card draw, because you want to start looking for equipment, and you want more location cards. Like, you want to maximize the usefulness of the cards that you chose to bring, so...
Yeah. Either way, Kong in a really tough spot here.
Yes.
I think his hand, while it looked good on the surface, plays really awkwardly here together.
Yes.
But at least he is able to avoid that superconductor reaction at the end of turn by keeping on Noe here. Ooh, Inzaghi does have a Gamblers now.
And the Lotus, I mean, you don't really need the Lotus right now, but it's always, you know, nice safekeeping. But
Yeah.
the Gamblers is going to be pretty crucial. Look at the 4 Omni right off the bat. What is this high roll?
Kong did draw a Liu Wharf, which might save him a little bit in this matchup. You know, able to use Tubby once again. It would have been a disaster if he didn't draw any location cards
Yeah.
off of that one. But having one and also Georez and Lotus Chris, that might be enough to keep him in the game here and kind of come back from what was a pretty difficult start.
I like the heavy strike. Can't really make use of it just yet, but
No, we're almost certainly going to just see a Shenhe skill here. Get ready to burst. I mean, one of the things that you'll if you're new to the Shenhe Superconduct deck, you might be tempted to think that this is a Raiden-focused deck where you try and rush her burst out and get the burst of both characters up right away. But it's not usually how the deck plays. You're really looking to get value from Raiden's Summon and the Electro application it provides, as well as Shenhe's burst naturally once, and then you can burst again later on if you need to.
yeah, I mean, the start that Inagi had where, you know, it's Raiden skill into swap to Shenhe, and then Shenhe skill, and you try to get her burst off as fast as possible. That is normally the start most players take. You can also start with Chongyun, and then go to Raiden and build up her burst, and then Raiden burst, and then Chongyun's burst and Shenhe's burst are both up. I mean, there's different lines you can play here, but this is the one that is, you know, most common, I believe, so...
Yeah, I'm going to see here what Inzaghi decides to do with Shenhe. I mean, you almost certainly burst, but you are giving your opponent a significant dice advantage, although they kind of spent their first round doing nothing. So I think you're pretty safe here to, you know, pass the turn back, you know, build up all the summons on your side. Ooh, tuning Sealy.
Sealy. I guess, I mean...
Okay.
I guess, you know, it's an extra dice that you might need later on.
Yeah, interesting to tune Sealing there and maybe not like tune something like Liben, which might not actually get played until next round, but maybe hoping to save those 2 extra dice from Shenhe into Liben might be the play. I mean, the game, you are expecting the game to go long, so definitely keeping longer term cards like Liben can be more effective.
Yeah, I'm just... So Inagi is sitting on 2 dice right now. It's not enough to actually do anything except, you know, Live and Pass or equip Gamblers or Lotus or something. I feel like you want to...
Yeah, Liben here makes the most sense. I mean, if you didn't tune Liben before, I think you are going to be playing there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you wouldn't play a Treasure Seeking Sealy, though.
You probably just need to... I think you're not looking to try and outvalue the Ito deck here. You know, if the longer the game goes, I think the worse it is for Inzaghi's deck. Because even though you're efficient at dealing damage, you know, that Tubby sitting on the field is very threatening. The more dice you put into drawing extra cards or doing nothing is more dice that more time that your opponent has to get value out of Tubby and then heal back up any damage that you started doing.
That's true, but I mean, Treasure Seeking Sealy is a pretty high value card for a low cost. And I feel like if you're gonna put two dice in the Liben anyway, you might as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, you know, since Inzaghi's here playing and you're not, I would say we're definitely wrong. But and look, he agrees with us. He's smiling. Yeah, he knows that he's right. But I mean, Kong has actually a very good hand here. He has a Pizza to heal, as well as Georez and Lotus Crisp to kind of weather any huge damage turns out of Inzaghi. And that Leroy Wharf is just sitting there, able to go refill his hand next turn. So as soon as he draws an equipment, it's going to be a really tough spot for Inzaghi.
And of course, that Barbara skill is going to cleanse the cryo off of her. I can't quite remember if Ito or Noel. I don't think Noel has any elemental application on her. I don't remember if Ito does.
I think Ito has a cryo. Yeah,
Okay,
Ito has a cryo.
yeah, yeah.
So Kong switching over to Ito here, even though it's going to soak up a lot of damage from the summons, I believe this is just to cleanse any aura off of Ito to keep him as safe as possible.
I don't know if I like this though, because Ito is going to take a whole lot of damage here.
Yeah, it's possible. With that heal on Barbara, I think what Kong is planning to do is build up to a Barbara burst.
No, but
This is going to be kind of a race. I think Kong is going to try and build up very quickly to a Barbara burst. And of course, I mean, Ito having 0 equipments is not ready to take the field. I think you have to set him up a little bit longer, so you want the game to go a little bit longer. And in that case, it's okay for Ito to take a lot of damage. But
I think Shenhe is 1 damage off taking down Ito because of that shield point.
yeah, it is pretty risky. Definitely something like Heavy Strike. You know, you have to play around cards like that. But I mean, one damage off is just not. Oh, look at those dice rolls. It's so bad.
Ah, that is too late. I think Shenhe is 1 damage off. Yes, because
but there is Cryo Res.
Icy Quill. There is Cryo Res.
Actually, is that enough?
Yes.
So maybe Kong here not playing
No,
around.
that's it. If Ito dies in Bin, that's it.
Well, it might. The thing is, Ito isn't equipped yet with any equipment, so you haven't really lost that much, except for that 1 energy. But yeah, I think you're right though that Kong was just too slow of a start, and now Inzaghi is really gonna try and take advantage of a faster
Gamblers.
start and not let Tubby generate enough value.
Gamblers, Cryo Res, Skill, or normal. I mean, probably Skill, because the Icy Cools will buff it by 1. But I mean, it's 1 off. Cryo Res gives +2 damage, so you could do either.
Yeah, I mean, Kong here
You could
has
just
to have
normal.
expected the Cryo Res here. Not playing around that is very difficult. But yeah, not able to equip Lotus or Geo Res here, unfortunately.
There goes Ito. Oh no.
I mean, he did have that Geo Res in hand. I wonder if it would have been correct to find an opportunity to play that, off of a Crystallize at some point.
I think, ending on Ito to cleanse the elemental reaction, it was a good thought, but Inzaghi ended first, and so he had the opportunity to go first. You really don't know what your opponent has in their hand, right? You can't risk Ito being such a low HP. With that Cryo Res, it didn't matter.
No, it didn't matter here.
So
And in a precarious situation with Shenhe on with Gamblers equipped, I wonder if Kong is thinking if there's a second Cryo Res in hand. If he swaps a Noel here, it could be a disaster. But you might need to just use Breastplate on Noel in order to get some shield points up.
I mean, I think either way, Shenhe SE has definitely it's taken down the raid boss. Ito is gone. Ito did not get equipped at all with anything. I feel like Kong's start was way too slow in this case, and I mean, Inzaghi is sitting at very healthy characters right now on a deck that works very quickly. So
yeah, I mean, one of the downsides of running Tubby in a deck like Barbarita Noel is you have too many cards that you're trying to draw at the beginning of the game. You're looking for both equipments, but you're also looking for Tubby, and so drawing one reduces your chances of drawing the other ones, and so it's pretty greedy for sure. It can work out for you in some situations, but it looks like not in this
there's
case.
Geores, but
I mean, one of the strengths of this deck is that Noelle is actually a perfectly capable character of carrying the rest of the team.
She is. She is.
Assuming you didn't expend too many resources in Ito. You can kind of use Ito as bait in some places, but I really think, based on the play patterns there, with the pizza going on Barbara, Kong was really looking to Barbara burst and keep his whole team alive, and then re-equip from there. But losing Ito there also loses a lot of value for Barbara burst too.
I almost wonder if you double even here, if you're Inzaghi.
You might, yeah, depending on what your opponent does. I mean, your Shenhe burst is about to run out, but I think that's fine.
I think you double even pass if you're Inzaghi. Or
I mean, if you normal
It's 4
attack with
dice.
Raiden here, it does still get buffed by the Shenhe burst, and you might want to really look to burst with Raiden next turn.
I guess you want to float one. I guess maybe not. You could tune Timmy. You don't really need Timmy anymore.
I mean, while you're in a good spot, I don't think this is the time to kind of go passive and put too many resources into Libin. I think I'd prefer to see a tune into something to get Raiden up to that 2 energy. Either refreshing the skill, which looks like what Inagi is thinking about doing, or just using a normal attack and saving your cards. Although that Timmy is long past.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with using double Libin though, because you get so much from it next turn. You're like setting yourself up for next turn, right? Like it's not something that's gonna impact turns after next one very much. You're gonna get a lot of card draw. Yeah, I like this. I like this.
Gonna play Timmy as well, so definitely setting up for the long game. I think.
Oh, playing Timmy is interesting.
Well, I mean, if you play Libin there, I think you also play Timmy, because playing Libin there signals you want the game to kind of go longer than the next round, and then by that time Timmy should be able to activate. But it's kind of precarious, you know. If Kong can get enough value out of Tubby and then use Noelle as doing the backup carry job that she's made to do, could be trouble.
I think it depends on what Inagi, like what cards he gets from Libin, and then also from the regular card draw, because like he could have enough resources to just like end the game next round.
That was really interesting. We saw Calc's arts go down to get an extra energy from Noelle onto Barbara. You know, Kong with nothing to do with that extra dice there, but unfortunately that's not a great use of it. Is able to cleanse all of the elemental applications, so going into it with a fresh round with no summons either.
The send off.
That could actually come in pretty clutch.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Inagi is already at a huge advantage right now, but that send off is definitely something.
Yeah, I mean, every character that goes down for Barbara is one less character that her healing can impact, and so it really makes her less effective, right? Like, Barbara is quite a nightmare to deal with when you have 3 characters up, but as soon as a character goes down, you're slowly losing value from using any of her skills. So I'm not sure I like the plan to build up to Barbara Burst here. I mean, it might be the only thing you can do because Noelle's too low right now.
There is the double woven. That's what I was wondering if he would end up drawing, because like, he hasn't drawn either of his woven yet. Like he's sitting at 14 dice right now.
Yeah, he is sitting comfy. I think, I mean, this is going to be the pivotal turn here. You know, Kong has not been able to make use of Tubby all that well this turn, so assuming he can Chong Yun burst and or even Shenhe burst again, it's going to be really hard for Kong to come back.
Adeptus. There's just too much at Inagi's disposal right now. We do see Lotus swap onto Noelle, so 3, 8, 11, sitting at 11. So I do not think that Adeptus Burst from Raiden is going to be enough.
Yeah, that Lotus there, obviously, you know, I think Kong's switch here is, of course, because Noelle is equipped with Tenacity, so he wants Noelle to get hit, so he can generate that extra dice. But that Lotus Curse, of course, protecting her from the burst that should be coming.
I think you still burst anyway. No Adeptus, you just burst.
I mean, you have such a big advantage here. I mean, you could wait out Noelle.
Swap on the Shenhe, maybe?
Yeah.
Interesting. I like this too. I like this too.
Yeah, you could just naturally burst Shenhe here without even using Raiden, and then Raiden burst again to have a third use of Shenhe's skill. But Breastplate is going to go down. So see if Inagi decides to swap back if this was a swap stall play, or just going to start using Shenhe.
I feel like we might see you Lotus equip on the Shenhe and then maybe like skill or normal attack, because I feel like Inagi might be going for Shenhe's burst again.
I mean, I don't think you're in that much danger. Your opponent already used Calc's Arts, so you're very unlikely for Noelle to burst right here. So I think it's pretty safe, even if you're going to stay on Shenhe, just to use skill without using a Lotus. I mean, I think you really want to just save those Lotus for the crucial turns when Noelle does have her burst up.
Yeah, that's true. But I feel like part of it is that Inagi might be looking to sacrifice Shenhe for the additional dice and energy point on, you know, with I Haven't Lost Yet.
Probably not important at this point. I mean, I mean, Inagi has a tremendous lead right now. I think we're just going to see the Icy Quills, and then assuming Kong doesn't have something that's strange like Heavy Strike, is probably going to burst with Shenhe and just get full value out of those 2 characters. And that's a lot to come back from. You know, we've seen Raiden and Shenhe burst and skill 2 times in succession, and that just adds up to so much damage over time.
Yeah, and I think Inagi did calculate that Kong doesn't quite have enough to take Shenhe out.
Yep.
So swap onto Barbara, and then of course we're going to be seeing Shenhe burst come out yet again.
Yeah, Shenhe should burst right here. That would be the ideal thing, and especially if Inzagi can end first here, it's also a big advantage. We might actually see something like Cryo Resonance into that Stone and Contracts Liyue Resonance. That'd be pretty powerful.
You know, every time a character uses their burst on Injaki's side too, Raiden gets a stack on her passive.
Yeah, it does add up over time.
And that's
So
an
we'll see, is this
additional point of
send-off?
damage on her burst when she casts it, which is ready to go, so.
So Inzagi kind of has two lines here. He can send off the summon, which I don't think is that important right now, or he can try, he can Cryo Res into Stone and Contracts, which I like a lot better. Because I think setting up for the next turn is, you should have a pretty
If
good
you
chance
send
of
off, then the cryo doesn't get cleansed, and you can have another super connect reaction when Raiden uses their burst potentially.
Interesting, they're just using... Oh, maybe he's...
Wait, Woven?
Okay, I think he used that Bestus there not to overdraw, I think, is what happened. But we might still see send-off. Yeah.
Yep. I like send off. I like send off.
Oh, and
I
Kong
think
there
that's
really
good.
disappointed.
Yeah.
This will let force Barbara to have a cryo application on her.
Yes, and I think it's really crucial because then both Barbara and Noelle are lethal from Raiden's burst. He has 2 stacks.
Ooh. Hang on. Double G... It could be a lot, but
Wait.
there's a line that you could double G-Res, double tune into another skill. It's very expensive. Do you want to do it?
I mean, maybe.
That can't be correct, though. I mean,
I don't think so.
it'd be funny to see.
So.
It's one way to make... I mean, he could even burst this round if he does that, but I think you really need to wait for burst for next round so you can recover the damage that the summons are going to do at end of turn.
Yeah, I don't think you would want to burst when Barbara's at 9 HP. But, I mean, Inagi did end first. I think
Yeah.
Barbara could be actually, like, taken out.
Yeah,
at the
constantly
beginning of next round.
considering the line of doing double Geo-Res here.
Has Inagi drawn a quick swap yet?
I don't think so. There's been no quick swaps from either side right now.
I wonder how many cards he has left in his deck.
Not that many. Yeah, he's drawn a lot of them. But the next turn is definitely going to be crucial here. Kong's either going to sweep the other side with Noelle, or we're going to see Inzagi take it out. Oh, are we actually going to see it? Okay.
Cathedral instead of, I guess,
Tubby.
replacing Tubby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because this game is about to end. You don't really need Tubby anymore.
So this is going to
I
heal
guess the double
Barbara up
Cathedral
a
is going
lot.
to be good. Yeah. Should be back at 9.
Oh, there's the
There
quick
it
swap.
is.
How
There
much
it
is
is.
Raiden's burst right now? That would be
6.
6.
Plus
That might
Adeptus.
be enough.
That's it. And then
Yeah.
also, I mean, with the superconduct, it's it. That's it. Quick swap. Adeptus burst.
And we've seen that combo of cards definitely end a lot of games in our
Right.
casting time.
So
Here we go. And especially with this double woven, yeah, Inzagi's about to have a huge turn here. If
Yeah,
he denies that Barbara burst there.
So without Adeptus, it's 1 off, I think.
It would be 7 damage with
It would
Superconduct.
be so 4 plus 2.
Inzagi is scrolling through the history. I mean, you'll
That'd be
see you'll
6.
see very high skilled players do this a
Six.
lot. You know, knowing what your opponent's cards have left in their deck can be very important. He's probably checking for things like Geo Resonance here. I haven't lost yet, so that had been played potentially.
It should be 8 damage. Superconduct is 2, right?
That's 1.
It's 1?
I'll be so broken if it was 2. No, it does 1 extra damage to the active character and then 1 to each of the standby ones. But it's, I mean, I think you still take that line here. It's kind of both. If your opponent uses Barbara Burst, it's not even that great for them because Barbara's already at 9. So you don't even need to necessarily Adeptus Burst. I actually kind of just like, the slow swap to Raiden. Like, what is your
Yeah.
opponent going to do in this spot?
Yeah.
You don't need to rush it.
Yeah, you don't need to rush it.
Yeah, that
I
quick swap
agree.
could definitely come in later with Chong Yun. If your opponent swaps to Noelle here, the game is just over. Yeah,
I think
here
the
we
game
go.
is over either way. I think
The game is
Inzagi
over either
has,
way.
2 wovens at his disposal. There's just
Yeah.
you could Adeptus burst. I don't know if you even need to.
You could even swap stall your opponent here. Like, there's no rush on Inzagi's side. If he just simply swaps off of Raiden back onto Shenhe, it's almost as effective as doing anything right now. It's very hard for Kong to come up from this
Yep.
position.
Yep. I like the swap stall.
Yeah, I mean, the Ito deck is very good at recovering from damage if all your characters are left alive. You know, we've seen Barbara's burst kind of make the deck untouchable for a lot of matchups,
Yes.
but losing a character to a deck as aggressive as Superconduct really makes it harder for Barbara to be of high value.
And I think, you know, that character being Ito especially, like you can equip Noelle. She's still really good on her own, but Ito is the one you're really trying to build all those resources up on.
I mean, importantly, Kong hasn't drawn the bell.
Yeah, that's true.
And the main difference between Ito and Noelle is that Noelle really does need Bell in order to get to the same breakpoints, in order to kill characters in 2 hits as easily as Ito can. So at this point, she's not quite going to be enough to take out the other characters. And yeah, Inagi just swap stalling here, letting his opponent waste dice because he has all of the tools at his disposal to finish the game.
Yeah, that Barbara Burst isn't really going to do much for her survivability.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the cool things about Geniusification. You know, you have to do something on your turn in order to pass. So really, Kong here is either forced to swap to Barbara, swap to Noelle, which would immediately get her killed, or stay on Barbara and use up his dice to do essentially nothing at this point. And so you see Inzaghi there using up his own dice to force his opponent to basically make some optimal moves.
Yes. Yeah, there's nothing really in Kong's hand that is useful for a situation like this.
No, that Tubby is not going to do anything. And there's no room even for Liben.
You could like quick swap on the Noelle and breastplate maybe.
Quick swap Noelle breastplate might be the
like
only
the most
thing.
you could do, but I don't know. Maybe you just go tune a bunch of things for Barbara skill. You do have those 2 cathedrals that, you know, if your active character somehow survives somehow keyword.
Yeah, I mean the trouble with Cathedral right now is that you need to have, you know, end on the character. Oh, even having to replace that for Liben.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense because I think Kong knows that when Barbara's gonna fall here, so.
So Inzaghi.
Do you want to Adeptus Burst here?
I don't think you need to Adeptus, to be honest. I think
you don't
you
need
save
to.
you save Adeptus for Noelle. I think the line here is you probably burst Raiden and then get Chongyun up to 3 energy.
Because I mean, if you just normal Raiden burst, the summons will still finish Barbara off.
Yeah, the line I like here is Raiden burst into Chongyun's skill. You get Chongyun up to that 3 energy. You take out Barbara and force your opponent to be on Noelle. And yeah, that really sets up nicely for the next turn. But look at how much damage that did. I think I've seen Raiden Burst ever do that much damage on camera without Adeptus. Having those 2 extra stacks from her passive after Shenhe was able to burst twice as well.
I almost wonder if you swap Chongyun and then use both.
Well, I mean, there's a line to actually swap to Shenhe because she has that Gamblers and then just double Cryo Res and kill Barbara right off the bat. Looks like not going to choose that. Yeah, just play Banarana.
How many cards does he have? Does he have?
He has an extra.
9?
He might tune. Yeah, might tune a Lotus Crisp or an Adeptus. Oh yeah.
Yeah, just play Woven. Yeah, just carry it over. Yeah. Yep.
This is why Banarana is so good. It's been a very new
so
addition.
good.
A lot of decks are playing it these days. There's so much flexibility.
Yeah, so Vanarana takes 2 dice and then carries them over. It doesn't change them or anything. You just get them back next turn. So those 2 cryo are going to come in handy for Inzaghi next turn.
Yeah, I think Inzaghi definitely taking his time here with this matchup. He's playing it slowly. I think, you know, there's definitely opportunities to close out the game a little bit quicker. But these high-level players have to make sure that they don't, you know, it's not only about beating an opponent, but it's making sure that they don't have any way to make a comeback victory. And so taking it slow and steady, you know, making sure that this opponent doesn't have any combination of cards that can kind of make a comeback here.
Slow and steady definitely wins the race. I really do think Inagi has it in the bag. You know, normally it's the other way around with these decks. Normally it's been playing slow and steady against, you know, Shenhe SE, which is typically very fast-paced to get a win off. But I just think Ito falling is like the worst thing that could have ever happened. I feel like Kong's fate is kind of sealed in a way. I mean, it's waiting for the inevitable end.
Yeah, Ito's not I mean, if he falls, it's usually okay, but there's just such a slow start with Tubby and no equipments that, you know, the pressure out of the Superconduct deck was just too high. And okay, we're going to finally see a quick swap.
Yeah, I think this is all you can really do. You can Geo-Res Breastplate. I think that's all you can do. Lotus.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Lotus and Geo-Res, I think you need to make sure you have those in the right order because it doesn't always it can actually have a very weird effect. And actually, I think because those two shields are in front of Lotus, we could get into a really bad situation for Kong here, where he isn't able to utilize that Lotus to its full effect. I'm going to see another Shenhe burst.
Fast swap into Shenheverse. I think this makes sense because, you know, Inagi is sitting on 2 I haven't lost yet. So I think, you know, putting Shenheverse out for that extra damage and then also sacrificing her is going to be ideal for Inagi.
Yeah, and one of the things it's hard to notice there, but you saw those 2 shield points on Noelle go down as well, the Lotus Crisp. So what happened was Shenhe's skill, I believe, did 3 damage there with the burst. 2 damage was absorbed by the shield, so only 1 damage was eaten up by that Lotus Crisp.
Yes.
So that actually was not a very efficient use there.
It's tragic.
Is that heart monitor shaking?
Is it? It is.
It looks like, is it because Zagi's heart rate is like so high right now? It's just like
155,
shivering, and it's still climbing.
156, it's going up and up and up.
I mean, he knows he's close. He knows he's close to the win here. I think just hold on.
Hunting his prey.
Ooh.
And there goes Shenhe falling to Noelle's burst. And I think we're just going to see I haven't lost yet a Chongyu burst. What else do you do here?
I mean, Inagi is doing the math. You know, I think he's checking if this is the right amount of damage. Noelle does still have a lot of shields. I believe it's at 12 health. But
well,
I haven't lost yet Adeptus burst should be able to do at least
sitting on
13.
a Woven as well.
Yeah.
It's just actually perfect at this point. It's done. Game's done.
I mean, you have to be very careful. Yeah, look, you can see him counting in his head. He's doing the math, doing his due diligence not to make any mistakes, because that's really what Kong is banking on here. Yeah,
Well,
I think he sees it.
2 dice for Adeptus.
He's happy. His heart rate's going down. He's calming down.
2 dice for Adeptus, 3 dice for Chongyun burst, and then...
Oh, but we didn't see it, but Kong did use Mondstadt Resonance, so that might actually affect it a little bit.
Ah.
Ooh. Send off.
I totally missed that. I totally missed the Monster Resonance.
Oh, that was actually pretty spicy. I mean, I still think the game is over, right? Because you can still burst Barbara here, take her out, and then just skill on against Noelle and finish her next round. Yeah. We might see this. I mean, he'll chew through all of the shields. There's going to be nothing left on Kong's side, and Inagi still has 2 characters. Okay, so it's a bit of overkill.
It is a bit of overkill, but I think it's enough.
Yeah.
Kong clears in the round. He knows he lost. He's very sad right now.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's still a small window if your opponent makes any mistakes here, but we'll have to see. I think we're going to see Inzaki skill Chongyun and then probably swap over to Raiden.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what you do here. It's just Noelle against the world, and you know, even with Chongyun Raiden's burst not up, like it's just.
There's a chance, but I believe Kong has already used both
Geo-Res, yes.
Yeah, and the Lotus as well. So, you know, that would have been one card that could have helped him come back.
You get to Adeptus. You don't need it. Yep. Only does 3, but doesn't need to do. Like, you just play it slow at this point.
If Izangi had 1 more dice here, would have been able to close up the round this turn. But that Raiden Summon's going to take her down to 1. And we'll see if Kong can draw anything at all. Oh, that bell is so late.
Yep.
I think that's it.
Yep. Finally drawing the bell. It's definitely too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this Ito deck on both ends when it rolls really well, able to draw both equipments, get them equipped at the very beginning. It's so dominant. You know, it's so hard to fight against all the value you get from Bell and Tenacity. But on the flip side, there are games where you don't draw it. And Inzagi was able to formulate kind of just play it slowly, you know, against an opponent that doesn't really have any way to generate long-term value.
Yes.
Play slowly, play to your burst, and just build up damage over time.
Looking, Jagi's heart rate is shaking, 162, still climbing. It's pretty much the highest it's been all match. He knows victory is right around the corner for him.
Well, he thinks it is, but he's not sure.
Here.
You can see him scrolling through the history there. He's thinking about what could he possibly lose to at this point. And this is kind of what it takes to be this high-level player. You know, it's never about how close you are to victory, but it's about like what could really screw you up at the last moment.
You have to make sure you make no mistakes. Even when victory is very nearby, if you make one mistake, it could still mean the end. So you have to be careful.
Yep, and with Shenhe's summon down here and all the burst used up, you don't actually have a lot of sustained damage coming out. I think he's looking for his last cryo.
Yeah, I think he's looking for cryo.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
So the last Cry Rise is going to seal the deal.
There we
Inzaghi
go.
is going to use his skill, 5 damage onto Noel,
And minus
exactly
one.
enough.
Yeah, exactly enough. Noel falls to Chongyun's skill and Cryo-Res, and Inagi takes the third game in this best of 3 to advance on to the semifinals tomorrow. Congratulations to Inagi. You see how happy he is here? He's so relieved.
Yeah, I mean, you know, going in 1 game down in a best of 3 is so nerve-wracking because one more mistake is going to cost you the rest of the game.
Yes.
And so, you know, it's so hard to come back from that mentally, and they're going to do that, especially using the same deck that you lost with.
I do think we're going to be throwing to our host very shortly here for a brief post-match interview.
Yeah.
So just waiting for these players to calm down a bit, see the relief on Inzagi's face. So you see a nice handshake here, and then we'll throw to our host.
All right, congratulations to the winner today. Oh, they got a nice
Aw.
hug. Oh, that's sweet. All right, congratulations, Inzaghi. How do you feel right now?
I was really nervous after the first game, but
Yeah, we can tell that your heartbeat is like keep raising up. Yeah, and do you mind to share us like what is the strategy for winning this game?
well, I really wanted to play my Bennett Yoimiya child, so I banned Mona Klee, which is good against that. And you know, I thought out of the 3 decks left, the deck is good into 2 of them, which is NEC and Bin. So I took the chance and I got unlucky, but you know, losing the first match just means I'll win the second match, and you know, I just kept focused for the 3rd game, and it went well. Yeah.
I see. All right, so are you excited for tomorrow, the grand final? Do you have the confidence to win as a champion?
I think so. Yeah.
All right, congratulations once again, and we shall be seeing you tomorrow. All right, so back to the caster.
Thank you so much. That was such a fun best
Yeah.
of 3 to watch, honestly.
I mean, that quote at the end, you know, losing the first match means I'm going to win the next 2. That is like quite the quote, I
That's a
think.
strong mentality.
It is. It really is.
It really is. You know, normally when you lose the first match, it can be kind of like, it makes you feel a bit sad and scared for what's going to come, but he knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
I mean, I think one of the big differences between, you know, the casual player playing the game and these high-level ones is they're not just thinking about the one match in the moment. It's also about the matches ahead, right? It's about the matchups from one deck to the next. And like I said, he was a very favorable matchup with the decks he had remaining versus what Kong had remaining.
Yep. And
Look at
you
that
know,
damage.
it's exactly as we speculated as well, right? So it went all according to plan for Inagi. 25 damage on Shenhe here.
Wow.
And you know, Chongyun only doing 7 damage but taking 2 kills. So
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. I mean, obviously, you know, all the healing was on the Ito deck side, and that's why the numbers are so skewed. But you know, getting Ito taken out very early, you know, I think not
Yes.
playing around that Cryo-Res
Yes.
might have been a crucial mistake that really snowballed into an overwhelming advantage for Inzaghi in that game 3.
yeah, Cryo-Res, you know, is very classic to take in Shenhe SC. Like that's why you bring 2 cryo characters, you know, so you have the Cryo-Res and Wovens. So you really have to anticipate, especially when your opponent has so many cards that you could be sitting on a Cryo-Res or something to
Yeah.
take Ito out, because it was already low going into that next round.
Exactly.
I think it was a slight miscalculation from Kong, and yeah.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it was exactly fine on 1 if it wasn't Cryo-Res, but having the Cryo-Res there made all of the difference there. And yeah, let's watch some
Here's
replays.
the replays. So this
Yeah.
is the first match, I believe, and this was so fun to watch.
Yeah.
I remember we were scratching our heads over both of these decks, and
Yeah.
I know the tech with the Unseen Razor didn't really come out in this game, but you know, the freeze definitely shut down Yoimiya and Child both.
Yeah, I think, definitely Inzaghi losing. Again, as he said just before, he's preparing this deck specifically for the 2 other decks, which one of them is this Electrocharge deck. And he was able to take the victory here in a very surprising sweep of the round with Child.
Yeah, he definitely set up to those rounds to get that combo off very well, and just kept drawing the cards he needed to generate more
Drew so
dice.
many cards that game,
yeah, there was so many cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is... I kind of missed watching these combo decks. There aren't that many current meta right now, it's very fast, but combo decks are very fun to play and watch. Seeing everything go down in one turn, all of the cards that come in and out, it's just really real spectacle.
The -11,
Yeah, and
childbirth. Ito falling there was honestly probably what lost Kong the game. I think you could kind of stall it just a little bit, but
yeah, that and not drawing any equipments as well from Tubby. Yeah, it took too long. I mean, Tenacity is kind of the make or break card for these stall decks. If you draw it early, you generate so much advantage through shields and dice, but if you don't, then it really cripples your strategy.
yeah. And so here's the bracket. So we've gone through 2 best of 3s today already. Arc versus Hua are going 2-0. Inagi going, it says 2-2. It was actually 2-1 against Kong. Both of these players will be facing each other tomorrow in the semifinals. And of course, the minimum prize for top 4 is actually 4,500 USD. So
Yeah,
they've
so
already
making
advanced.
with a lot.
So I mean, after a short break, we're going to be going to the next best of 3 between Rev and Dian.
Yeah, I mean, definitely tune in tomorrow for the finals between these two. I mean, again, we personally know these players already, and they know each other. They've played against each other in the preliminary, so this is a bit of a rematch here going to the semifinals. So going to be a really cool Sunday, I think, going forward.
It's really exciting for us to watch all of these best of 3s leading up to the semifinals and finals tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because we're not used to that. We're not used to seeing every single best of 3 that happens in these Prince Cups. So we can watch all these players' journeys from start to finish and see what happens to advance to the finals.
Yeah.
So you guys are watching right along with us.
And so far, it looks like Ark and Inagi, both players who have tried and true records within Cat's Tail, showing that kind of experience, tournament experience, and kind of a long time playing the game do matter against some of these players who may not be as familiar with kind of this competitive scene. So, very well done to both our players here. And I mean, we're only halfway through the day here, so we have 2 more best of 3s to get through, as we have 2 more spots left on our Sunday finals.
Yes. And I do believe we're going to be throwing to the break very soon. So stay tuned. We will catch you guys very soon.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. I can see the conditions for victory now. After the sun goes down, the desires hidden in people's hearts will rise to the surface. Let the magic begin! Let me take the heat.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
Yes, take me with you.
Evening shows are spectacular. Should I reserve a ticket for you?
Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Which is real and which is an illusion? Take a guess. because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Magic is a kind of real illusion, and those few who excel at making illusions that shock and amaze will become renowned among magicians. From the performance posters adorning the opera houses of Fontaine to the hearty recommendations of hotel concierges and conversations with citizens on the streets, it isn't difficult to guess who the title of most popular magician belongs to.
We'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Magic is not simply a stage performance for Linny, for the tricks of the trade have become a part of his everyday life. If you were to liken the battlefield to a stage, Linny's bow and arrows would be his props, while the talented magician himself creates surprises for anyone watching the show. Those who are keen observers are more familiar with their own blind spots. When Linny is in the party, the location of items unique to Fontaine will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather resources. Linny's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Linny executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Linny fires off a pyro-infused arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, Linny fires off a prop arrow that deals pyro damage. After hitting, a Grinmalkin hat will be summoned. Grinmalkin hats can taunt nearby opponents, causing them to attack the hat. Each opponent can only be taunted periodically. When a Grinmalkin hat is destroyed, or its duration expires, it will fire off a pyrotechnic strike at a nearby opponent, dealing pyro damage. Only one Grinmalkin hat can exist at once. It inherits HP in proportion to Linny's maximum HP. In addition, if Linny's HP is higher than a certain threshold when he fires a prop arrow, Linny will consume a portion of his own HP to obtain 1 prop surplus stack. The number of stacks is limited, and all stacks will be removed once Linny stays out of combat for too long. Linny's HP cannot fall below a certain threshold in this way. After unlocking the talent Perilous Performance, if Linny consumes HP by firing off a prop arrow, the Grinmalkin hat will restore a certain amount of elemental energy after it strikes an enemy, and will gain increased damage based on its attack. Prop arrows periodically call down Spirit Breath Thorns upon the location they hit, dealing Numa-aligned pyro damage. Using his elemental skill, Linny does a flourish with his hat, unleashing a firework surprise when a Grinmalkin hat created by Linny is on the field. The fireworks will cause it to explode violently, dealing AoE pyro damage equivalent to a pyrotechnic strike. Damage dealt by the Grinmalkin hat in this way is considered charged attack damage. When Linny uses his elemental skill, all prop surplus stacks will be cleared, dealing AoE pyro damage to opponents in front of him. Damage will be increased based on the number of stacks cleared, and Linny's Lini's HP will be regenerated based on his max HP.
Let's get this show on the road.
Using his elemental burst, Lini unleashes his magic, turning into a fast-moving Grinmalkin cat. This is not to be confused with the Grinmalkin hat. They're two different props. When the Grinmalkin cat gets close to opponents, it will call down flames upon them, dealing up to 1 instance of pyro damage to each opponent. When the duration ends, Lini will dismiss the Grinmalkin cat and ignite magnificent fireworks that deal AoE pyro damage, summon a Grinmalkin hat, and gain 1 prop surplus stack. Lini can also deactivate Grinmalkin cat prematurely. A magnificent performance always leaves the audience yearning for an encore. If the applause is rapturous enough, the magician might even improvise a few new tricks on the spot. After unlocking the talent Conclusive Ovation, Lini deals increased damage to opponents affected by Pyro. In addition, each Pyro party member other than Lini will increase this damage bonus. The damage increase that can be gained in this way has a maximum limit. Only an actor who has mastered their skills and who can instantly adapt is worthy of being a maestro of magic, and Lini is fully deserving of the title. In battle, prop arrows are Lini's primary source of damage. By continually firing prop arrows, not only can Lini summon Grinmalkin hats and fire off pyrotechnic strikes, he can also gain prop surplus stacks. By using his elemental skill to clear stacks at the right time, Lini can deal even more damage to enemies. When energy is full, Lini can transform into a Grinmalkin cat, moving agilely about the battlefield, getting close to enemies, and delivering a magnificent final performance under a shower of pyrotechnic magic. No one wishes to be tricked, but people still willingly take their seats to watch a magic show whose purpose is to deliberately deceive. Is it to lose themselves in a splendorous illusion, even for a short while, or is it to see through the illusions and trickery? Either way, we need not pry too deeply, for regardless of
Welcome back to our tournament, the Astral Carnival, the Prince Cup, and it's me here again. Dylan is with all of you here throughout the live stream, all right? And again, our event is happening right here at the Southern Pyramid, Malaysia. And again, I would just like call out to all the fans in Malaysia. If you guys just so happen living nearby at the Southern Pyramid, okay? Oh, so happens that you guys have a plan, okay, coming to the Southern Pyramid, and you should drop by to our event here as we have this amazing setup, okay? You should take more photos, upload to social media, and not to forget to tell your friends. If your friends are one of us, all right? They like Genshin, they like Genshin Impact, they love this tournament, yes, tell them we have this. And also in the meantime, if you guys have any comments about this event and this tournament, there's a QR code right down here and tell us how do you think about this event and what's your thought. All right, so, okay, I appreciate all of you, you guys like so excited for the coming down tournament, so we shall pass it back to the casters.
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah on Twitch and Twitter.
This is Blep at Blep the Cat on Twitter and YouTube, and we had a tremendous first half of the day so far.
Oh yeah, that last best of 3 was so fun to watch,
Yeah.
and it also went on quite a bit.
It did.
Especially with that last match with the Vindex, but
Yeah, I mean, these high-level players are really playing slow because, you know, a lot is on the line here. I mean, so much money, the prizes are insane, and one mistake can really cost you, you know, your chance at taking away the top prize.
yep. We already have 2 players going on to the semifinals tomorrow, so if you're tuning in for the first time at home right now, or if you're here at the mall at Sunway Pyramid with
Yeah.
us, So basically, today we're going over the quarterfinals in this Prince Cup tournament, and then tomorrow we will be doing the semifinals and the grand finale. So
Yeah.
please stay tuned. It's a 2-day event.
Yeah, we're back here bright and early. I'm really looking forward. I mean, we're not even done with this yet, but I'm really looking forward to Sunday
Yeah.
and the matches that it brings in place. But we have 2 more spots left to fill in our Sunday tournament.
Yep. And so,
Yeah, I mean, probably we'll see the brackets up there. You know, again, we have a lot of these players that we've seen before, and especially in the next matchup, I'm really looking forward to because they are going to be going head-to-head with very similar kind of records and kind of tournament finishes.
so I mean, the first best of 3 we watched today was very standard. I think
Pretty standard,
there
yeah.
weren't a lot of surprises for
No.
us. It was pretty meta. And then the second best of 3 we watched
Yeah,
was very there's a lot of unconventional decks
yeah,
that we saw.
yeah. Lots of
It-
interesting deck
yeah.
choices, and kind of this is where the high-level play really comes in. If you can build a deck that's better against some of the field for a lot of players, it gives you a real edge against your opponents.
And here we have our first player of this third best of 3, Rev. Most used character cards with a 100% win rate is that Shana SE that we saw Inagi win with last match.
Yeah, but bearingly, they're very interestingly. I saw this deck kind of played within history. There's a very unusual one here with Chi-Chi,
Chi-Chi,
Oceanid,
Oceanid, Xiangling.
And also,
I've never
but-
seen that before.
No,
I've never seen that
actually
before.
never seen that before either. And also with apparently 100% win rate there in the little records there with both wins with that deck. I mean, this is kind of the cool things I love about these big tournaments is that there's these unusual choices which might not work against the average player, but you might be able to like next level your opponent in these high level matches, you know,
As we've
put them
seen
in
today.
unfavorable. Yeah, as we already saw with that child deck that Inzaghi bought, and also, of course, that Hu Tao Liyue Super Friends deck that
It's Super
that Kong
Friends
bought.
deck,
Yeah, it is a Super Friends
it
deck. They're
is.
all friends. But
You know, I've heard of Chi-Chi Stall. You know, Chi-Chi Free Stall is something that came up when she was introduced
Yeah.
to the game. But seeing Xiangling here, I'm kind of wondering what the goal of this deck is. I know Oceanid and Xiangling is another combination that is very popular, normally with Nahida, I think.
yeah, very summon heavy deck. I mean, usually I think the most popular combo right now has been Raiden, Xiangling, and Nahida. So, I mean, I hope Rev will just show us how to play.
Yeah, definitely. And here we see Rev getting
calm.
ready to go. So, I mean, if you are tuning in for the first time at home right now, these players will be wearing heart rate monitors. So, you know, last best of 3, we saw Inagi, his heart racing the entire time.
Yeah.
It'll be exciting to see, you know, how these players are going to be.
Yeah. I mean, Rev is definitely calm on the outside, but maybe his heart is just racing on the inside. But we're about to find out. But here's our second player, Dian.
Oh, official Nahida Klee. This is also a deck that I've seen coming up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, Nahida's been very popular. You can kind of combine her with almost any reaction for a lot of big effect. And Burning has been a reaction that doesn't get used a lot, but is very powerful. And I think that's the core of what the deck is trying to do. But also a very unusual choice. I mean,
Yeah, it is very unusual. I mean, there's definitely different combinations you could do with Nahida and Fischl and Klee, but to see them together like this is kind of unconventional, at least for me. Like, I've definitely seen it played before, but it looks like Dian does have an 80% win rate with this deck. If you look at the match deck history, there's a lot of other options here. So there's Agent EC, there's, you know, the same deck that we see, and then there's also
Yeah.
Shana SE. So
so it looks like, you know, having a variety of decks at their disposal that they're comfortable playing should be a very strong thing. And, you know, Dian actually most recently had a pretty impressive finish coming in the most recent season for Cat's Tail Gathering, coming in 3rd. So if you actually want to watch more of his matches, you can actually just watch the stream that just happened yesterday from the Cat's Tail Finals. And
it's really impressive.
it is impressive, and he's a very specific deck that he used in those finals to take 3rd place, that I'm really looking forward to see if he brings into one of these top 8 matches.
Yep. So,
Yeah, and hopefully we're able to see a little bit more of what decks they're trying to bring here. And one thing we forgot to say, you know, Rev also coming in top 16 in Season 3 in Asia. So both these players with previous tournament experience and records here, so pretty evenly matched, I think.
if Dian took top 16 in Asia Season 4, so we ended up 3rd?
Yeah,
After all?
yeah. So when I was looking at his stats, you know, he qualified for this tournament, and at the same time was still playing in the season 4 of the tournament. So he's had quite a tough time.
I
here
didn't have a chance to
juggling
catch
those things.
the Asia
No.
Crystals Gathering.
Yeah, I looked at it last night.
It's all happening on the same time.
Yes,
right
this
now.
has been a crazy weekend for TCG if you like it. But yeah, Dian did take 3rd place in Season 4, which is a really respectable finish.
Yes.
And also, again, playing some pretty unusual decks. I'll say off meta, but you know, I don't really believe too much in the meta game here. We get players that kind of play together and kind of start agreeing on what decks are good, but we can obviously see that you can be successful with almost any deck as long as you
As long as
know
you
what
know how
you're
to play
doing.
it.
Yeah.
If you know how to build it and you know support cards and everything, if you know how to play it, like you can be successful, as we've already seen today.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the funny things that happens is as you get higher and higher skill level, the weirder your deck is, the harder it is for a good player to play against it, because they're so used to playing against the same decks over and over again. And so if you bring something slightly weird, their whole training just crumbles.
It's definitely more interesting for us to watch as well.
Yeah.
So here
Ooh.
are the deck lists and also the bans. It looks like Bin was banned for both sides.
Yeah, so we're not
Pyro
gonna
was
see that
banned
again.
for Rev, and then Shanha SC was banned for Dian. So what's left is Shanha SC, that strange Chi-Chi Oceanage
I'm so
Shangling
looking
deck
forward to
we
that
saw,
one.
and then Quicken, which we haven't seen yet.
No, Quicken used to be very popular, but you know, after getting nerfed a little bit, has fallen out of favor for better reactions like Electro Charge.
And then for Dian, we see a deck with Chongyun Razor. That is a core that used to be more popular, but kind of got phased out by Shanha SC, and then Beidou is the anchor. And there's another Quicken deck, and then there's the Nahida official Klee deck there.
Honestly, pretty interesting matchups either way. You know, we're going to see matchups that we haven't seen yet for today. So I'm really looking forward to this best of 3. And that Razor Chongyun deck was the one I was alluding to. That's the one that I think Dian used to clinch that third place match, you know, in that third game of the best of 3 against his opponent. You know, very aggressive deck. You know, Chongyun and Razor in combination puts out a lot of damage. And then Beidou is a very solid character to end on. So I'm really excited to see if he brings on. But again, neither of these players know which of those 3 decks their opponent is going to pick. And there are definitely some decks that are going to be better against the other decks your opponent. So it's a lot of like mind games and figuring out if you can predict what your opponent will bring.
Yep, and it looks like, oh my gosh, we're going to see this deck immediately.
Wow.
You know, so when they're picking their bans, they only see the 3 character cards as well. They have no idea what actual action cards are built in that deck. So, I mean, when they're building these decks, they have to build around anything they could encounter. And then, you know, when they're banning, they have to figure out like what they're currently bringing that could match up against anything that could be in their opponent's support cards. So.
Yeah, I mean, you have to prepare for anything when you're facing this deck. I mean, Chi-Chi, this is her first time on stream.
I think so,
because
I've never seen her play before on stream.
Yeah, she was recently added in one of the newer patches, and so this is her first appearance, I think, in a competitive setting. And I mean, she's been really fun to play, but hasn't maybe been as competitive as other options. So I'm really excited to see what this brings. Again, a lot of summons and also a lot of food.
I know. I noticed a lot of food. It's not a food tech deck, but there is a lot of food here for Rev.
Yeah, the NRE no longer really being played in that many decks. We see a lot of 2-of cards, so really valuing kind of consistency.
Yeah,
no Arcane Legend cards either.
I feel like these support cards are very conventional.
They are.
Like this is what I'm used to seeing in like older patches a bit. But
yeah, we do see 2 Calcus Arts and Star Signs, so very burst focused.
So it looks like Dian is going with the official Nahida Klee combination, and I see Rana, which makes sense in the Rainbow deck. Yeah, there's a lot that makes sense here. Tandoori Chicken, there's 1 Heavy Strike, there's 1 Monsat Resonance, some Bisu. Looks pretty standard to me.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, I think one of the things you can kind of get grounded with this deck is it seems like it's a very similar game plan to kind of the official Nahida Mona. But instead of Mona, you bring Cleave with probably more aggression, more damage here. But we're probably going to see a very fixed rotation, you know, with Rana and Lisu going from one character to the next, building energy, generating dice, and just getting a lot of reactions out quickly and getting high value off of the Nahida skill.
Well, I feel like Klee is like a very strong, like character this time because, you know, with Covenant, you can go for an extra charge attack.
You can, yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, you mostly see her play with the Vaporized deck in combination with Mona, which has kind of fallen out of favor with competitive players. You know, I think that deck is very... I'm sure players back at home, if you've been queuing into the co-op mode, you've probably faced Mona Klee before as a very powerful combo, but not as popular among the high-level players. It's a little bit easy to play around sometimes. But here we're seeing Klee being brought, and not even with the Overload deck, but in a very interesting... I think it might be burning. I mean, it's really hard to tell.
yeah, I mean, when you have Nahida Rainbow deck, you don't normally go for elemental reactions with Dendro, right? So it's probably it could be burning,
Overload?
but probably Overload. That's my best guess. I mean, you can go for any elemental reaction here, it'd be fine except for Quicken.
Honestly, I have no idea. you know, we're gonna have to have the players show us how to play
Exactly.
these really cool
That's how I
decks.
feel right now.
Yeah.
So choosing to keep the Covenant, I think that makes sense when you're playing Klee. Perhaps I don't really like Darren's start though. It's not great.
Yeah, 2 quick swaps is not what you want in your opener. You know, both decks have a lot of ramp cards, things like Paimon and Liben, that they want to make use of in this early turns, but not during any of them. It's going to put you at a disadvantage if your opponent also draws into them. And we do see Rev here. So he is as calm on the inside as he is on the outside.
Just feel those Dendro dice.
I do. He's going to roll some of them away.
I guess you want to go for Oz.
Yeah, I think... In pretty much any deck with Fischl, starting with Oz is so important, and so even though you have the Nahida dice, you might just go for a 3-cost skill anyway, so you don't actually need 5 Dendro.
It's true.
But we'll have to see.
Fortunately, no Rana right now.
Yeah, really,
That would've
Dian
been-
lacking any time. He's even nodding to it. Wow.
Wow.
Look at those dice rolls. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't have a dice generating effect in order to go 3-cost Fischl skill into
Into
Nahida
5 cost. Yeah, it's
Yeah, so
really
unfortunately
unfortunate.
short.
It's super unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what he's going to do with his leftover dice. He's going to either be left with 1 extra die at the end of it or have to do something with Covenant that maybe not be ideal. Whereas Rev here starting with both Liben and Banner. Yeah, we might just see a pass.
I think that's what you have to do when your dice look like that. I mean, Rev also got a lot of Dendro. I don't really
True.
know what you're supposed to do with Dendro when your characters are Cryo, Hydro, and Pyro, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the bestest in hand, so Rev could have tuned there, but I really like dropping both Liben and Vanarana there, especially... You know, I think this deck probably is looking to play a little bit slower because it is running Chi-Chi. She is pretty defensive. For those of you who aren't familiar, having just been added, you know, she has her summon, and anytime you use a normal attack, she will heal the lowest or the most damage active character by 1. So it is a very defensive choice.
So the only unfortunate thing about this is that you know, Rev is going to go first at the beginning of next turn, and I think, you know, to avoid spreading the seeds onto Ushid and Xiangling, we're going to see a swap off. So
Yeah, I mean, I think Chi-Chi's main value is from that 3-cost Cryo Summon. You know, that might really be the only reason you include her in the deck, because she is the only character to provide that as well. So if it's really the summon you're looking for, it's perfectly fine to swap up Chi-Chi here, and then I think it's going to put Rev in a pretty good position.
even more ramp.
Yeah.
So much ramp. All the ramp.
Dian does draw a Heavy Strike, which is an interesting choice for this deck. I guess
I think
for Klee,
isn't that Darren's only heavy strike?
it might be. Yeah.
I
He has a
think
lot
I
of
saw. I
one-ons in
remember
the deck.
seeing 1 heavy strike, and I think that's it. So
So we'll have to see. You know, we're probably going to see a skill out of Nahida here, but definitely going to be swapping off of Chi-Chi. There's no reason to stay on Chi-Chi at this moment.
I don't really like Darren's hand. Like I don't like it much at
Yeah.
all.
It's a lot of reactive cards, and I think when your opponent's deck is going to start deploying summons, you want something a little bit more proactive to help pressure your opponent here. But
I mean, the other thing is, like, there's no real dice fixers for Darien, and, like, you really want the Nahida 5 cost. Like, going for Nahida 3 cost is all you could have done, but I really do think we're going to see a swap from Chi-Chi anyway.
yeah, I mean, I think 3
So-
here is fine as well. I think, you know, you don't want to underestimate Nahida's 3-cost skill. Using it twice is almost as effective as her 5 cost, mainly because you build up that energy on Nahida.
Yeah, but then Xiangling's, because I'm assuming we're going to swap to Oshid here. Xiangling's going to be left without any seeds applied onto her, so.
Yeah. But I think that's okay. You know, Seeds is still pretty
it's okay,
effective, yeah.
but it's, like, not ideal.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal.
And that's just, I think, good play from Rev's side to kind of sequence it in a way that makes it awkward for his opponent to apply Seeds properly.
All these dice are so unfortunate for Darien. Like, no dice fixers, really bad dice.
Yeah.
Like, not a great hand.
No, so we're going to most likely see a 3-cost skill.
Yeah.
I mean, we might be able to do something with Klee later, because obviously Klee's skill lets her do a charge attack for 1 reduced cost of Pyro. So it's going to help a little bit with the bad dice.
Could also make use of Heavy Strike if your dice aren't even enough for a charge attack. So there's, I feel like going for Klee next for
Yeah,
Darien
I
is
think you have
definitely
to.
the play, because I mean Oz is already on the field right now. There's no point swapping to Official and refreshing, and also the dice, like you'd have to tune way too many things to use Nahida Burst.
Right.
So
Yeah, the
Yeah.
unfortunate thing for Dian here, though, is Rev is going to play around elemental reactions really easily by swapping off of Ocean next. And he's going to have a full roster of summons, and that's pretty scary. I think a character's going to get frozen, and for the first time, we're going to see a freeze-triggered Vaporize or Shatter.
You can only avoid it for so long, though, because, you know, Ozzy is going to come in at the end. There will be some
There will be,
reactions.
yeah. It could be
but-
probably an overload to send Xiangling back onto Chi-Chi, or maybe leaving with the burning.
I
We'll
don't know.
have to see.
One good thing about this rainbow deck with Nahida, Klee, and Fischl is that like all these reactions minus Quicken are pretty good.
Mhm.
And even Quicken is not
mean-
bad. It's just not ideal.
Quicken is good when you can use both stacks, and in this case, Dian was able to use both of the stacks of Quicken on Nahida skills, so getting full use out of that is what you want to do. But we'll have to see what the follow-up here.
Yep, I think this is what was expected, swapping to Klee here.
Yeah, almost certainly going to see a swap off of to Xiangling.
Yeah, to Xiangling. It only makes sense you have 3 Pyro there. I'm going to go for Ghoul buff for a full board of summons.
Yeah, and Rev here with a really good sequence here to, again, avoid all of those reactions and not playing to opponent. Although Dian is sitting on a Calx Arts with 1 energy on both standby characters, so could actually see a Klee burst come out much earlier than you might think. So here we go. Gonna have to tune 2, or is he gonna tune?
Tuning the Calx.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Dian took 2 copies of it, if I remember correctly, so I think this is fine.
Yeah, there's gonna be a heavy strike, I think, Covenant.
Yeah,
charge
heavy strike,
attack.
Covenant charge attack, that would be brutal.
Yeah, it's a very common combination you see with Klee. You know, being able to use your last dice on heavy strike puts you at exactly 0, and then
And
Covenant
then-
brings you to even dice for the charged.
And then Overload.
Yeah, that might be enough to take out Xiangling at end of turn if Rev isn't careful. But I think he must be thinking about Covenant here. You know, when you're playing against decks with Klee, you can almost certainly expect them to be running Covenant, and they almost always have a way to spend that last die. So you have to think if you're going, oh, looks like it's going to swap
A
off.
swapped official. That's interesting. I mean, I guess Dian is going to play a bit slower. In this case, official is going to take a bunch of damage from those summons, and also I think that George the Frog will not be throwing 2 damage at official as well, because the counter is still at 1.
Yeah.
So, you know, official refreshing
Well,
Oz at
if-
the start of next turn.
If Dian does end first, it will actually get that Pyro hit in. But I think that's good either way. Actually, you know, I've never had this come up. What happens if you
Covenant?
apply Hydro onto a character that's frozen and then hit them with Pyro? Is it a Shadow and a Vaporize?
Oh,
I don't
wait.
know. I'm kind of looking at our top 8 players in the back there, trying to see if they can hear me and answer that question for me. But we'll have to see. I mean, that could very well happen here if there's a Hydro application before that Chi-Chi summon. We could see something quite weird as a Freeze Vaporize.
Swap back onto Klee. Wait, why?
Yeah, I'm not really too sure about that one.
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
You know,
I feel like you end on official, right?
I mean, that would have ideally been the plan if you're going to swap off anyway instead of performing the charge attack. Now you know that your opponent has already used Covenant. You know you're safe to stay on Chi-Chi. And staying on Chi-Chi here is great because it does soak up that 1 damage. So I think one of the things is Dian didn't want the Frog Summon to activate, so he needed to make sure not to end first. If he ends first, Oz will have taken out the last barrier and then force the thing. But look at this, a Freeze Vaporize reaction.
-4.
Yeah, that next turn's going to look
Painful.
really tough for Dian here because all those summons are still on the field, and Oceanid, if Oceanid can burst, can quickly take out one of his characters.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that ending on official was better. Ending first, because I mean.
So I think if you end on official there and your summon goes first, you might actually be dead to summons at end of turn, is why. So
-4. It would have been -5. Yeah.
yeah, so you
Then-
needed to have your opponent end first, which really is unfortunate because it wastes a lot of the potential of. Oh, look at those dead.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because George is 2.
Yeah,
And then Vaporize would be another
Yeah,
additional 1.
and Dian has a lot of good dice now, but maybe it's a little too late. As we'll see if Rev can put together, a Star Signs. Quick swap, Star Signs, Adeptus Burst.
Quick swap.
I mean, there's definitely a line to do something here. We'll have to see. Unfortunately,
Quick
Rev-
swap to Xiangling.
Rev's side is full of summons, so he literally cannot summon any more to his side, and makes it kind of difficult for Oceanid to build up that second energy right now.
I mean, you could also refresh Chi-Chi's summon and then just let her, like, sacrifice her and then use I
Yeah.
haven't lost yet burst on Xiangling.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely a line to sacrifice. I mean, you couldn't even normal attack with Chi-Chi here, although that would only end up healing her, and she's already going to go down to a Klee charge attack.
You know, with these rainbow decks, there's always like so many different lines you could play.
Yeah.
You have to like really think about them, especially when you are playing an unconventional deck against another unconventional deck. Like you have to think about things outside the box a little bit instead of going for very standard starts. So
Yeah, and Revkid not working with as many dice on his turn. Yeah, might just go for a normal attack, but I don't
does
think
not
that's very good.
do enough. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna sacrifice Chi-Chi, you might as well refresh the summon, right? Going for normal attack.
Yeah, maybe forcing Dian here to attack into Chi-Chi with Klee. That seems to be the play. You know, putting Chi-Chi back up to 4 does put her out of reach of some of the other skills, so maybe just baiting a skill from Klee here.
Lotus coming down, potentially. I actually think that's a good move.
Yeah. I mean, with the opponents having 2 characters that summon, and their board being already full of summons, there's not much that they can do.
There's not much you can do, and I know I've said this many times, but I don't like Darren's hand. I don't think Darren is like really drawn anything that works for him. Meanwhile, Rev has kind of like everything at his disposal right now, so. Lotus is going on to Klee. I think this makes sense.
Does it make it really difficult for Rev to finish off that Klee?
Well, charge attack, you know, this makes a charge attack because Darren is at 9 dice. So it's enough to take out Chi-Chi. I don't think we're going to see an Adeptus Star Signs burst onto 1 HP
No,
Klee,
probably not. I mean, we could see a Shaolin burst here, but even that is not going to be enough to finish off the Klee here. So Dian might have been put into a really good position. He might actually be able to get a Klee burst off despite starting this turn at 1 health.
Yeah, the Overload forcefully sent Chi-Chi into Oceanid. So we see a slow swap onto Xiangling. Probably
I mean, at this point,
I haven't lost yet burst, right?
I mean, bursting here isn't great because all you're doing is eating up the Lotus. We might just end up seeing something like a Mushroom Pizza and pass with the Vanarana up, and then just hoping that next round you can make something happen. I mean, once all of those summons go at the end of the turn, it will add up to a lot of damage, and you can then refresh Oceanid summons back up to full and then burst a little bit easier. But I like the swap here. You know, doing anything to Klee at this moment isn't great for you.
Yeah.
But this does give you a window for Dian to potentially do a burst on Klee if he chooses.
If you're Dian here, yeah, I think you have to swap. I mean,
yeah, kind of just waiting out his opponent here.
Because you would want your opponent to take out Klee, I think, so then you can go to Nahida and burst. But then.
Ooh. So now that
Dian
has swapped off, we are going to see
I haven't lost yet into Xiangling burst. Yeah, this is what I thought would happen. I think this makes more sense now because Dian swapped.
Yeah, and this is much better as well, getting that Pyro application on Fischl. I think Fischl and Nahida are the characters that Rev is really interested in doing damage to. But here we go, we might see an Oz summon. The Oz summon is going to do a lot of reactions at the end of turn.
Yeah, I feel like Rev has this in the bag.
I mean, it's really hard to say. You know, we'll see how the summons line up at the end of turn here. It is going to be a double Vaporize on Fischl if Dian does end on Fischl. He does have 2 Dendro dice, so he could swap to a different character. Obviously, we're not able to see what the auras are on those standby characters right now on stream.
And then remind me, so does Xiangling's burst here, does that also activate with summons, or is that only...
No, it's only when I use a skill.
Okay, that's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, which is a little awkward here, actually, with summons. Usually you see Xiangling combined with characters that have more aggressive skills here, but we'll have to see. I mean, normal attacks definitely will still function just fine.
Melt, -3.
Yeah, I'm going to see Melt
Bird
and a Vaporize.
-1.
Ooh, but this is going to not line up very well.
Yeah, it's just 1 damage short.
Yeah, a lot of ways to damage here on Fischl. And every point here really matters, because I think the game is still very close.
Yes. He's choosing Nahida here.
Yeah, those seeds will proc. That Xiangling Burst is going to be very threatening. Ooh. Calcsart's a little bit late.
It is a little bit late. I don't really think it's going to see any use. It could. It could.
I think the question is, did Dian draw an Adeptus? And is he going first? I think Rev ended first, so he's going to have opportunity to put Oceanid summons back up and maybe have a Lotus Skill something as a defensive option against the incoming Nahida Burst.
Yeah, Revs, like all the food that he brought, definitely coming in clutch.
Oh, rolling a lot of
Wow.
good dice there.
That's like, oh, there it is. Well,
Well, he drew
no,
Adeptus.
He drew Adeptus.
I think Dian also has an Adeptus, but
Can't quite see Darian's cards right now.
there is a Hash Brown. I think Hash Brown is going to be enough to take Oceanid out of Nahida Burst range. But, oh no, but with that Quicken, it's actually oh no, it's a Tandoori. It's a Tandoori.
It's Tandoori.
Not Adeptus. Actually, that makes a huge difference. I think Rev still has to try and play around Adeptus, but maybe he can't afford to. And if he doesn't, yeah, he's still safe from any. Yeah, he doesn't need to.
Cool, yeah,
steal him.
yeah. Single summon is fine. It still triggers Xiangling's Pyronado.
I mean, in this case, I think the single summon is specifically so he can get more triggers off of the
Yes,
Pyronado.
exactly. Yeah.
You know, obviously had enough dice to go for the 5-cost skill there, but opting to trigger the Xiangling's burst twice, and might actually just go for a Star Signs burst after
Yeah,
this.
and you see Rev hovering over the star signs there.
So it's
Could
fun
definitely go for it.
watching the players hover over the cards to kind of tell us a little bit in the casting booth what they're going to do next.
Well, you know, so if Darren stays on Nahida, then Star Signs Burst on Oceanid would take out Nahida, and then Pyronado would activate on the Clean, which is in
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah.
So
So I think Rev definitely has a winning line here. Unfortunately, Dian doesn't have any defensive options unless he can take out Oceanid this turn, but none of the characters here are very good at doing a lot of single damage. I mean, if that Tandoori had been an Adeptus Temptation, it would have made this game go a lot differently.
I think Darren's gonna think about swapping, which I mean, I think you have to.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I don't think it matters that much because, like, you could just tickle Clean. She's gonna fall over.
I mean, in this case, what might end up happening really is just a normal attack out of Oceanid to finish off Klee,
Yeah.
and that should
Yes.
push Pyronado. I mean, the main thing in Rev's seat here, you need to make sure that you don't die to your opponent before your summons, because a lot of your damage is backloaded onto those 2 summons on your side.
Yep.
I wonder if we
and
just see a slow swap here.
So see,
I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him swap off Oceanid and maybe use a food, because I believe if you play into your opponents I haven't lost yet, you might give them an extra skill this round, which could be particularly dangerous. But that Gamble is also sitting in Darren's hand.
yeah, I was just gonna say. So we see Tandoori coming down on Darren's side, and we see Klee's skill coming out, eating through George's shield a bit for -4. I wonder if we'd see a swap back onto
I think
Nahida later.
I mean,
That's
swapping
what I'm thinking.
on Rev's side, I think you need to swap onto Xiangling here to prevent the Gamblers. You can deny the Gamblers on Darren's side, that really
Darren.
guarantees you. And yeah, that swap there might have sealed it for Darren then. He's not going to have an opportunity to really use that Gamblers effectively, which is what he needed to get back into this game.
Yeah,
Although
I mean,
I'm
I think you
surprised-
just like tickle Klee and she falls over, and then Pyronado activates on the
Yeah.
Nahida, and then those summons come in. Like,
I'm a little bit surprised that Rev didn't use any food there just to buffer a little bit. I wonder if does Heavy Strike... Oh, the dice is slightly wrong. Heavy Strike, charged attack... No, there's 1 shield point, so it's 1 damage short of actually being able to take out Xiangling here, unfortunately.
tuning. I think we're gonna see Klee's burst. No, just charge attack.
No, I think Darren's seeing if he can charge attack with the Gamblers and the Heavy Strike to take out Xiangling here. but
There's
I
no
don't
need
think
to
it's
tune
enough.
though if you're just gonna go for a charge attack, right?
No, but if you want to use... but if you want to use... I think the tune was just for time.
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
But I guess Burst might make the most sense.
I feel like you have to, yeah.
But
so
if you
there's
burst,
Klee's burst, yeah.
if you burst, your opponent probably just ends the turn here and lets the summons take it out and go first at the beginning of next round. It's
Oh, you could.
pretty tight.
You could summon here. Wait.
Yeah, I mean, Xiangling's going to die anyway to Oz at end of round, but this does mean Diaren is going to get to go first, but I
Yep.
think the summons
Summons
are
are gonna end it. Summons are gonna end it. So I mean, it's definitely calculated because Xiangling is at 1 HP.
1 HP, yeah,
Yep.
exactly not enough. That swap to Xiangling, very crucial there. If you know how to misidentified that and stayed on Oceanid to kill Klee, it would have been a very different game. But yeah, now the summons we'll see end the game here, as I think Rev is going to take the first match. 2 very unusual decks.
two very, very, very unusual decks. Trying to figure out in real time while watching them play it. Rev counting the damage from his summons to make sure that it's going to go in. And Nahida does fall the summons, and Rev takes the first game of the third best of 3 against Dian. Congratulations.
Yep. Very close match. You can see the Klee burst there still left on Oceanid, which is 2 extra damage, that Oceanid was exactly left on. So, walking on a tightrope there, summons are always really tricky because all of the damage is so kind of delayed that you really have to calculate and plan ahead of time just how much damage is coming out from those summons at end of turn and making sure that you can really survive long enough for them to take effect.
And Rev getting Chi-Chi summon on the board, and then 2 Ocean summons, and then also Gulova. There's
it was a lot.
three different elements there.
There were so many summons that at some point Rev actually had a really difficult time doing anything because all his summons were filled. So
You're playing a summons deck, you can't summon anything else.
Yeah,
Max summons already, so.
yeah, it's a little bit too bad that Chi-Chi there not really shining as much. I think she's kind of mostly there for her cryo summon, unfortunately. So not seeing a maximum utility, but very creative deck.
It is a very creative deck, and just like we're trying to figure it out in real time as we're watching the game unfold, your opponent who's probably never faced a deck like this before is also scratching their head like, okay, so what do I have to do here to avoid any unexpected twists?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really just showcasing a little bit the power of Oceanid and how strong she's been kind of throughout the metagame. Hasn't really been touched for quite a while. Very flexible, having access to not only the summons, but having that 5-cost skill doing two summons can really power up a lot of decks.
Yes. So,
I think we're about to head into game 2. It's very exciting to see what decks the players brought.
but first we're going to have the post-match breakdown. And so Xiangling got a triple kill here with 21 damage. Ocean didn't do much. Not a lot of damage output from her, but
I feel like that's a little bit of cheek. So even though I think Xiangling was on field a lot when the kills happened, a lot of it was the summons.
that's true, yeah.
So she kind of is taking a lot of credit there for Oceanid's work.
So wait, Oceanid summons damage went to Xiangling in that case.
I think so. Yeah. So a little bit deceptive there, but again, you saw how close the games were. 30 damage on Diaron's side. He was very close to coming up ahead. Yeah, in the damage race there.
Barely any cards used on both sides.
Yeah, I think a lot
Dian
too.
didn't really draw much that he could use, but I mean, Rev didn't really need to because he kind of always had good dice. And
that's a really good point. Yeah, we saw
so
early on Dian in that matchup, his hand was pretty bad.
Yes.
Like all things
and
considered.
it stayed bad.
Yeah, it was bad at the beginning. He didn't have a lot of reactive or situational cards and not so much thing. And Rev was able to kind of ramp with Liban at the beginning, fix his own die, and then really continue snowballing the advantage from there. And, had Dian drawn a little bit better, I think he definitely would have come out a little bit on top there.
Definitely.
Yeah. Whew. I mean, it's great seeing all of these creative deck builds from players and seeing the types of things that they come up with, especially against opponents. But
so, I mean, Rev is not going to be able to play that Chi-Chi, Oceanid, Xiangling deck anymore because he won with it. And so, what were the other 2 decks open again for Rev?
I believe
there was a Quicken deck.
There was a Quicken deck. I'm really excited to see the Quicken deck. It's actually a specific build of it that I'm very familiar with.
Did
so
you
fingers
sneak
crossed.
at it?
I might have.
You took a peek at the build, didn't you?
And Dian, of course, has a lot of interesting options left. So we'll have to see. I'm really excited to see that Beta Razor deck to see if he chooses it. But let's look at Rev first.
Oh, and it looks like we're going to see Shanha SC. Nice classic deck.
Yep.
We all know how this one works, so...
Yeah, it's a very reasonable choice. I mean, I think when you're up a game, playing a deck with a very good win rate across a lot of the field, something that's more consistent, is a good way to kind of push your advantage.
Very curious about the single Northern Smoked Chicken.
Yeah.
That's pretty unconventional. I mean, I think it makes sense, but it's very unusual.
Yeah.
I do see as well, there's no Liban, instead taking 1 copy of Liwe Resonance. That's also a difference that I don't normally see.
Yeah, I mean, Liban and Paimon especially started falling out of popularity,
definitely
especially
Paimon,
with decks going quicker and quicker, and especially something like this that is very aggressive. And the Northern Smoked Chicken can make a lot of sense. Sometimes
especially Covenant.
Sometimes your dice doesn't quite line up your way. You need a normal attack with Shenhe or Raiden, or very common to a normal attack with Raiden just to get that second energy.
Yep.
So adding another one of those effects for another dice discount, pretty good tech. We'll see if he draws it if it comes up, but I really like doing these one-off inclusions because you never know when the situation might come up.
Nah, here we see a
Ooh.
repeat
Yeah.
of the official Nakida Klee deck. You know, I think Darren has a lot of faith in this deck. You know, just like Inagi once again took his Yoimiya child deck.
Well, what was it? What
and
was
won
his
with it.
quote? We'll quote him again. It was, he knows he's going to lose, if he loses the first match, he's going to win the next 2 matches. And that might be what Darren's banking on here. You know, maybe having one bad matchup into that opposing deck, and then going to really try and recover from that by getting a better matchup to the other 2. And I feel like a lot of these strange builds that we're not used to seeing are very targeted at the popular deck specifically.
Could be, yeah. I definitely agree. You know, I do think that Darren didn't get a good chance to showcase the strength of this deck because of the poor luck
Yeah,
at the beginning
cards.
there.
Yeah,
so
not drawing Rana at the beginning and then having to deal with double Leave It To Me in the opening hand.
yeah,
Not
that was
ideal.
just really tragic. Like, he threw away a lot of what he had and just ended up getting that instead. So,
Yeah, so hopefully getting a better draw here, I mean, is obviously very confident and comfortable with the deck. I think that's really important as well when you're playing at this high level is nerves matter, and something that you're very practiced against with playing can be better than a deck that maybe you're not as familiar playing with, but that people tell you is good.
it looks
So I
like
really
these 2 players are getting ready to go here, right? So,
look how calm Rev is. Just
they're very calm.
I mean, Rev is. I mean, we saw at the beginning his heart rate was sitting at like 70, which I think is the
Yeah, no,
the
it was
record
super low.
lowest
It was
heart
just
rate.
like
Yeah, it did go up. It did go up. So he's
it did go up,
feeling
yeah.
it, feeling the pressure a little bit. But yeah, hoping to see if Darren can. I really hope Darren can stage a comeback here. Not only because it will be a closer match to call, but I really want to see that Chong Razor deck take the field. But you know, having banned Bin, I think as one of the good matchups for that deck, maybe is not gonna choose to play that deck against the remaining 3 choices.
Definitely a lot of mind games.
Yeah.
You know, you have to
A lot of
figure
mind
out what
games.
your opponent's going to end up taking into you without even knowing how they built the deck beyond seeing 3 characters. Like, there's a whole lot going on here.
Yeah, which is going to be really interesting heading into tomorrow because these players will be using the same decks, but any decks that they've played today on stream, their competitors will be able to look over and see the full deck lists.
Looks like our second match of this third best of 3 is starting Dian versus Rev. Rev is already 1-0 against Dian, so if Rev takes this match, then he will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. If you're joining us at home for the first time today, or if you're here in the mall with us even, please come and hang out with us tomorrow as well for the semifinals and finals.
Yeah, we'll be back here at the same time in the same location down at Sunway Pyramid. And if you're passing by shop or wondering what is going on, come check us out and maybe you'll play some Genius Invocation.
Oh, ride and start, pretty standard. Probably ride and skill in the Shenhe.
The Shen has to bring in that deck,
We know
doing
this
what it does
now.
best. Yeah. Very good dice rolls
Yeah,
there.
very good dice rolls already.
Not so much with Diaren. Looking to start Fischl once again, but not rolling any Electro. Ah.
Wait,
You can see that kind of expression that he is not happy with his dice rolls at all.
Rev almost re-rolled the cryo. I wonder if he was... Well, maybe, huh?
I didn't see what he had in his hand. If he has any ramp in his hand, he might be looking to stay. Yeah, he might be using looking to use Stoning Contracts, or even to send off as well.
Yeah, so ride and skill, send off Oz, and then Stoning Contracts. That
Yep.
makes sense.
Could be a perfect way to start the turn here. I mean, your opponent's side, you know, it's so common to start Fischl, but hopefully Darren can join to something a little bit better. Ooh.
Best is coming out immediately. I think we are going to see an Oz summon.
Yeah.
This is very standard start. If you play Fischl, you normally start with Fischl.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Fischl, but unfortunately, he's not going to have a lot of dice to work with for the rest of the round, and drawing 3 food here is not ideal.
Oh, okay. So we're doing the line in Shenhe SC where you go for Raiden's Burst immediately. So I do think we're still going to see Oz get sent off here.
Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to note there, I think the reason Rev took that line is you don't want to send off your opponent's summon if they're on the character. They can resummon it immediately already. So if you send off here, your opponent is just going to summon Oz again at the end of turn, and you really won't have made any headway. So using normal attack there delays your turn, lets you wait for your opponent to swap, and then do the send off, and then it's really devastating.
I think you swap Klee here if you're Jaren.
I think you have to. Yeah, you don't quite have the usable dice from Nahida. I think you need to just get Klee going. And you do have the option of doing a skill into a charged attack from Covenant, which I think might be the line.
Though we
With the
are going to
send-off.
see overload onto Raiden, so it's going to send her
Yeah.
Shenhe, which is kind of bad for Rev.
I mean, I think I think if you're Rev, you're still pretty happy just if you get taken off a Raiden to go the normal route of Shenhe's skill into burst.
Yeah, I mean it's not like bad, but it's not ideal because I think if you're gonna spend the dice building up Raiden's burst, you kind of want to be able to get it off. But yeah, I think going to Shenhe, is still good. So
It'll come out again at some point probably. I mean the Klee skill is going to put a pretty significant damage chunk onto Raiden here, but you are setting up her summon, and this actually guarantees your superconduct at the beginning of the next round because you are going first.
yeah, just the thing I'm thinking about is that it's gonna be harder to swap back onto Raiden. You're gonna need some kind of quick swap, and I think Rev only took one in this Shenhe C deck, so.
Yeah, I mean, a quick swap can just be when your Shenhe goes down, and it's a perfectly acceptable time to do that.
We do see the Covenant Charge Attack coming out of Klee right away. I think, with a deck like this, it's good to just do that.
Yeah, I mean,
As long as your opponent has it.
As long as you're making use of that pyro application there, that charge attack, putting a pyro aura onto Shenhe, very crucial. You don't want to stack it up too much unless you're going for a first turn kill, which this deck probably can't do too often.
Yeah, there's no real way to cleanse it for Shenhe SE. I think it's just to have the pyro hanging over her head and get some damage out as fast as possible.
Yeah, and setting off that Oz, Rev is going to have a little bit of breathing room to set up his character. So that's why I don't think it's that important to rush for that Raiden burst here, because you really slowed the game down by using send off on Oz. Dian obviously keeping those Electro though.
I mean, Liusu's still good here, but I always feel like it's too late when it comes not in the first turn.
It probably will be. I mean, we'll have to see if Rev decides to swap to Chongyun. Probably not.
Oh, seeing a toss-up right away. Makes sense. Probably you're going to look to use Shenhe's burst here, so you want to get as much cryo and Omni as you can.
That's a pretty good toss-up.
It is a pretty good toss-up. I already got two. Okay, those aren't very good, but...
Well, it was the bestest. Just about as good. I mean, he does have the 6 cryo needed to use Shenhe's skill twice. The one thing's going to look out for, the Klee burst is being threatened. And if Klee can take out Shenhe before she bursts, it could be a quick way for Dian to kind of turn the tables on this matchup.
With Rev's Northern Smoke Chicken, I think you go for a normal attack on Shenhe to burst.
Definitely is an option.
I think that's what Rev would do here, unless Shenhe is like suddenly threatened.
I mean, she very well could be, depending on what Dian decides to do here. If he stays on Klee, I think Shenhe might be safe. But, there's always the chance of like a quick swap overload as well, which could be particularly devastating to not only push you off of Shenhe, but threaten her health quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that, Rev would have to see that, right? Like that Dian could have a quick swap, but we know Dian doesn't.
Yeah.
So. But you have to, like, bet on your opponent not having it.
So let's say we'll put that Northern Smoke Chicken line, able to get Shenhe's burst out in one turn, only on 8 dice.
Is it just me, or was there auto dice? Did Rev have 3 cryo there?
No, that was correct.
That was correct?
He needed to use 1. I mean, Northern Smoke Chicken only reduces the
Oh yeah, for normal attack,
line.
you need to use a cryo. Right.
So here we go, the burning reaction
It's
getting
one
set
unaligned,
up.
yeah.
Not one we see very commonly on stream here.
I like burning.
If you can make use of that pyro application, it's actually quite effective, yeah.
There's a deck that I like to play called Friendship Eternal that uses Nahida, Klee, and Kole.
Look, that plays back at home, tuning in for high level GITCG.
Wow.
Yeah, Darren's shaking his head here. Rev with a really efficient turn there, able to use 3 skills in one round and get Shenhe's burst out all at one go.
I think you just swapped official here, Nas.
I mean, with those dice, you're almost certainly going to have to do that. I think there's no other option. But obviously not going to be great, because Official's going to be left exposed to those summons and take a bunch of damage, and Rev is going to get to go first.
The only unfortunate thing I'm seeing right here is that Rev was not able to put Liusu down, because that would be so perfect to have, Liusu, get Chongyun, get an energy point, and then you go Raiden Burst.
Yeah, I mean, even better here, if Liusu would have actually given Chongyun an extra point because of the overload here, because Chongyun is going to get pushed over.
Exactly.
But both summons are going to come out and do massive damage to each side. As we just see Oz here doing an extra point.
Yep. A Woven Lotus.
I mean, those are some of the best cards you could draw at this point. And Dian's still just drawing a bunch of food that hasn't really been useful yet.
There is a whole lot of food coming out. Like it's really unfortunate when you keep drawing more of the same card and you're not getting a lot of variety. I feel like you really need variety to make use of your deck well. Like, you need the dice fixers, you need the dice generation, you need food, but you don't need all of your food.
Yeah, definitely.
Need
You
card
know,
draw.
when you have, I mean, food has been traditionally very powerful. Its effects are very good, but there's definitely such a thing as drawing too much of it. You know, only
Yep.
being able to use one on a character per turn, and not only that, you know, tandoori chicken is actually a food that affects all your characters. So if you use that during your turn, all your characters are no longer able to use any more food. So it's
Yes.
a tricky thing to use, but powerful. So
It's
far we haven't
powerful
seen
if you
it.
can make use of it in the sense
Yeah.
that you can swap to all of your characters' new skills and do like
Exactly.
the extra +2 damage for everyone. But
Yeah.
because otherwise, you know, it does bar all of your characters, not just your active character, from eating more food, like you were saying. So
Yeah, and you know, ideally you would have liked to use that when you have a lot of cards that add and generate extra dice during a turn, but without drawing any of those, it's going to really leave it. Oh yeah, Dian, they're getting official takeout with a normal attack because of the Shenhe burst. I wonder if he miscalculated that. You can see his expression there is a little bit frustrated.
you know, I think the thing is you don't really want to go Klee here because if you do, anything you do is just going to send Chongyun to Raiden, and then you just have Raiden burst. You don't have to pay to swap over, so that's
Yeah.
kind of have to go Nahida here.
Yeah, that's one of those cases where Overload can definitely work against you if your opponent has their characters in just the right order to make it annoying for your lines.
I almost wonder if Rev's gonna win this turn because, you know, with those summons out there,
Oh yeah, almost certainly the game is going to end this turn. There's almost no way that Dian can survive the damage for the summons at end turn. I mean, the game could even end before that, right? Like Raiden's burst could come out and actually take out Klee here, but even a Chongyun's skill here is going to be very powerful.
it's gonna depend on who Dian chooses here for sure. But I mean, even if Chongyun has to like normal attack onto Nahida,
Yeah.
like there's a Woven in Rev's hand.
Yep.
So you just
There's a
normal
Woven.
attack again, and then summons finish Klee off. Like it's pretty straightforward, I think, no matter what.
I mean, it's straightforward, but at the same time, you know, your opponent's still at 8 dice, so you have to play pretty carefully because they could have a lot of things that can turn the
That's
tide
true.
here.
That's
Or
true.
we might see a Calx burst here. It's going to be interesting. Still not the best because, again, like you were saying, that Overload is going to send it over to Raiden, which is exactly, I think, what Rev wants.
So Overload's +2. Klee's burst is 3. 5. Adeptus is not quite enough to one short.
Yeah, it's going to leave...
I
yeah,
think if
leave
you're gonna
Chongyun
tune
on 4.
you gotta tune some food.
I wonder if you're in Dian's spot here, you might even need to start equipping things like Lotus or even... Maybe even use it... No, if you use Adeptus here, it can't be a good move. But
I
you
think
aren't
you
bursting
do
again.
have to like Lotus or hash Klee here.
Yeah. I mean, hashing could be pretty powerful. It lets her survive a Raiden burst and then lets you maybe normal attack again or just keep her alive to swap off. But again, those summons at the end of turn are really what is making it tricky for Dian because even if he plays around the damage that Rev can do this round, these summons are going to end the game
Yep.
for him.
Unless you use your food. You need to use your food. It looks
looks
like
like-
we're not going to see any sort of food coming out to protect Klee.
Yep.
Just -5 on the Chongyun. The Overload sending him into Raiden. And so if Raiden has 1 stack on her burst passive, so it's not going to do 4 damage, it's going to do 5. So actually, Klee's just going to get finished off right here.
Yeah, so Klee is going to get finished off. I think Rev is thinking, does he need to play around something like I haven't lost yet? But I think this is good for him. He has Woven and I haven't lost yet in hand. So if Nahida goes for the kill here, it is actually over.
And Chongyun's burst is ready to go, worst case scenario, so...
Yeah, but I think if you're Dian, you're probably going to, you know, hash or Lotus into a skill. I think you're forced to play into it.
Rev clicking on that I haven't lost yet, and Woven just knowing it's sitting right there.
I mean, I think there's no way out for Dian here. If he ends turn, he loses at the beginning of next round potentially. Although, if he just ends here, if he hash browns and ends, does he survive? I think he does. I think that's his line. He needs to, yeah, he found it. Really heads up play by Dian there. I believe that is going to put him at exactly enough, but Rev does have that Lotus,
Yeah.
and that will let him save Raiden.
I mean, you could also just swap to Chongyun. Like, it doesn't matter. I guess you would want to
No, if you
Lotus
swap-
Raiden.
if you
you want to
swap-
Lotus Raiden, yeah.
Yeah, if you swap to Chongyun, he is going to go down, but Lotusing Raiden does force your opponent then to spend another skill to kill Raiden, and that gives you an opportunity to burst on Chongyun.
Yeah, if you don't play this right as Rev, you could actually lose the game right here now that I'm looking at it. So I
Yeah.
think you Lotus Raiden and then... Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the disappointment from Diaron's face there. I mean, he found the line that was going to win him the game if his opponent didn't have something like Lotus. But Rev with the Lotus in hand is going to be able to keep Raiden alive. The Overload does send it over to Chongyun, but Nahida isn't going to be able to take out Chongyun.
HP.
Yeah, it was so close. It was so close.
And there's no real way for Nahida to take Chongyun out right here.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight that for kind of the people watching back at home, how close that... Because Diaron identified that using the skill on Nahida to take out Raiden would lose him the game immediately, right? And on knowing that and opting not to do that was really heads up. But unfortunately, Rev had his Lotus at the ready, able to survive that turn, and I think that's going to seal it.
Yeah, sometimes the best thing you can do is just end your turn. But
Really
unfortunately,
unintuitive, but
unfortunately, it's not going to be quite enough. Nahida is going to fall. There's nothing Nahida can really do to both Chongyun and Raiden, let alone just Chongyun. So.
Yeah, Diaron does have, of course, his own Lotus Crisp, but that only blocks 3 damage, and we know Chongyun can deal a bunch with his. And Chongyun is going to, I think, dive after using his burst, but it's not going to matter. The game will be over. But you know, Diaron thinking through carefully, is there any way out for this? And he's going to play the best of his ability. Yeah, going to equip that Lotus.
You have to. You can't give up just yet.
You can't. I mean, if there's a very, very small chance your opponent somehow doesn't have the right dice, but of course with 4 cards left in hand,
No, I think we
Rev
just see a
is gonna
Chongyun
see
burst
it,
here.
yeah.
Chongyun burst is going to secure this last game is best of 3 for Rev, going 2-0 against Dian. Congratulations to Rev for being the 3rd player to advance to our semifinals tomorrow. Very clean games coming out of this
very
player.
calm and collected.
Very calm and collected, yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, I want to say, like, Diaron played it really well as well. So, you know, during that last match, it was so close. You know, 1 card made all the difference. That Lotus at the end saved Rev from the turnaround victory from Diaron's side.
Yes.
So very well done.
I do think we are going to be tossing to our host very soon for a brief post-match interview. But right now, you know, these players are...
Yeah, need to
Please
calm down a little bit.
a little bit. I'm gonna see a nice handshake on screen. So yeah, let's go talk to our hosts for a bit. We can interview their players.
All right, it was an amazing game. All right, congratulations to Rave. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'm very excited. That was a very tough game.
It was a very tough game. All right, so if there any strategy you want to share with us, like how do you win this game?
I don't really know. I just went with the vibe.
I love your confidence, all right? Anyway, congratulations, you're making way to tomorrow, all right? So I hope I'm gonna see you tomorrow, all right? So back to the caster.
That was great. Thank you, Rev.
Going with the vibe. We're collecting quotes here from the players one at a time. You know, we had
definitely
one, from Inagi, and we'll have to go back and see if we can clip something from Arc. But going with the vibe is really what we're doing here as well, right?
That is what we're
that's
doing,
what we've been doing
especially
so
with
far.
some of these decks that we're not familiar with.
Yeah.
We're just going with the vibes on screen. Yeah.
The vibes were stronger, I guess, for Rev than they were for Diaron, unfortunately, seeing him knocked out there. Very convincing 2-0 victory.
If vibes translates to card draw and dice rolls, then I guess so.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that the top players are going to have to start considering here. But we had a very cool... I mean, we didn't get to see Diaron kind of break out, again, that Beidou Razor Chong deck. I really would have liked to see it, but probably not a favorable matchup either way.
Well, we could see it tomorrow.
We could see it tomorrow. He did choose the same decks in both, you know, trying to get a favorable matchup. But, you know, we saw the power of the superconductor really take over.
Yep. And so this was the 3rd best of 3 we've completed here, right? So 3 players so far have been confirmed for the semifinals tomorrow. We have 1 more best of 3 coming up after a break that will determine our last semifinalist going on to the tournament happening tomorrow. So for now, we're going to go into the post-match breakdown.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Tongyun getting a double kill, but only doing 8 damage. Shenhe.
I mean, Shenhe really is the star of that superconduct deck. Like, you don't think about it because Chongyun's burst is so flashy, Raiden's burst is so impressive with what it does, but Shenhe is the star of the deck. You know, all of her summon damage, all of the Icy Quills damage adds up very quickly over time.
Yep.
And really, the deck really wouldn't work without her.
Yeah, Klee doing the most damage on Dian's side. You know, Dian really had faith in this deck. You know, he tried his best, but lost twice with it, unfortunately. So
I mean, part of it was
SD
that
is just very strong.
part of it was that early send-off, I think, really hurt Dian's game plan. You know, you deploy Fischl. Again, this deck seems to have a very consistent game plan where you want to start on one character, move to the next one, and then go to the next one after that.
Yep, but you need like the perfect card draw and dice for that to happen. That's just the thing. Like, you need high roll.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
you can roll okay and still do it, but unfortunately that send-off meant that Dian had to kind of go back on Fischl later and undo or reapply Oz, and that really broke up her rotation.
And here we have the replay highlights for this last best of 3.
Yeah.
Oh, this deck
The
with
summon heavy
Chi-Chi,
deck.
Oceanid, and Shangling is so interesting to watch.
Yeah, it looks like a fun one. Definitely give that a try at home if you're interested in any of those characters.
I want to try this one out. I
Very
definitely want to try
powerful,
this
yeah.
one out. You know, I think those full board of summons does full 10 damage.
Yeah, it was enough to kind of take out an entire character. And, you know, it's a lot of reaction potential there between freeze and vaporize. You don't see freeze on summons all that often because
Yep.
you don't always make use of the freeze reaction itself. But in this case, it doesn't matter because the damage was just so
Yep,
incredible.
and Guoba coming in for that last hit onto Nahida to secure a win for Rev in game 1.
Yeah.
Here we have game 2. So, Shenhe SD is just very, very, very standard popular meta deck right now.
Yeah,
Really
it's just
showcasing its strength.
it's putting out so much damage as you can see here, and you know, kind of the longer you have 3 characters alive, the better it is at dealing damage. We just saw it take over in terms of pure efficiency. But again,
Yep.
this very last play here that we didn't quite see in the highlight, but having that Lotus for Raiden was really what saved Rev from kind of the turnaround from Dian.
Yep, and here we have the bracket on screen. So once again, Arc went 2-0 against Hua in our first best of 3. Inagi went 2-1 against Kong in our second best of 3. Rev went 2-0 against Dian in our third best of 3. And very soon we will see the results of Inratan versus Z Krumlet in match 4.
Yeah, our last match of the day. One final spot left for that grand final.
And I'm really excited to see Z Krumlet playing. We'll talk about it a bit more later, but he has a very extensive tournament history, so...
Yeah, if you recognize that name, it's for good reason. Z Krumlet has appeared in several of the Cat's Tail Gathering knockout rounds before.
Yeah, you've been casting over them before.
Yeah, I mean, if you enjoyed the coverage today, definitely check out the coverage from previous Cat's Tail Gathering ones. You know, the smaller tournaments, you don't have to go through as rigorous of a day as we are going through today, a little bit shorter, but you'll see a lot of these familiar names kind of appearing regularly in the knockout rounds. A lot more high-level matches for you to enjoy if you like this sort of thing.
Definitely, it's not only this Prince Cup, but also NA and EU, where we saw a very similar thing,
Yeah.
where players that we're very familiar with, you know, come up to the challenge and a live event. It's always fun to watch, and it's always fun to watch the newcomers who are also, you know, fighting for first place prize. You know, just a reminder that the first place prize here is 16,000 USD. That is a whole lot to be taking home.
Yeah, I mean, so far the newcomers have been struggling a little bit. You know, I think most of the winners right now have been people with previous tournament finishes. Obviously, Dev and Dian both having Cat's Tail Gathering records. Either of them would have been fine. But we'll have to see if Ian Ronkan can beat Zine Krumlet, because I think he's definitely favored in that matchup, just based on what we know about him and his tournament history.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And, you know, we are here at the Sunway Pyramid right now. It is so great seeing everyone walk through the mall and come
Yep.
say hi to us at the booth. But, you know, we're going to get into this 4th best of 3 after a short break. So we will catch you guys very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. I can see the conditions for victory now. Stefana! Over here! After the sun goes down, the desires hidden in people's hearts will rise to the surface. Me take the heat.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
Yes, take me with you.
Evening shows are spectacular. Should I reserve a ticket for you?
Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Which is real and which is an illusion? Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Magic is a kind of real illusion, and those few who excel at making illusions that shock and amaze will become renowned among magicians. From the performance posters adorning the opera houses of Fontaine to the hearty recommendations of hotel concierges and conversations with citizens on the streets, it isn't difficult to guess who the title of most popular magician belongs to.
We'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Magic is not simply a stage performance for Linny, for the tricks of the trade have become a part of his everyday life. If you were to liken the battlefield to a stage, Linny's bow and arrows would be his props, while the talented magician himself creates surprises for anyone watching the show. Those who are keen observers are more familiar with their own blind spots. When Linny is in the party, the location of items unique to Fontaine will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather resources. Linny's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Linny executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Linny fires off a pyro-infused arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, Linny fires off a prop arrow that deals pyro damage. After hitting, a Grinmalkin hat will be summoned. Grinmalkin hats can taunt nearby opponents, causing them to attack the hat. Each opponent can only be taunted periodically. When a Grinmalkin hat is destroyed, or its duration expires, it will fire off a pyrotechnic strike at a nearby opponent, dealing pyro damage. Only one Grinmalkin hat can exist at once. It inherits HP in proportion to Linny's maximum HP. In addition, if Linny's HP is higher than a certain threshold when he fires a prop arrow, Linny will consume a portion of his own HP to obtain 1 prop surplus stack. The number of stacks is limited, and all stacks will be removed once Linny stays out of combat for too long. Linny's HP cannot fall below a certain threshold in this way. After unlocking the talent Perilous Performance, if Linny consumes HP by firing off a prop arrow, the Grin Malkin hat will restore a certain amount of elemental energy after it strikes an enemy, and will gain increased damage based on its attack. Prop arrows periodically call down Spirit Breath Thorns upon the location they hit, dealing Numa-aligned pyro damage. Using his elemental skill, Linny does a flourish with his hat, unleashing a firework surprise when a Grin Malkin hat created by Linny is on the field. The fireworks will cause it to explode violently, dealing AoE pyro damage equivalent to a pyrotechnic strike. Damage dealt by the Grin Malkin hat in this way is considered charged attack damage. When Linny uses his elemental skill, all prop surplus stacks will be cleared, dealing AoE pyro damage to opponents in front of him. Damage will be increased based on the number of stacks cleared, and Linny's HP will be regenerated based on his max HP.
Let's get this show on the road!
Using his elemental burst, Linny unleashes his magic, turning into a fast-moving Grin Malkin cat. This is not to be confused with the Grin Malkin hat. They're two different props. When the Grin Malkin cat gets close to opponents, it will call down flames upon them, dealing up to 1 instance of pyro damage to each opponent. When the duration ends, Linny will dismiss the Grin Malkin cat and ignite magnificent fireworks that deal AoE pyro damage, summon a Grin Malkin hat, and gain 1 prop surplus stack. Linny can also deactivate Grin Malkin cat prematurely. A magnificent performance always leaves the audience yearning for an encore. If the applause is rapturous enough, the magician might even improvise a few new tricks on the spot. After unlocking the talent Conclusive Ovation, Linny deals increased damage to opponents affected by pyro. In addition, each pyro party member other than Linny will increase this damage bonus. The damage increase that can be gained in this way has a maximum limit. Only an actor who has mastered their skills and who can instantly adapt is worthy of being a maestro of magic, and Linny is fully deserving of the title. In battle, prop arrows are Linny's primary source of damage. By continually firing prop arrows, not only can Linny summon Grin Malkin hats and fire off pyrotechnic strikes, he can also gain prop surplus stacks. By using his elemental skill to clear stacks at the right time, Linny can deal even more damage to enemies. When energy is full, Linny can transform into a Grin Malkin cat, moving agilely about the battlefield, getting close to enemies, and delivering a magnificent final performance under a shower of pyrotechnic magic. No one wishes to be tricked, but people still willingly take their seats to watch a magic show whose purpose is to deliberately deceive. Is it to lose themselves in a splendorous illusion, even for a short while, or is it to see through the illusions and trickery? Either way, we need not pry too deeply, for regardless...
Welcome back from the short break. I'm sure that definitely you guys having fun, okay, watching the match and watching the game. And definitely what Leah has said, we are definitely having fun right here at the Summit Pyramid, and we have all the shoppers around here, and definitely they are having fun together with all of us by watching the match in live, all right? And definitely we have come to the last match right now, and we shall see, and let's get excited like who is going to the next tomorrow, the next match, all right? And of course, at the meantime, tell us what do you think about this live stream and how do you think about this tournament, okay? There's a QR code down here. All right, tell us, scan it and tell us what do you think about this live stream. Anyway, we're gonna pass back to the caster.
Hello once again, my name is Leah, aka Flower Leah on Twitch and Twitter. This is the last time I'm going to be introducing myself to you because this is our last best of 3, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm Blab the Cat. And yeah, we have been in for a very long day here, but loving every minute of it. There's been a lot of high-level TCG play here, and lots of fun decks as well.
Definitely. Lots of fun decks, lots of matches keeping us on the edge of our seats, figuratively and literally. So.
Actually, pretty surprising. You know, we're kind of at a point in the Genius Invocation game where, you know, people have really figured out a lot of how to play. So I was expecting a lot of similar decks, similar play styles, but I've really been surprised just at the creativity and also in kind of all of the different variety that we've had gotten to experience. I mean, part of it, I think we do have the ban system to thank for that. We've seen a lot of the same decks banned repeatedly, and the same
getting banned, Shanasi getting banned, Fire Fishing getting banned. Yes.
So I am very thankful that we have that to kind of give us the variety that we're seeing today, because I do think it can be pretty tiresome to watch the same matches and matchups over and over again, because then it does come down to a lot of RNG and the dice and cards, and not so much the skill level of the players here, which is very, very high.
Yeah, and you know, so we're going to get into our last best of 3 here, and this is our first player, Ian Ratan, taking Fischl, Rodeo Vlog, and Sino. I have personally seen this deck. I think we watched his qualifiers, right?
Yeah. I'm a big fan of this deck during the first qualifier. I mean, look at this. He's exclusively played this deck during the qualifiers. It's nothing but Sino.
It is nothing but this exact deck. Has a 50% win rate on it, so it's kind of hit or miss. Reminds me of a deck I made a very long time ago.
I mean,
with Synchro instead of Fischl, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, we're seeing this core of Fischl and Oceanid being very strong here, and that third character really dictates how you want to play your matchups and which matchups you're favored against. And Sino here, a great choice against more of the slower matchup decks, you know, like the healing decks, like Bin. So maybe going to be a kind of piece of tech for the stall matchups.
I'm definitely a fan of this deck, and it's not just because I'm a big fan of Sino. No, definitely not.
Okay.
But I mean, Fischl and Rodeo Vlog is a great core, right?
It is.
So, I mean, you kind of interchange between them until Sino builds up enough stacks on his Pax Thorn, Path Clear, and then he can kind of finish the game off. He's very good solo later in the game when he has 4 more stacks on his passive.
Yeah, pretty similar to Pirate Agent in terms of ability to solo as well, but having access to Electro Resonance with that combo, pretty powerful.
Here we have Z Crimlet's most used character cards. 100% win rate on Shanna SC. Not surprising. If you look at the match deck history, I see Bin and Shanna SC.
Yeah, I mean, Z Crimlet here, I think definitely one of the favorites here. Having an extensive tournament history that we've watched this player quite a few times in the Castle Gathering Knockouts. He's appeared in pretty much every single season in the top 16.
Yes, so first in EU Season 1, second Asia, Alpha 1, third in Asia Season 3. Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah, and top 16 in Alpha 2 and as well as Asia Season 2. Yes. So, I mean, that is a ton of track record to kind of overcome here. Not surprising that he's very proficient at using kind of the more meta decks out there like the Ito and the Superconduct decks. So, very excited. I mean, I think definitely the favorite one here, but again, sometimes when you throw something off meta like the Sino Electric Charge deck at someone who's very familiar with these popular decks, it can throw them off for a loop. You know, maybe they're not as familiar with how to play against the deck. So maybe a good matchup for you in round 10 here.
And you know, that's definitely what we've seen today, right?
Yeah.
So bringing meta isn't always the best thing to do. I think you have to have a good hearty mix of meta and something a little unique to yourself. And we see Z Crimlet setting up here, getting ready to go and do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's also very difficult with the ban as well. Like, you have to be familiar. It's actually quite a lot to ask for a player to be familiar playing with 5 different decks. If you're only prepared with a couple and your opponent knows which decks you like playing or are good at playing and get them banned, then you're immediately at a disadvantage. So you either have to train very well in all of the decks that you bring to your roster, or consequently you have to like bring something a little bit unusual that your opponent isn't going to think to ban.
A spoiler alert for the finals tomorrow, but whoever makes it to the finals has to bring 7 decks.
Yeah, that's
you know,
true.
it's a best of 5, so they will be banning 2, so they have to bring 7.
Yeah.
So, and just a reminder for those of you who aren't too familiar with the tournament structure here, but you cannot have repeat character cards in any of these decks. So each of these 5 decks that the players have submitted, they're all unique in composition, and so it's led to some very interesting compositions. So I immediately see Ceramona.
Now, I might ideally look to the bans here, but the
Yeah.
mirrored bans from both sides, both taking out the Ito deck and the Superconduct deck, so not going to see it on either side.
So it looks like Inratan didn't take Bin, but took a different iteration that uses Mona. instead
Oh
of
yes,
Barba.
uses Mona, yep.
We've seen this before. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, Shana has banned on both sides, Bin banned for Z Crimlet, and it looks like we have a Quicken deck, a Eula Ganyu Freeze deck
Yeah.
for Inratan. I'm really excited to see that one. And
Yeah.
then, of course, the Sino Electrocharge deck.
Yeah, you know, kind of very neat deck choices. Eula, not really a character, even despite getting buffed in a recent patch with her skill, still not quite seeing enough play. It's very difficult to utilize her skill correctly because she does less damage on the first hit and only does more damage on the second hit. So very easy to kind of not line up well against your opponent's skills. But hopefully, I mean, we've seen Freeze actually do pretty well against some decks. But looking at Z Crimlet's list,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
so-
possibly not that much that Freeze will match well
Yeah,
into.
Z Crimlet brought Pyro Kaching,
Mhm.
Saramona, and then I think it was Agent EC. So
Yeah.
it looks like the first deck that Ian Ratan is playing is actually going to be the Sino Electrocharge deck, and I'm so excited. I love seeing Sino on screen.
I mean, being the deck that he played almost exclusively in the preliminaries, I'm not surprised to see him bring it out here. Definitely, again, playing a deck you're really familiar with can be quite an advantage versus a deck that maybe people think might be better, but that you're not as well versed in playing with. But you can see a lot of healing out of this card, and I really like that emblem, that one of Emblem
Yeah,
there.
Emblem of Severed Fate.
probably
and also
full
Severed
Sino.
Shrine. It's kind of interesting. One thing I really like about taking double Electro too is that you get to have Electro Resonance,
Yeah,
which is
we haven't seen
basically
that
it's one cost and you get an energy point. And it just seems so simple, but it's basically like a discount Star Science.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I really appreciate this card, but it's not commonly used because there's not a lot of decks that run double Electro.
Yeah, double Electro are not very popular. Again, kind of the 3-element decks have been taking over a little bit, and so there's not much room for the Resonance decks.
And it looks like Z
Ooh.
Crimlet is taking Agent EC, so I mean, I feel like this is Agent versus Sino.
Pretty much. I mean, that's really what this matchup is probably going to come down to. And I wonder if Z Crimlet is on kind of more on the back row of this matchup here. I think the Sino list, you know, is built to kind of break up stall lists a little bit better. And so
Yeah.
it might have a favorable matchup into something that has a lot of healing, and with Sino really being able to take make effective use of his passive.
I think it's going to depend on how fast Z Crimlet pulls out Tubby and gets those location cards in place, because you know, the Tubby tech is not something that that the Sino Electrocharge deck is taking, right? And you kind of need to like wait for Sino to build up his passive, because you don't normally go for burst very quickly
No.
onto him. You're gonna want to start with Fischl and Oceanid and wait, like just basically stall the game a bit. So these players are getting ready to go into the first match. I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, it's
definitely not biased.
almost kind of a mirror match. I think we're gonna see a lot of similar openings from both sides, both favoring that Fischl Oceanid kind of duo that we've seen quite a
Yes.
few times on camera now. And we're really been watching out who can. I think it's been a matter of who can really deploy those skills effectively at the beginning, and then it'll be a one-on-one duke it out versus the end. Who is going to be better at facing each other? Is it going to be Sino? Is it going to be Pyro Agent? We'll have to see.
Yeah, you know, Fischl and Oceanid have been, you know, the core of many meta decks from the very beginning when they were first released. Before it was MMEC with Mirror Maiden, and then, you know, it became
Never really
different.
left.
it became different. Double Hydro, I think. And then Nahida came into favor. Now
Yep.
Agent, and now even Sino is here. So a lot
Yeah.
of interesting combinations you can do. Not always taking elemental resonance. So I guess we're gonna have to see who's favored between these two decks.
Yeah, I mean, summons always have been very strong, so we'll have to see. It definitely is a battle of summons here. Ooh, throwing away all the cards.
Agent talent already. Sumeru City. It's a little okay starting hand for Z Crimlet, but I don't see Tubby.
No Tubby. Yeah, I think, you know, Semifinal putting away every single card in his opening hand, hoping to draw Tubby. I mean, I think that Agent talent could come into play here, but not drawing Tubby is a pretty big difference. Not also drawing a lot of ramp or fixing. So his dice rolls might not go well for him if...
Yeah. So immediately you can see Z Crimlet's heart rate is skyrocketing at 150. The heart monitor is currently shaking. He's so nervous. I would be nervous too not drawing Tubby.
Ooh, okay. Drawing 2 Hydro, 2 Electro. So Z Crimlet has a decent dice to go 2 skill, to do 2 summons on the first round. So it might be what he's going to go for.
No.
Irmatan not rolling enough Hydro there. I wonder if we're going to see the toss up there just to get that 5 cost on for Oceanid.
Yeah, kind of interesting. You know, he started with Oceanid, but I only see one Hydro there. But
Yep,
I
just one
think
Hydro.
toss-up would definitely help with that.
Yeah, we do see a send-off though in air run that I was just going to tune. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's safer. It's not guaranteed. I've definitely seen some bad toss-up rolls.
Yeah, we're probably going to see... Actually, with that Electro Resonance, we might actually see a send-off on the official summon here if Yanratan chooses to. But I guess using that Electro probably means no. So it's going to be...
Probably Liben.
Yeah.
Probably Liben pass. So, I think unfortunately... Oh, you know, Zekrimlet can play Sumeru City. Doesn't have Tubby, you can still play Sumeru City, and then, you know, officials Oz is going to be 2 costs, and you have Sumeru City for next time.
Yeah, really efficient turn out of Z-Kremlin, even despite Tubby. I'm a little bit surprised Yanratan opted for this Liben play and not to send off Oz here. But again, I suppose, you know, sending off Oz here is not that great because your opponent is ending on official, and so she'll be able to redeploy her summon right away if that happens. And I suppose wait, who ended first?
Ian Ratan ended
Yanratan.
first.
Okay, so that does mean the
George
is going to trigger here.
our dear friend George.
It is going to give Z-Kremlin a pretty efficient turn. And we see here Z-Kremlin swapping just to avoid that reaction on official.
Yeah, I mean, Electrocharge is still going to come down, though, on the Oceanid, so... It's almost the same either way.
Almost the same, but I guess favoring to have no active character with any application at the beginning of the round.
See how the dice rolls.
Oh, both sides
Lots
rolling
of
pretty well.
Hydro for both sides so far. Okay. Not bad.
Yeah, these dice rolls might decide a lot at the beginning. Neither side drawing a lot of dice fixing effects. And really these early turns with Oceanid and Official are going to dictate a lot of how the last few rounds are going to go.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's unfortunate Z-Kremlin still doesn't have Tubby and doesn't have any more location cards either, so...
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any more location cards, then not drawing Tubby is not a big deal. But having 2 Adeptus Temptation is not the best thing you could be doing.
Two Adeptus, Agent Talent, I haven't lost yet, and then I'm not sure what that last food is. It might be Lotus. Little not great on the card side, so at least he's getting some decent dice right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, decent for Oceanid, but there's really not going to be any follow-up after this. Like, this is the really tough spot. Looking at the dice here, once Z-Kremlin uses the 5-cost skill, I suppose Sumeru City is going to save him and maybe let him do a Pyro Agent skill, but he doesn't have a lot of follow-up. I wonder if we're actually going to see 2 3-cost skills here.
That's what I was wondering too, but you still have to tune 1, and then what do? You just float 2. I think you could still make use of Sumeru City.
I mean, you could burst, actually, once you get down to only 2 dice left, so you could threaten a burst, but it's pretty easy for your opponent to
It's true, but you have to tune everything.
True.
You'd have to tune everything. So, I don't know.
Oh,
we'll
it is going to be the 3-cost skill.
There is a single summon coming out as equivalent, so.
Yeah, we might see a 3-cost and then maybe switching into Pyro Agent or Official again instead. But yeah, not the greatest dice here and not really any way to improve it anymore.
So Inratan is sitting on that send-off, and I'm wondering how soon he's going to opt to use it. He didn't use it on Oz before, and I don't think it's going to be worth using it on single cost.
Well, I mean, it probably will be...
Single usage Oz, sorry, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be really effective on that Scroll Summon out of Oceanid if Z-Kremlin swaps off. If Z-Kremlin uses another summon here on Oceanid, then it's less good, but right now, Yanratan has a really good setup with his summons there, kind of getting to do what this deck wants to do, whereas Z-Kremlin was having to play around a little bit more awkwardly with his dice and cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, Z-Kremlin could definitely go for 2-cost Ocean Summon, but I don't know what you do after that.
Yeah, I mean,
burst,
honestly, a Liben would be perfect for his hand, but not having that, yeah, he might just be forced to threaten the burst here without anything else to do.
There's really nothing else to do with those cards, unfortunately. As for Ian Radton, I think, you know, he's in a position where he wants to be. Also not great cards in his hand, but I mean, just kind of waiting for Sino to get to at least 2 stacks, but preferably 4.
Looks like there is going to be the swap off of Oceanid there, and also same with Ian Rantan. Gonna go over to Sino. It's very early to bring out
I think it's a swap stall because those 2 of those dice are gonna go to Leben. So
true.
He's probably gonna swap back one more time. Oh,
It's gonna be the send off there.
send off, and then Oh, that's why he used the Electro die.
Mhm.
I see. So woven into Lieben. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That send-off is really going to hurt the elemental application here. Honestly, interesting that, Yamamoto's choosing to kind of really slow down the opposing deck, but without Tubby, Z-Kremlin's deck isn't generating any long-term advantage here, and yeah, it is going to
the
give it...
squirrel coming right back out again.
Yeah, it did give Z-Kremlin a really good opportunity to go back and resummon, but it does eat up a bunch of his dice as he used it up swap stalling, so Ian Ratan is definitely winning in the race for damage here.
And Ian Radhat's going first,
Yeah.
so Sino's just going to be able to finish Oceanid off if he wants to.
Yeah, and that Oceanid almost certainly going down. I mean, this might not be a matchup where Oceanid Burst really matters that much, but Ian Ratan, if he can threaten the agent or
Ooh, all
great
those
dice rolls.
Omni!
Yeah, if Ian Ratan can threaten agent on Z-Kremlin's side with that Oceanid Burst, then it's going to be really difficult for him to play around. Like, Z-Kremlin really needs to take out
Oh!
the Oceanid on the other side at the same time as his Oceanid goes down, but it could be rough.
I really am loving the Electro Resonance I haven't lost yet. Adeptus. That could mean something really bad for Z-Kremlin.
Yeah, and Sino here getting his stacks just in time to have an Electro Infuse normal, let him take out Oceanid with just a normal attack.
You'll have to see what lines Inratan plays here because there's a lot you could do. You could just stay on Sino. You could swap to Fischl. Like, there's so much you could do with those cards, so...
Yeah, Z-Kremlin might just be swap stalling here. Doesn't have a lot of great dice. I wonder if we'll see a Agent talent equip here just to tank a bunch of damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, single I haven't lost yet isn't gonna give you Agent Burst, so I don't actually know if there's any way to take down Sino right now if you're Z-Kremlin.
No, you definitely want to save it for next turn, but you might
Oh, Lucky Dog
might start
might be
equipping
good.
Agent just to start getting value. I mean, you're not really winning on the damage race right now. Yeah, you want to find ways to come back a little bit in terms of damage. So here we go.
Talent. I have to think. I don't think Sino's Burst of the Adeptus is even close enough to take out Agent.
No. Agent's sitting very healthy at basically effectively 12 health there. But there is a chance of, there is a quick swap Adeptus Electro Resonance play here. I don't think that's enough though to take out
I don't think
Agent
it's enough
at
for
10.
anyone.
I believe that's only like 9 or 8 damage if I'm doing the math right.
Yes, it should
But
be 8
one more
damage
summon-
Ocean Burst.
Yeah, one more summon would have done it, but
Yeah.
that is going to be close. We might see official summon come back out.
It's hard because, I mean, if you swap on the official, you'd have to fast swap.
Yeah, you don't have to fast swap. And one of the tricky things here is, now that Ocean, even though Z-Kremlin did lose Oceanid at 3 energy, now each Electrocharge reaction out of Ian Rantan is a little less efficient than it used to be.
I feel like that's pretty good. Two damage applies Electro. I think that's not bad.
Yeah, so we're going to see the swap back to Fischl here.
What if you just burst your own Sino?
I mean, you definitely could. If you take out Fischl here, the opponent's not left with much, but you do use up a lot of your resources. You can't Adeptus Burst, though.
You do,
unfortunately.
but like, it's going to threaten Fischl.
I mean, Fischl's going down this turn, right? Like, the way the Agent Electrocharge deck wants to play is it wants to put out a bunch of summons and then force you to use up a lot of your resources, killing Fischl and Oceanid, and then finish with Agent, who is fully equipped right now,
I
which
like
is
this.
a very formal opponent.
I like this, by the way. I like the swap on the official. This is good.
Yeah, trying to mitigate some damage by playing around elemental application while also putting out your own summon here.
There's going to be 2 Electrocharge procs here, no matter who the equivalent ends on, because there's 2 different Hydra summons in Oz. There's no send-off, so...
Yeah, if Z-Kremlin can get another energy on Fischl, it could really make a oh, wait, that's right. There is the I haven't lost yet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Z-Kremlin is going to end first here. He's hoping that his opponent doesn't have anything to punish this, but looks like he'll be able to get away with it. Those summons at the end of turn are only going to do 4 damage, I believe.
Oh, that's not going to be good. Sino is going to fall to official burst for sure.
Yeah, the good thing is Yanran does have an opportunity to play around something by using changing shifts. He can swap into a different character to tank the brunt of official burst, and it might just be Sino.
Yeah, I think you have to swap to Sino here. I'm sad. I'm so sad. I think you have to swap to Sino here. No.
Yeah, I think Yanran come to the same conclusion. The one thing that is going to go in Z Krumlet's favor as well is the summons at end of turn are going to go down for Ocean. So Ocean is going to need 2... oh, actually, yeah, it's not even going to...
Yeah, doing this makes it so that there's no electrocharge reactions. So, I mean, you could still Fischl burst onto Fischl, but it's not going to be as effective as if it was onto Oceanid.
Yeah, I don't actually think you want to kill Fischl here.
Yep.
Is the thing. If you're Z Krumlet side, I believe you want to keep Fischl alive so you can force your opponent to swap onto Oceanid somehow. But that's going to be really tricky to do. I mean, maybe we'll see another Oz. We might see a slow swap onto Agent.
We might see a slow swap on the Agent, but I mean, we know that Ian Ratan's hanging on to something very useful, so...
Well, but the thing is, Oceanid doesn't have any summons left, and...
So look at Z Krumlet's heart rate monitor. It's still climbing somehow. 164 right now. That's something.
Okay, so Z Krumlet is going to opt to use that burst on Fischl, forcing Oceanid to do something here to finish off Fischl potentially.
Yeah, but what?
That's a good question.
I don't know if you actually go for a burst here.
No, you couldn't. I mean, Oceanid's very bad at doing 2 damage.
Like, really, really bad at doing 2 damage.
Yeah,
I think you just have to go for summons.
You
and
might have
hope
to go
not
for
die.
summons, yeah. Go for summons and then hope. The problem, though, is if you go for summons, your opponent might have the opportunity to kind of take you out.
Yeah, but the problem is if you take out Fischl, I mean, we know Z Krumlet is sitting on another I haven't lost yet, just Adeptus Burst win.
Yeah, I think if you're on Ian Rantan's side, you definitely make this play, kind of put down summon. Unfortunately, not getting. I think a shield, the frog would have been a lot better than one of those summons there because you already have enough damage. Unfortunately, not rolling it. But Z Krumlet, without a way to kind of swap off of Fischl here, maybe force normal attack.
Yeah, I think you have to, like, to do the most damage here. I think you have to normal skill a Worf.
Yeah, and just going to end the turn. I think this is the right play here. If he does anything, he gives up his advantage. So what he's hoping to do next round is to use Agent's skill and then get a bit of a HP buffer and maybe use Lotus Crisp or something to keep Agent alive and then burst onto Oceanid.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It wouldn't be enough. The summons wouldn't be enough to get Agent, I think.
Yeah, no. The summons wouldn't be enough, but I don't think you... 1, 4... Yeah, I mean, Agent's effectively sitting at 7 health, so yeah, that wouldn't be enough, and then I think you'd be too susceptible to getting bursted in reverse. But maybe you had to go for it there. Oh.
No? I think...
Oh, send off and Electro...
So
is going to go for the burst here.
you burst or do you
Or
summon?
skill. Oh, yeah. I guess another
Because Z Krumlet ended first, so... Wait, well, no.
So this effectively gives Yan Rantan a few more extra hit points on Ocean.
Is that enough?
Get really not a great draw from Z Krumlet.
No, it shouldn't be enough at all, right?
But I haven't lost yet is going to get
No, it's
stranded in his hand, no longer having a way to activate it. So it's Pyro Agent versus a fully decked out Oceanid. Oh, that hash.
The players in front of us collectively going, oh!
Well, Z2 drew a really crucial card there. Not sure if you know. I mean, the players noticed it before we did, but he just drew Star Signs. That is going to give him the extra energy he needs to burst, and he's holding onto Adeptus Temptation. So unfortunately, Ian Rantan making the right plays there, but Z Krumlet drawing just the right card he needs in that matchup, able to take out Ian Rantan with a couple of damage to spare. You can see Z Krumlet shaking. He knows how close that game was. Had he not drawn that Star Signs, the play there from Ian Rantan would have sealed the deal.
He's so nervous, but he managed to fight through his nerves. He got exactly what he needed at the end there. You know, his Adeptus Star Sign burst.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ian Rantan played it really well there, you know, able to hang in there until the end, but just not drawing the right cards. He was setting himself up to win. But, you know, you saw Z Krumlet there opting... I mean, it looks like he drew well, but one of the things you have to realize, he intentionally didn't use any skills in that last round in order to act first, so he has the opportunity to draw star signs there.
Yep.
If he had gone for the official normal attack just to get a bit of damage, his opponent would have gone first and then denied him the opportunity for that
Yes.
play. So
Sometimes all you can do is just end your turn. We
Yeah.
said that before today, and it's especially true now.
I mean, it's really what separates the good players from the great players is knowing when to give up some other thing for an advantage in another way. And in this time, kind of Zeke Kremlin identifying the. I mean, he was on the back foot, right? Like, let's not lie. He was definitely at a disadvantage at the going into the end of that round.
Yep.
With all the summons from Oceanid, Official having bursted, but Oceanid still being at high health. So the one way he could win that game is by drawing the right cards, identifying that, and then playing in a way that made that happen.
And I think the killer here is that Fischl was sitting at 2 HP instead of 1.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
that mattered.
if Fischl was ever just at 1 HP, because Oceanid cannot do 2 HP's worth of damage.
Yeah,
so
it was really tough.
We have the post-match breakdown here, of course, Zuckerman taking the victory against Ian Ratan. The most damage coming out of both Official and Oceanid at 13 health each. So, I mean, the damage is pretty equal across the board. Card usage 97, pretty even.
And in this case, Zekremlin not even drawing Tubby here in this deck, not needing it, but able to put together a game plan that kind of I think Yanohara's deck was favored a little bit, but just being able to draw the right cards at the right time, kind of playing in a way that made that agent finish possible was really well done. And of course, Yanohara losing Sino that we saw how difficult it is to fight one-on-one versus agent, especially with someone like Oceanid who doesn't have any upfront damage, right? The only thing Oceanid has is that burst, and then Yanohara needed to save it for agent, and having to play in that way allowed him to get into a position where Zekron was able to take advantage of that and use Agent Burst to finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, Sino wasn't really able to build up to his 4 stacks in the end. He did get 2, but his damage isn't buffed that much at only 2 stacks, and he fell pretty soon. So, I mean, Agent EC, and just EC in general, puts out a lot of damage very quickly with those summons. So
yeah, and we definitely saw that. Losing Oceanid there very early must have hurt. Having 3 energy but not able to use it on any burst was quite a big blow, but ended up being okay. I think part of it was that Lucky Dog, during the Lucky Dog agent equipment as well.
Yeah, that was crucial.
Yeah, letting agent have that high health total to avoid being killed. I mean, it was also on a nice edge there, because if agent didn't draw that healing or that mitigation and was able to go down with the summons at the end of that turn, then Inarata could have easily have bursted onto Fischl, taken her out, and then let the summons clean up at the end of the round. But without that line open, he was forced to take a different line that Zekrom eventually took advantage. So, I mean, it's interesting like how differently the dynamic of that matchup goes with 2 very similar looking decks.
yeah, I mean, you have a Rainbow deck versus Electro Resonance deck.
I guess this is just proving that sometimes these reaction-focused decks are just better. Although it really, in this case, Agent Electric Charge not quite really using Pyro Agent for the Pyro part, but just
but I mean, Agent's there to clean up.
Yeah.
Like, at the end, it's Electro Charge Core.
Yeah.
Like, both of these decks are Electro Charge Core, and then, Agent is the anchor, or Sino's the anchor, or Nahida is there for, applying your seeds and whatever. So
yeah, I really wonder, we'll be interested in seeing if Anarantan decides to take the same deck. I think that deck was really favored against mostly only one deck from Z Kremlin side, which was the deck that they just placed, but unfortunately not going in his way in that matchup. Probably going to switch to a different one, but we'll have to see now what Z Kremlin is going to choose for his next one, since he has to use a different deck now.
Z Kremlin cannot play the same deck again, but of course Ian Ratan could, so we might see this deck again. I wonder if he's going to feel confident in it, like Inagi did, and then also like Rev's opponent did.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the record with the Sino deck was 1 win, 1 loss. So by that pattern, if he lost with it in game 1, he's going to win with it in game 2, right? Like, that's just how it works.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll have to see.
It's a 50-50 deck. You win 1 game, you lose 1 game.
Don't call it a 50-50 deck. I think it did actually a 50% win rate, if I remember.
It did. It
had a 50% win rate, so I guess it is a 50-50 deck.
It is. Sometimes Sino wins, sometimes he doesn't.
But I mean, Ian Ratan has a lot of experience with it, because, when we saw that...
Of course. That matters.
Yeah. Basically, the match history was full of that Sino Electric Charge deck. So I think it's a deck he's very familiar with. So there's a chance we might see it again.
Yeah.
I would definitely like to see it again.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised with the bans here that Iran decided to ban the Ito deck.
I think he'd be pretty good into it.
I feel like 2 of his decks that he chosen, with his freeze, I think, and this Sino Electric Charge deck have pretty good matchups into that deck. And so maybe just... you know, if you kind of ban the wrong decks and then you end up playing into decks that are a little bit less favorable than you had originally, you know, it might not go so well for you.
Well, you know, for the first match in these best of threes, you don't
Yeah.
really know what your opponent's going to be taking, and
Right.
you've only seen like the
Exactly.
what you can ban, right?
Yeah.
But after you play the first match, you know what your opponent can and can't play anymore, so what they might play, etc. You can kind of like think harder about it.
Yeah, and we see
So-
the first deck out from Ian Rantan.
Yeah, Ian Rantan is taking a very standard Quicken deck. We don't
Very.
see Quicken much anymore, but Tignari and Yanni go with the core of this deck. Once again, taking Emblem of Sever Fate and Sakonomiya Shrine. I guess he really likes those cards.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in a one-off as well in the other deck. Really interesting, because Quicken normally is a pretty aggressive deck, which
Yes.
is exactly the opposite of Sangonomiya Shrine. But
Yeah, I think Quicken phased out in favor of other decks that are also fast, like Mona Klee.
yeah, I mean,
Which I'm
Quicken,
surprised we haven't seen it today. But
well, like I said, Monoclee is not a deck that the high-level players tend to favor. It's a little bit easier to play around, I think, if you're an experienced player.
that's true, yeah.
And most of its threats are things like first-turn kills, but you know those aren't actually as good as a lot of players think it is. But yeah, the Sangonomiya Shrine here, very interesting inclusion. Maybe mostly here for matchups against Electrocharge or Superconduct. It's very efficient at healing damage in the right circumstances in terms of dice, so maybe that's why it's included here. I mean, we'll have to see if it comes into play depending on what Z Crimlet chooses as his deck.
Yeah, I really like this list. I feel like it's pretty balanced. I'm definitely curious about the Emblem of Sever Fate, Sangonomiya Shrine, but it might just be cards that he's comfortable using.
Yeah, I mean, Emblem did get buffed recently.
Oh, and here's Saramona.
Yeah, this is the deck we've had our eye on. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about this deck, especially within, I think, the community that Z Crimlet is very commonly kind of tests with, but it runs a lot of artifacts.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a bunch of 2-cost artifacts here, which
Yeah.
is, you know, another form of dice generation. Also takes Ancient Courtyard, which of course reduces the cost of equipping an artifact or a weapon by 2 if you've already equipped something. So
Yeah.
this is definitely an option to, you know, generate additional dice you might need.
Yeah.
Also see some toss-ups here, Bestis. There's a lot of dice mixing
Yeah, I mean,
and generation.
one of the things I really love about this deck, and I've had a chance to kind of see it in action a couple of times already, but you know, for a long time, the good players have kind of bashed on these artifacts for quite a while. I mean, to be fair, they did get buffed. They got kind of pushed over the border from being unplayable into playable with a very simple change, going from 2 aligned costs to 2 unaligned, making them much better at not only discounting your cards, but also fixing your dice a little bit when your dice rolls don't go your way. Much easier to play, but that kind of pushed them over the edge. An Ancient Courtyard, such a powerful effect
Yes.
when you're running this many artifacts.
Ancient Courtyard is, I mean, there's a lot of like support cards that are very niche, but they work well in their niche. And I think this is a good example of that. You know, you run all of those artifacts and also the weapons we saw, intending on making use of that Ancient Courtyard.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's definitely a deck to watch out for. It's all about dice efficiency, and Venti is not a character we've honestly seen all that much of.
Nope.
It fits exactly into the plan, because while his skill doesn't do a lot of damage to begin with, it does let you kind of get free dice on swaps, which is what this deck is going to do a lot of.
That's King Squire, right?
It is King Squire, and that's one of the other things one of the things in the deck that makes Ancient Courtyard so powerful. And we're going to see that to full effect right here at the beginning here.
Yep.
This round 1 is going to look quite unfair for Ian Rantan because Z Krill's going to be able to deploy a ton of skills. And not only that, I mean, like I said, you can use these cards as forms of dice fixing. So we're going to see Z Krillin like keep the Hydro here just because he can use it to equip the bow.
Yep, just keeping everything right now. So
Here we go.
immediately we see artifact coming down.
Look at this.
Kujo Sara and Ancient Courtyard, King Squire.
Yeah, a
onto
0
Sara.
cost
Oh my gosh.
Sara skill.
That's okay.
And this is
Great.
exactly what the deck is so good at doing,
Great.
is making use of Ancient Courtyard to generate 2 dice in the first round. And it generates a really big advantage right off the bat.
We go to Mana, and we'll see her 3 costs.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a Mona and then switch to Venti to end the turn here. I mean, this combination hasn't been used that often, but the combination of Sara and Mona skill both being a 1-use summon pair up perfectly to trigger Electrocharged.
Yep. I mean, you could still use Send Off, but, you know, Send Off decreases summons by 2 usages.
Yeah,
and, like, I mean, you just refresh them anyway because they're already 1 cost.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good metagame choice because Send-Off is less good against these summons. I mean, I think Sending Off Sara summon is still very viable.
It's still good.
Because
it's still good.
a lot of the value of Sara's buff skill comes from that buff that only comes in after the summon already triggers. So I think it would actually be good. to send off here, provided you have the right dice.
I think we're gonna see, yeah, Woven into Nahida 3 cost, and then we might see those 2 Pyro dice going to send off of
Yep, I think that's very
Yep.
correct here. Yeah, but we're going to obviously see a swap into end. Zekrom playing very fast. He had a almost perfect opening hand. You know, that's really what you want with this deck. Having a King Squire or another artifact here, and then equipping and discounting your skills, and then
Yep.
doing a very efficient turn.
I mean, these players often take their time figuring out what they need to do, watching that counter go down,
Yeah.
but obviously Zekrom is very practiced with this deck and knows exactly all the lines he needs to play here, so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're in on time with a very good turn by sending off that Sarah summon at the end of turn, denying not only the Electrocharge application, but wasting another Hydro application from the Mona summon. So, while his start looked really good, I think Yarantan having that send-off was really clutch in this moment.
Yep. Of course, we're going to see Venti Swirl.
Yeah. It is time for Venti to swirl. And then
Let the wind lead.
now we're going to really see this deck pop off, because I think once Venti's skill is down, you're going to see the deck cycle through the 3 characters kind of in a fixed rotation.
Oof. Also, the Electrocharge proccing for an additional -1.
Yeah, the Venti here, his skill only doing 2 damage and swirling, but able to now swap for free 2 more times. So we're going to see them swap to Sarah, use her skill, go to Mona, use her skill, and then go back to Venti in order to repeat everything again.
And it's so useful, especially when you have a quick swap passive like with Mona.
Yeah, so I think it's really a race against the clock for Iran-Tan. Both these decks are very aggressive. You know,
Yes.
despite running a lot of artifacts, the Ceramona deck is looking to pile on damage as quickly as possible, and same with the Quicken deck from Iran-Tan. So it's really a matter of whose can be more efficient, but honestly, the edge usually does go to Electrocharge. It's Quicken. You have to be very careful managing your Quicken stacks and making sure that you make the most of it.
It looks like we're going to see Mona's skill first, I believe.
Yeah, I think the swap to Mona is because Nahida was ready to burst. Z-Crumlet wanted to present a character that already has some Pyro application. Oh, sorry, some Dendro application.
Dendro application, yes.
Yeah. And you can see here Venti's skill coming in so importantly here, because now Z-Crumlet is able to skill on Mona, but additionally follow up again with Sarah. But
Yeah, but Secret Line has to think hard about what to tune here. I wonder if it's going to be Treasure Seeking
it
Sealy or
probably
Adeptus.
has to be Sealy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean,
So,
it's
yep,
honestly
there you
too late. This mashup is going to go by so fast. It's going to be too late to use Sealy at this time.
go. And then there's one more free swap onto Sarah. And it's a
Ooh.
fast swap because it's Mona.
Yeah, unfortunately here, Yanratan gonna have to use a basic attack, although that's actually probably fine for him, because it does proc the seeds, gives him the quicken stacks back, and sets up Yai to burst. Although if he's not careful...
One thing, okay, so no, Yai is going to fall here from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
summons, but Nahida's burst is still up. So, I mean, it's not enough to take out Sarah without Adeptus, though.
No, but look at how much damage that this deck is able to output immediately.
Yes. It's so good. Oh.
So Yanratan probably will be able to get Nahida burst out if he chooses.
And Sarah's burst is ready to go, so I think
I mean, Sarah will go down
there is
to a
quicken
Nahida burst
stack.
here.
There's a quick stack, and Nahida's burst does
Yeah.
4.
The one
plus
thing-
5 is quick.
The one thing for Z-Kremlin is starting to run out of cards in his hand. He does have that Mondstadt Resonance, though, which might come in really important here. But his dice rolls need to go well, because he does not have enough cards to tune.
Uh-oh. As soon as you say
Ooh.
that.
It might be okay. I mean, I think he's okay not rolling any Electro. Sarah is most likely going to go down here.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my math here. So Nahida burst is 4 plus quicken stack.
Plus the Quicken Reaction,
Yep.
so it should be 6. Yeah.
It should be enough to take down Sarah
So
here.
Yanratan does have the option here. Is going to start with a reroll. I mean, all he needs is Dendro dice now, so all of the other dice aren't necessary. Ooh, not a very good reroll. No more usable dice. It's going to go in again.
This is why we saw a tune of the toss-up before instead
Oh,
of... Oh my god.
no dice for toss-up. That is really unfortunate.
That is very, 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 very unfortunate.
Yeah, so I wonder if Yanratan... He does have a Sumo Resonance. Maybe he can go fishing for a second toss-up or some other dice fixing effect. But he needs to calculate his dice very carefully to see how many he needs to win this matchup. Yeah, he's going to play
looks like we're going to see it. I mean, I
think
guess
that's
that's how
better
you
than tuning
take it. If you run into situations like this, it's your way out. So
Yeah, he's going to be able to get rid of a lot of cards that are no longer good because he's really digging for some sort of dice fixing in order to make sure that he can use all of his dice for this turn. And he only needs, I think, 3. Oh. Okay, he's got Bestus. He's got Bestus.
Okay, Bestus is alright, but
Yeah, it's not
I
going to be
don't
a
know.
stride. Not looking great here.
it's not looking great here at all.
But he's going to be able to use Bestus. Now Nahida can burst.
Mm-hmm. There it goes. -6, just enough to take out Sara. And I think we should see Mona come up, but maybe it'll be Venti first.
No, I mean, without anything to swell, at this point you still probably want to use Mona. Yeah, so you kind of have to think carefully. Since he doesn't have a lot of die fixing, he might need to use that Shimanawa to actually allow him to skill on Mona, but it looks like no, just going to
I think
tune.
he's going to tune it.
Might be too late. Yeah, you do go down a dice by using it, and I think he's wondering if this turn game is going to even go longer than this round.
Yeah, what I am a bit concerned about, I mean, Mona is 1 energy point off her burst, so that could actually come in handy if she's able to get it off.
With the dice that Z-Kremlin rolled, I don't think Mona Burst is really that viable now.
Yeah,
we're probably going to look.
unfortunately.
Yeah, we're going to look at Z-Kremlin, opt to use Venti skill, hope he survives the turn. If Z-Kremlin can end first, he might be able to do something with Adeptus Burst, but Yanrantan's in a pretty good position here, especially with that Yai summon still threatening 1 more point of Electro at the end of turn.
You know, just like Ocean, Mona is not great at doing 2 damage.
Yeah.
She is really not great at doing 2 damage, so we're in a very similar position here. I mean, Venti could definitely swirl and do some additional damage, but
yeah, I mean, I think what really mattered this game is that send-off right at the beginning really hurt the Saramona deck a lot. You know, not able to employ its usual rotation of characters and then forced to kind of waste its Hydro application. In a deck when your abilities only deal 1 or 2 damage at any given time, it's really important to make use of each elemental application. And so Yanratan knowing how to play against this deck pretty well by denying the applications wherever possible and just protecting his character's health and waiting until his better characters that are better at soloing come into play at the end.
Yeah, Ian Rantan is really thinking hard here. The clock is ticking down. Looks like we're going to see a quick swap from Nahida to Tignari. You know, both these players not really having the best dice or cards in their hands right now, but looks like we're going to see a double tune into Tignari's skill.
Yeah, swapping here makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to deny your opponent the ability to go to Venti and take out Nahida easily. I think Z-Kremlin is kind of forced to go to Venti anyway because he's not going to tune 3, I think, in this spot. It's a little too valuable. Oh, he's 1 card short of doing a Adeptus Burst, which might have been bad. Well, no, I think if you Adeptus Burst, you just lose next round anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is tough.
This is very tough.
On the edge.
I think you just swirl.
Yeah.
I think you have to swirl.
Definitely go for the swirl here. You know, I think staying on Venti here is good because you do deny another quicken effect from your opponent here. But the Nahida being on 1 is very awkward for this deck to beat. I mean, Venti Burst will be able to finish her off, but I think Venti is going to go down very quickly.
Yeah, I think you have to end here on Venti because the quicken proc would take out Mona. So you just want the Electro application to go on Venti here.
Yeah, but both... that...
Ooh, the hash could
might
actually come in handy.
Yeah, I think one of the things Z-Kremlin was really waiting for there was a Hash Brown or a Lotus, some kind of defensive effect to bring him above kill range from Tignari, and that might have been enough to do it. Now, it all comes down to the dice rolls. Both sides are really low on cards, so if the dice rolls don't go their way and they can't tune enough cards to do their actions, that will immediately end the game. But Nahida being on 1 is going to be really awkward for Z-Kremlin here.
I think if Venti goes down here, you just Mona Burst. Like, I think Z-Kremlin actually wins because you have Hash Brown.
Yeah, the Hash Brown might end up mattering.
There's no way for Nahida to...
Well, you might swap to... Okay, so not going to swap to Nahida. Yeah, I think the only way that Yanrantan might have been able to get out of that is a swap to Nahida. But this is going... Oh, yeah, that's right, the Wind and Freedom.
Well, even if you swapped in Nahida, you just... Yep, Mondstadt Resonance, you win.
Yeah, win
Yep.
from Freedom is going to give Zim
Yep.
Crimlet 2 turns in a row, and we're going to see Mona finish this off. Very close game here. Z Crimlet
Very,
almost
very,
getting
very
defeated.
close game here. And Z Crimlet is taking out Nahida for a second win against Ann Ratan,
Yeah.
the last player to be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. Congratulations to Z Crimlet. You know, of course, he was a favorite to win because of his past tournament history. I think this falls within expectations, but
Yeah.
you know, he definitely put on a good show for it. We saw the heart rate monitors showing he was like super nervous throughout both matches. You know, at a consistent 160, but he still managed to fight through his nerves, and he played really well. So.
Yeah, showing a consistent record here and really putting up a good show here in the top 8 with, you know, also very unique decks. I mean, again, the Ceremony deck, we've seen it before, but I'm sure a lot of players back at home have not. It's very unusual, and you can see its power there, but obviously, you know, having that Mondstadt Resonance, having that hash brown, very important.
And right now, we're going to be throwing back to our host for one final interview with our winner.
All right, here I'm back. Wow, you nervous? Have you checked your heartbeat rate right now? It goes up 180 just now. Yeah, it's really, come on. Yeah, it's shaking.
I think I'm lacking blood in my hand.
Come on, let's shake him, bro. You're literally shaking right now. Anyway, congratulations. And how do you feel right now?
I feel good and still nervous.
You're still nervous.
Like I got sent off a lot of times, both of the games. But I clutched it out at the end.
But you did a very great job. I would say you did a very great job. So my questions again is, do you have the confidence to win the champion tomorrow?
Yes, I hope I will be the champion.
I hope you will be the champion. We love the confidence. Once again, congratulations, all right? So, and congratulations once again for making your way to tomorrow, the final, all right? So, congratulations, and we're going to see you tomorrow. Back to the caster.
And thank you so much. So that has been all of our best of threes in this quarterfinals today. I hope you guys will join us tomorrow for the semifinals and finals, as these 4 players you saw winning today will face off against each other once again with these same decks. So
yeah, Z Crimlet taking that last spot there. We saw a lot of 2-0 victories here as well. So very decisive victory, again, from, you know, as we said, we had basically half of these players come in with a very extensive tournament history, and the other half being relatively new, at least to us at the scene. And so far, that past experience has really seemed to pay off.
yeah, and you know, that's not always the case.
No, not always the case.
We can't just favor people because they have the past tournament history. Of course, they've had chances to prove themselves on stage and on the big screen, but it doesn't guarantee that you're going to win. But in this case, I think, you know, it's very in line with expectations and consistency. So, I mean, we've had a great showing from all these players. Ian Ratan, of course, played to the best of his ability.
Yeah,
So
I mean, big congratulations to even the people who may not have made the top 4, but managed to make it to top 8. I mean, we talked about it a little bit during the preliminary stream yesterday, if you managed to catch it, but the road even to get to top 8 is really tough. You have to be the highest caliber player, get through so many rounds, and kind of fight against RNG just to make it here to top 8. So
it was a multi-stage tournament.
Yeah, not to discount any of the abilities of the players here. You know, it's very tough to get here and then lose, right? That feeling is always going to be really tough. But again, to all of the players who did not make it to top 8, congratulations for making the top 8, getting that golden card back, coming to Malaysia, and being able to play in the top 8 experience.
Yeah, so I mean, the pre-qualifiers leading up to here, there were hundreds of players that were fighting for these top 8 spots. You know, it was very tough competition behind the scenes, you know, off the big screen. And what you're seeing here is the fruits of everyone's efforts. You know, these players have definitely fought hard to be here. They're already taking home 500 USD each, just you know, for 3rd place. And also, of course, that beautiful Golden Dragon's Bank card back. And so here's the post-match breakdown from this last best of 3 between Z Crimlet and Ian Ratan. Of course, Z Crimlet going 2-0 against Ian Ratan. Mona is surprisingly doing a lot of damage there and getting 2 kills.
I mean,
Nahida doing a lot of damage too. But
finishing there, I think it's not ideally what the deck wants to do, but again, I think Z Crimlet said during his interview, you know, getting sent off early really hurt the game plan around Sarah and Mona, and you know, he had to play, kind of scrabble back the win, but managed to get there just, again, on pure efficiency. The deck just cheats on dice so much and gets to use more skills than your opponent, and I think the Quicken deck just couldn't keep up.
Yep. That's exactly what happened. And, you know, both of these players were kind of struggling with both their cards and their dice at the end there. And I think Z Crimlet was just barely able to make it work with the Mona Burst. I think either way, well, here, we're going to go into the replay highlights really quickly. We see Sino fall here.
Unfortunately. I mean, Inagi in
Yeah.
a really tough spot with that I haven't lost yet, setting up that official burst, having no good ways to prevent it from going off.
Yeah, I think, you know, in a deck like Sino Electro Charge, you want Sino to be falling last.
Yeah.
Of course, we see this official burst coming out, but
Yeah, and this is why you saw how much of a tough time Oceanid had at finishing off a
Yep.
official at 2 health. There's no way for Oceanid to do damage immediately. It has to rely on the summons, and that gave Zekromlet this window opening to Star Signs into
Yep,
Adeptus Burst.
Star Signs Adeptus Burst. That Star Signs coming at just the right time, of course.
Yeah, and you can see Hirantan there, you know, knowing that the opponent did have to get a little bit lucky to beat him, but a win is a win.
And Quicken versus Saramona, very, very interesting matchups today.
Yeah,
And
and
the burst coming out, just enough damage to take down Sara.
I really would have wished we could see that first round again when Zekromlet had that Ancient Courtyard. You know,
Yep.
a lot of the efficiency of this deck came from that very first
Yes,
turn,
I
and
agree.
it led up to this moment.
Yeah, you know, drawing 2 equipment cards and then also having Ancient Courtyard right off the bat is definitely nothing to scoff at. So here we have the finalized bracket for today's quarterfinals. Of course, Ark went 2-0 against Hua in match 1. Inagi went 2-1 against Kong in match 2. Rev went 2-0 against Dian in match 3. And Ian Radhan lost. Zekromlet going 2-0 against him in match 4.
So, yeah.
So you see the brackets for tomorrow's showing Ark
Very
versus
exciting.
Inagi for our first semifinal, and then Rev versus Zekromlet for our second semifinal. I'm so excited for tomorrow now.
So excited. Yeah, we have a lot to say about these players and these matchups coming in tomorrow. We're going to save that for tomorrow's stream, I think. But first of
Yes.
all, big congratulations to our other top 8 who will no longer be pressing, Hua, Kong, Dian, and Rantan. Very good showing here. Congratulations for coming here to Malaysia, getting to the top 8,
Yes.
and winning the golden card back. And hopefully we'll see you again in a future tournament.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you in Cattails Gathering Season 5. So for now, we're going to be throwing to our host. Thank you so much for watching once again. My name is Leah Leah.
And this has been Blep at Blep the Cat. We've been really tired, but hope you'll join us again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Take it away, host. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Blair, and thank you, Leah. It was an amazing tournament, okay? And once again, congratulations to the top 4 winners and making to the grand final tomorrow. And again, thank you to each one of you, ladies and gentlemen, for those who dropped by to our event today at Summit Pyramid, Malaysia, and for those who are watching the live together with all of us. Yes, thank you very much for watching the live together with all of us and have fun together with all of us. All right, so yeah, tomorrow is going to be the final. If you guys would like to witness this amazing tournament, I would like to invite you down to the event here again. It's at Summit Pyramid, Malaysia, and so happens you guys are the Malaysian or you guys stay nearby at the Subang or PJ, you should definitely come to our event tomorrow. Again, it's at Summit Pyramid. All right, so that's all about for today. All right, once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are having fun together with all of us, and we shall see you tomorrow at Summit Pyramid. Thank you.